Is this really about the Martin X? Drew calls after me, braver now that there's space between us. Or is this about Sutton? The sound of her name in his mouth makes the hair on the back of my neck rise. Rage I can't leash down growls deep in my chest as I turn to him. His grin twists, crooked and salacious. Believe me when I say, she isn't worth the drama. Artyom grabs my shoulder, trying to haul me out. We gotta go, oh. I ignore him. I don't need your advice. But that's the upside of sloppy seconds. He shrugs happily. You can benefit from my experience. Once you've fucked her a couple times, she loses her appeal. I tear out of Artyom's grip and cross the room in 3 paces. My fist connects with his face, cartilage crunching beneath my knuckles before he can drop his smarmy smile. Blood sprays as he staggers back, howling. Footsteps thunder behind us as Artyom curses. Oleg! Let's go, goddammit! I hate that I don't have time to admire my handiwork, but we have to go. I spit at Drew's feet. Next time, it'll be a bullet instead. We crash through the back door just as the cavalry arrives, their shouts echoing behind us. Artyom and I sprint around the corner where he parked the Range Rover and leap inside. We squeal away from the curb, leaving acrid, burnt rubber in our wake. That was too fucking close. Artyom's knuckles are white on the steering wheel. Since when do you let dickheads like him bait you like that? I flex my bruising hand. The pain feels good. Earned. Since never. Exactly. He takes a hard right, checking the mirrors. The minute he mentioned her name, you lost it. Artyom isn't wrong. I've never lost control like that before. Not for anyone. But instead of admitting that, I bark out orders. Get surveillance on him. I want to know every move he makes, every contact, every fucking sneeze. Something here isn't adding up. You think? I fucking know. The rest of the ride passes in silence. By the time we pull up to my building, the sun is setting, and my mind is a war zone of possibilities. None of them are good. The apartment feels empty when I walk in. For years, I lived in this silence, but now I'm used to music pumping through the speakers and the soft footfalls of Sutton's bare feet in the hallway. I grab the bottle of whiskey from the bar cart, pouring myself an all too familiar glass, trying not to think about how quickly she's gotten under my skin. How hearing her name in Drew's bloody mouth made me want to tear his throat out. How the thought of her afraid in that limo makes my hands shake, even now. The door opens just as I'm contemplating a second glass. Sutton walks in like she's seen a ghost. Her skin is pale, her eyes wide and haunted. Everything okay? I ask, already moving toward her. She tries to smile, but it doesn't reach her eyes. Fine. Just went to the grocery store. I glance at her empty hands. What did you get? She looks down at her palms as though she expects to find something there. I, didn't find what I wanted. I move towards her. Are you sure you're all right? Of course. Another fake smile. I've just been a little distracted since yesterday. I expect to be met with a barrage of questions about who the masked motorcyclists were, but she doesn't bring them up at all. What's going on inside her head? I step closer, drawn to her like gravity. Don't worry. I handled it. No more masked riders. Are you hungry? she asks, obviously changing the subject. I grab her arm, pulling her against me. Starving. When I kiss her, she's stiff at first, like she's fighting something inside herself. But when I hold her jaw, opening her mouth to me, she melts with a sigh. I lift her, carrying her toward the bedroom, trying to convince myself that this is enough, that I don't need to know what's hiding behind her eyes.
29. Sutton. An hour earlier. I'm standing in the frozen section trying to decide between the low-sugar ice cream or a pint of death by chocolate. Considering I almost experienced death by assassination less than 24 hours ago, I think I'm entitled to a full-fat, full-sugar treat. I'm resolved to drowning my problems in Ben & Jerry's when something worse than death whispers in my ear. "Miss me, sunshine?" I know that voice all too well. Drew fucking Anton. My ex materializes behind me like the ghost I can't shake, his heavy breathing tickling my skin. I whirl around to face him, my heart jackhammering against my ribs. He's got a black hoodie pulled low over his white blonde hair, but it doesn't hide the brutal purple-blue bruise blooming across the bridge of his nose. I take an instinctive step back, my spine hitting the cold glass of the freezer door. Absence really must make the heart grow fonder, because every time I see your face, I remember I hate your guts. He clicks his tongue, closing the distance between us. Now, is that any way to talk to a man who's here to save your ass? The only thing my ass needs saving from is this conversation. I try to slip past him, but he blocks my path with his body. Same game, different day. Drew always did love playing cat and mouse. Does your new sugar daddy know you're out shopping alone, Sut? His eyes flick to the store entrance. Well, almost alone. Yuri's still playing watchdog in the parking lot, right? The casual mention of Oleg's security detail makes my blood run cold. Drew's been watching me. Of course he has. Some habits die harder than others. What happened to your face? I ask, deflecting. Karma finally catch up with you? Wrong place, wrong time. He shrugs, but there's tension in his shoulders that wasn't there before. Speaking of wrong places, you're in deep shit, sunshine. Deeper than you know. Given the shootout last night, I think I know just fine the kind of shit I'm in. But Drew doesn't need to know that. Thanks for the warning. I'll add it to my collection of things I never asked for from you. Still got that smart mouth. He reaches out, his fingers brushing my cheek. I jerk away like his touch burns. It does in a way. It burns with memories I've spent a year trying to forget. I always loved that about you, even when it pissed me off. Don't! I snarl. Don't act like we're reminiscing about the good old days. There weren't any. His eyes darken. His hand slides to my wrist, squeezing so tight he's in danger of cutting off my circulation. No. What about that night in Vegas? The one where you... Finish that sentence and I'll scream so loud they'll hear me in Miami. He hesitates, like he might call my bluff. Then he shrugs and rakes a hand through his hair. I'm heading back to Vegas, he says, switching tactics. Thought you might want to know, considering who I'll be working for. My heart stops, restarts, stops again. Paul Lipovsky, the man who owns my sister's soul. Who would have guessed you'd go crawling back to Paul? I'm not sure why you ever left. You were always his favorite pet. Drew's eyes flash with a violence I remember well. You know why I left, Sut. You don't get to walk away from me so easily. Except I did, and I will. I dart forward to move past him, but he shoulder checks me back against the freezer door. Walk away if you want, but I'll be seeing a lot of your sister. He hisses the word against my neck. Might even be able to keep an eye on her, if you're interested. It's a promise. It's a threat. And just like that, the bastard has me exactly where he wants me. I haven't heard from Sydney since the day she called to ask me about my engagement, and I hung up on her. I've been too busy to think too much about why she hasn't reached out again, but silence from her is never a good sign. Usually it means she's going through it with Paul. I doubt this time is any different. Have you heard from her? I can't quite stop myself from asking the question, and I hate myself for it when a smile spreads across Drew's face. That smile used to melt me. Now I know better. It also doesn't hurt that the full effect is lost in the rapid swelling of his nose. Whoever decked him, I'd like to shake their hand. I wish it had been me. Then he reaches into his hoodie pocket and pulls out a small black phone. A burner, old school, untraceable, I'm sure. Take this, and I'll let you know. I stare at the phone like it might bite me. It probably will in the end. What's the catch? I ask. Because there's always a catch with Drew. Always strings attached. Always a price to pay. He has the audacity to look wounded. Can't a guy do his ex a favor? A guy? Sure. You, never. Maybe I've changed, and maybe I'll sprout wings and fly to the moon. But my eyes keep drifting to the phone, to the lifeline it represents, to Sydney. Sweet, beautiful disaster magnet Sydney. My sister, my protector, my constant source of worry. Drew is a lot of things, mostly terrible. But he paid attention. He knows all of that. He knows Sydney is my weakness, and he knows that no matter how much I want to walk away from him in this offer, I can't. If you're worried about your plan to shake down the beast, don't be. I won't tell, as long as you share some of his millions with me. I blink up at him, beyond confused. Mostly because I can't imagine anyone having the power to shake down Oleg Pavlov. Excuse me? Come on, Sut. The sexy photo shoot that leaked to the company chat, the shotgun engagement, it adds up. Not to me. I have no idea what you're talking about. He rolls his eyes. Don't bother lying to me. I respect the hustle, babe. I mean, why else would you tie yourself to that scarred monster? Unless he's paying you boatloads. Because he's 10 times the man you'll ever be. As much as I want to throw those words in Drew's face, I don't. My loyalty to Oleg is just another thing he could use against me later. I don't need any help from you, Drew. Not now. Not ever. Drew dangles the phone between us. Last chance, sunshine. I'm wheels up to Vegas tonight. My hand twitches at my side. Why are you really doing this? Because, contrary to what you might think, I did care about you. Still do. He steps closer, invading my space with the practiced ease of someone who used to own it. And maybe I don't like seeing Pavlov's hands all over what used to be mine. The possessiveness in his voice makes my skin crawl. I was never yours. Keep telling yourself that. He presses the phone into my palm, his fingers lingering against my skin. But we both know different, don't we? I snatch my hand back, but I keep the phone. Guilt sits heavy in my stomach like lead. Oleg would hate this. Hate that I'm taking anything from Drew. Hate that I'm keeping secrets. But Sydney... Weekly updates, I demand, my voice hard. And if anything happens to her, you'll be the first to know. He backs away, that infuriating smirk still playing on his lips. See you around, sunshine. I watch him disappear down the aisle, the burner phone scorching a hole in my pocket. The weight of it feels like betrayal. I should have bought the ice cream. All of it. Something tells me I'm going to need it.
30. Oleg. I'm more than happy to ignore the 5'0" blonde stalking me from behind the elliptical. The reason I come to the Pavlov Industries gym at the same time every day is because no one else is ever here. Working out with the boss isn't relaxing for them, I guess, so I get the place to myself and don't have to talk to anyone, which is relaxing for me. It's better than going back to the penthouse and enduring the silence there. I saved Sutton. I beat the shit out of Drew. I took care of the problem and everything should be better now. But something is wrong with Sutton. If she was anyone else, I'd be grateful for the break from her constant humming and chatter, or I'd torture answers out of her. But she isn't anyone else. I have to be patient and let her come to me. Unfortunately, the only woman coming to me is a petite blonde. She shifts closer, knocking into the dumbbell rack to her right. A 20-pound weight plummets to the padded floor, but in the cavernous space, it sounds like a gunshot. If you're going to skulk, I say without turning around, you should be quieter. She emerges from her hiding spot, cheeks flushed pink. I recognize her immediately as one of the daycare workers. She's a friend of my fiancé. The word still feels strange, even in my head. She straightens her spine. Sorry about that, but I was wondering if I could have a moment of your time, sir. I towel off the sweat on my face and hang it around my neck. You're Sutton's friend. I'm Mara Bettis, and I was, until she went and got engaged to you without saying a word to me. Her face darkens like a thundercloud. Now I'm questioning everything. Sounds like something you can take up with Sutton. Her scowl deepens. But I want to talk to you. In private. I gesture to the empty gym around us. I couldn't find a place more private than this. She swallows hard. It smells like sweat in here. I'd rather go outside. Translation, she doesn't want to be alone with me. Smart girl. My scars tend to have that effect on people, especially in close quarters. That, combined with what I'm sure she's heard about my temperament, would make anyone think twice about a private conversation. Very well, I say, grabbing my water bottle. Let's go. She follows me through the back entrance of the gym and across the street. But the second we're off Pavlov Industries property, Mara takes the lead, steering us toward a bench between a water fountain and a patch of grass dotted with lounging readers. It's public, visible, full of witnesses. Whatever Mara wants to talk about, she's either very cautious or very scared. I drop myself as far from her as possible on the bench. You have my attention, Miss Bettis. What can I do for you? I'm worried about Sutton, she says bluntly. What exactly are you worried about? She throws me a sideways glance. Well, for one, she went into a supposed business meeting with you and came out engaged instead. I shrug, letting a hint of danger creep into my smile. I'd call that a successful business meeting. But for whom? She shakes her head, eyes cast off to the middle distance. Sutton isn't impulsive. Not anymore. She's leery of powerful men like you. You flatter me. She wrings her hands together, but her voice stays steady.
You wouldn't feel that way if you knew her history the way I do. She'd all but sworn off men before you came along.
Guess she was just waiting for Mr. Right.
Are you blackmailing her or something?
She turns to face me, eyes narrowed on my face, searching. You know I'm your boss, don't you? She crosses her arms, chin lifting.
I'm scarily aware of that. Yes, but I care too much about my friend to stay quiet. Even if you can fire me and kick my ass to the curb.
I level her with a glare, expecting her to flinch back like so many others before her. Instead, she meets me head on, refusing to blink. I like you, Mara, I say finally. You're a good friend. There's a beat of hesitation before.
Does that mean I get to keep my job?
Yes.
Nothing I say can change your mind?
I wave her on with a sigh. Say what you came to say.
Are you blackmailing my friend?
She asks again. No, I'm not blackmailing Sutton, nor am I threatening her. Confusion etches lines around Mara's mouth.
But she agreed to marry a complete stranger. Why would she do that?
If she's such a close friend, you can ask her.
I have.
She bites out like I'm an idiot.
She just tells me it's complicated and she needed to do this. A bunch of vague shit like that.
And you want me to clear things up for you? She sighs, and for the first time, I see real fear crack through her brave facade.
I came to you because I think she's scared.
I didn't fucking threaten her, I growl. But Mara is already shaking her head.
Not of you. Something else. Someone else.
The possessive beast that lives in my chest stirs awake. You know who it is. Tell me.
Drew Anton.
That fucking name again. Always that fucking name.
Her ex-boyfriend.
He isn't a problem, I say carefully, watching her reaction. Sutton hasn't had any contact with him in a long time. Mara's frown deepens into trenches.
So, she hasn't told you?
My beast bares its teeth. Told me what?
That he's basically been stalking her the past several months. He's obsessed with her. Every time she blocks him, he calls from another number. Every time she gets a new number, he manages to find it. The guy just won't give up.
I don't even pretend to be unaffected now. My voice comes out in a lethal rumble. Do you have any reason to think he's still following her? Mara glances toward the water fountain, picking at her cuticles like she's trying to dig out courage.
Sutton drives a shitty little Ford.
Drove a shitty little Ford. She waves me off.
Right, yeah. Well, before she moved in with you, she gave me the keys and told me I could use it whenever. But the woman hadn't put oil in the damn thing in a decade, so I took it in and the mechanic found something.
She pulls something out of her jacket pocket and unfurls her fist so I'm staring down at the shattered remains of a microchip. That's a tracker. Mara nods.
The mechanic told me it had been there for a while. He said there was rust around the seal. I think Drew planted it.
I take the destroyed chip from her palm, the weight of it nothing compared to the rage building in my chest. Why didn't you tell Sutton yourself? Why come to me?
Because she has a lot on her plate right now.
She shoots me an accusatory glare and then drags a hand through her short hair with a sigh.
Life hasn't been easy for her, and I don't want to give her one more thing to worry about.
I pocket the tracker and shove to my feet. Thanks for this.
What are you going to do?
Mara asks. Make Drew Anton regret ever hearing Sutton's name. You're a good friend, I say instead. Reach out. Sutton would be happy to hear from you.
That's allowed?
There's venom in her voice again. She's really pushing the limit on my promise to not fire her. I won't stop you. She rises, 5 feet of righteous fury. Her glare could melt steel.
Sutton's been put in a cage before, Oleg. She didn't care for it. Even if she accepts certain things now, she won't always.
Are you trying to tell me something, Mara? She sniffs.
You might be able to offer a bigger, brighter, shinier cage, but at the end of the day, it's still a cage.
You've clearly made up your mind about me. Her jaw clenches.
Prove me wrong, then.
If only I could. She throws me a backward glance as she crosses the road and flags down a cab. I wait until she's safely inside before pulling out my phone. Artyom picks up on the first ring. What's up? Find me an expert technician who specializes in bug sweeping. ASAP. He whistles. By the tone of your voice, someone is dead. I stare at the pocket where the tracker sits, imagining all the ways Drew Anton has been watching, following, hunting. The beast in my chest wants blood. Someone's been keeping tabs on Sutton. I want to know why.
31. Sutton. My morning ovulation test shows a beaming smiley face. Another month, another chance to get knocked up by Palm Beach's most eligible monster. Except said monster is working late. Again. I stare at Oleg's text, fighting the urge to send him a photo of the positive test along with something crude like, "Your sperm is cordially invited to a party in my uterus." But he'd probably just send back one of his signature grunt texts, a simple K, designed to remind me that this is all business. My phone buzzes and my stupid heart leaps, but it's not Oleg. It's not even Sydney, who's still ghosting me hard. No. It's my future mother-in-law, coming in hot with her special brand of passive-aggressive wisdom. Oksana. Good evening, Sutton. I send along the details of Marsha Rui. She's an excellent stylist. I'm sure she'll be able to work wonders on you. Which is bitchy MIL speak for, your tits were showing at my fancy party and I'd rather gouge out my eyes than let you embarrass the family name again. I contemplate sending back the middle finger emoji. It would be worth it just to imagine her perfectly Botoxed face contorting in horror. But I'm not that socially inept. Yet. Give me another month or two of this horny solitary confinement, and that could change. Sutton. Thank you. I'll keep her in mind for future events. I pause, then decide to go for broke. Maybe if I can't win her over with side boob, I can do it the old-fashioned way, through her son's stomach. Sutton. Quick question. What was Oleg's favorite meal growing up? I'd like to make him something special for dinner. An hour passes. I start browsing Pinterest for romantic dinners that say, "Please knock me up," when her reply finally comes through. Oksana. I don't have a clue. You'd have to talk to his nanny. Rich people. I swear to God. She follows with a phone number, which I now don't have a choice about using. Oksana is going to ask Oleg about whether his peasant of a fiancé made him his favorite dish. She may already hate me, but let her never say I lack follow-through. I take a deep breath and dial, praying I'm not about to get myself into something I can't handle. Story of my life. Mrs. Henrietta Josephs waddles out of the elevators and into Oleg's penthouse an hour later, like she's been waiting her whole retired life for this moment. She's wide-eyed at the luxury and the high ceilings, but then she sees me and beams. "I saw the announcement in the paper, but real life is even better. Ollie chose such a lovely young woman." Her voice is warm honey and chocolate chip cookies, like a fairy godmother who traded her wand for a Le Creuset Dutch oven. She pulls me into a soft hug, and I understand all at once why Oleg isn't the same kind of soulless elite his mother is. It's because of this woman. But another part of me is still stuck on the reveal that the beast of Palm Beach, terror of the boardroom and yacht clubs alike, was once called Ollie. Actual tears brim in her eyes when she pulls back, admiring me again. "I'm so happy you called." She barely even knows who I am, but I can tell she means it. I grin shyly. "I'm glad I wasn't bothering you." She looks horrified at even the suggestion and bustles into the kitchen. She may be old, but she's fast. I'm huffing, trying to keep up with her as she fishes ingredients out of her tote bag and gets to work. "I called for help with the pelmeni, but this is all a ruse to find out what Ollie was like as a kid," I explain. I immediately cringe like he can hear me. "Yeah, no, I'll never be calling him that again." "So sweet, so caring." She measures flour with the precision of a pharmacist, and I bite back a laugh. "Let's see. What was he like? He took such great care of his sister. He was so protective of—" Her voice cracks, and she hides it by clearing her throat. "Oriana." Her hands, so sure a second ago, tremble as she reaches for a measuring cup. No part of me wants to laugh at that. "Mrs. Joseph's." "Nana. Call me Nana. The children always did." She dabs at her eyes with her apron. "Oh, look at me. Haven't even been here 10 minutes and I'm blubbering. You must think I'm a silly old woman." "No, you're not. You loved the children you took care of. That's beautiful." She squeezes my hand with flour-dusted fingers. "I retired when Ollie and Oriana were 12. They didn't really need me anymore, but I always kept in touch with the family. When I heard about Miss Oriana..." She chokes on the words. I want to know everything, but the grief in her eyes stops me. I'm not going to press on old wounds just to satisfy my own curiosity. So I change the subject again. "Thank you for coming to help me, Nana. I couldn't be more grateful." She pats my cheek, leaving a dusty handprint. "Of course, dear. I'm just glad I could see one of my kids settled and happy. Ollie deserves that." One of her kids. Not Oksana's son, not the beast, just Ollie. The image of young Oleg, before the scars and the reputation, is bewildering. What happened to that boy? Where did he go? "These pelmeni," Nana explains, as she shows me how to fold the dough around the meat filling, "were his absolute favorite. He'd beg for them 2-3 times a week." Her fingers move with practiced grace, creating perfect little dumplings, while mine look like they've been mangled by a drunk toddler. "Make these for him, my dear, and he'll never let you go." I laugh, but something twists in my chest, a foreign ache, like homesickness for a place I've never been. The hours slip by in a haze of flour and stories about a boy who loved sailing and his twin sister who'd have followed him to the ends of the earth and beyond, a boy who'd sneak extra dumplings to the kitchen staff when his mother wasn't looking, a boy who became a beast, though Nana doesn't talk about that part. By the time we finish, the apartment smells like heaven and childhood memories I never had. The dumplings float in their savory broth, tiny clouds of deliciousness. He's going to love them. Thank you, Nana. The pleasure is mine, dear. Call me if you need anything at all. She grabs her purse, ready to waddle back to her retirement of game shows and grandchildren. You're leaving? Oh, yes. I've been so happy to cook for Ollie again and meet his bride, but I don't want to get in the way of young love. Young love. That's what this must look like. The perfectly set table, the hours spent learning his favorite childhood dish, the way I keep checking my phone, hoping to see his name. I sink into a chair, staring at my evening's work through new eyes. When did I become this girl? This woman who waits by the phone, who learns to cook Russian dumplings, who gives a shit about what makes a rich, powerful man tick. I've dated before, had flings, relationships that look good on paper but felt like wearing someone else's shoes. But this is different. He is different. And that terrifies me more than any beast ever could. 32. Sutton. My hands shake as I shove a batch of brownies in the oven. Pathetic. I'm pathetic. This thing between us was supposed to be simple. I signed a deal that explicitly required that. The fine print said nothing about making his favorite childhood dish like some 1950s housewife desperate to please her man. And yet, my fingers are raw from crimping edges and my lower back aches from standing at the marble counter. I now have a really good idea why Nana retired early. If a kid was requesting this kind of meal from me 2 or 3 times per week, I'd need a break too. But Oleg didn't even request this from me. I chose this. His mother never cooked for him once in her life, but I'm really flashing my blue-collar roots for this one. Oksana is probably going to laugh about this with all of her friends. Maybe Oleg, too. I'm probably embarrassing myself. Not that I should care what any of them think. But fuck me. I do. I really do. Because Oleg Pavlov isn't just my contracted baby daddy-to-be anymore. He's become an infection in my bloodstream, a fever I can't break. When I close my eyes at night, I see his face. Not the careful mask he shows the world, but the rare unguarded moments when something real slips through. The elevator pings, and my heart stutters. He appears in the kitchen doorway like a storm front rolling in. His scarred face is cast in shadow, but I catch the flash of gold in his eyes as they lock onto the spread laid out on the counter. "You're home early," I manage, proud that my voice stays steady even as heat scalds my cheeks. I grip the edge of the counter, needing the anchor. All of this feels silly all of a sudden. What am I doing? Trying to play house with Oleg Pavlov? He moves closer, prowling, really, and I catch the faint scent of his cologne mixed with winter air. Disappointed? Surprised, I correct, forcing myself to meet his gaze. Pleasantly surprised. His eyes rove over the stove, taking in the pot still gently steaming, the neat rows of dumplings waiting to be served. Something flickers across his face too quickly to catch. "I cooked," I blurt, too nervous to stay quiet. "For us. Pelmeni." The shock washes over him. He circles the island, double-checking like he doesn't believe me. "How did you—" "Nana helped me make them. Your mother gave me her number when I asked about your favorite foods." The silence grows between us, thick and heavy. I can see the muscles in his jaw working, the tremor in his hands as he reaches for the serving spoon. The first bite seems to physically rock him. His eyes close, throat working as he swallows. "Jesus," he breathes. They taste just like... He doesn't finish the sentence, but he doesn't need to. They taste like when he was a kid, when he was a protective big brother to Oriana, when he was Ollie, not Oleg. I see it in the way his shoulders have softened, the ghost of memory smoothing the hard lines of his face. I've accidentally breached some carefully constructed wall. I should probably be scared, but watching this mountain of a man brought low by a simple dumpling, knowing I put this look on his face, it does something to me. My heart is a hummingbird in my chest as I turn away, pretending to fuss with the brownies in the oven, giving him space to process whatever emotions are warring behind those gold eyes. But his hand catches my wrist, spinning me back to face him. How? The word comes out rough, almost angry. I told you, Nana helped. No, better question. He tugs me closer until I have to tip my head back to meet his gaze. Why? I'm not sure I'm ready to answer that honestly, even to myself. Especially not with him looking at me like that. Because... I lick my lips, searching for an answer that won't give too much away. Because everyone deserves to taste home sometimes. Hunger flares in his eyes, but not just for food. His free hand comes up to cup my face, thumb brushing over my bottom lip. The touch sends electricity racing through my body. You contacted my mother. Not a question. Asked for Nana's number. Spent hours learning to make these perfectly. Each statement brings him closer, until I'm trapped between his body and the counter. The heat rolling off him makes my head swim. It wasn't a big deal. I try to deflect, but my voice comes out breathy, wanting. Your mother actually texted me first, about my apparently tragic fashion sense. Sutton. My name is a growl that vibrates through his chest where it's pressed against mine. Stop talking. His mouth descends on mine, hungry and demanding. I taste longing on his tongue, need in the way his teeth scrape my bottom lip. My hands fist in his shirt as he lifts me onto the counter, spreading my thighs to make room for his hips. Is this what you wanted? His lips drag across my throat as his hands push under my shirt, leaving heat traces skittering across my skin. Instead of answering, I arch into his touch. We both know I won't say it. Not tonight. Not when I can feel him hard against me. When his kisses feel like want and something dangerously close to tenderness. His hands brand my skin as he peels away my clothes, methodical despite the tremor I can feel in his fingers. Each newly exposed inch of flesh gets claimed by his mouth, marked by teeth and tongue, until I'm writhing on the counter. Look at you, he growls against my inner thigh. All flushed and pretty, spread out on my kitchen counter like a feast. The words sear, burning me right along with all of our careful boundaries and practiced distance. Tonight, it's all going up in flames. He holds my hips down with his huge hands as he devours me, each stroke of his tongue deliberate and devastating. I'm close to shattering when he pulls back, leaving me gasping. Through heavy-lidded eyes, I watch him strip off his shirt, revealing the map of scars that spreads across his right side. Usually he keeps the lights low, angles himself to hide them. But tonight, he stands bare in the bright kitchen light, letting me see everything. It feels an awful lot like trust. I reach out carefully, pressing my hand to the scarred skin over his heart. Under my palm, it beats wild and strong.
"What are you thinking, Princess?"
The name has a softer edge this time. Before he can take it back or brush it off, I lean forward and press my lips to the largest scar, just below his collarbone. His whole body goes rigid.
"Sutton."
Is he telling me to stop? Or asking for more? I don't wait to find out. I just trace the raised flesh with my tongue, following its path down his chest. His hands tangle in my hair, but don't pull me away. When I reach the waistband of his pants, I look up through my lashes to find him watching me with an intensity that steals my breath. My fingers work at his belt as I whisper, "I want to taste you too." A sound like pain tears from his throat as he hauls me up into a crushing kiss.
"Next time,"
he growls, then drives into me in one powerful thrust that has stars bursting behind my eyes. We're both too far gone for finesse. He takes me hard and deep, each snap of his hips pushing me higher. My nails rake down his back as pleasure builds, threatening to overwhelm. When his thumb finds my clit, I shatter with a cry that echoes off the kitchen walls. He follows soon after, face buried in my neck as he pulses inside me. For a long moment, we stay tangled together, hearts racing, skin cooling. Then I smell the smoke. The brownies! I scramble off the counter, my legs still wobbly.
"Sutton, wait."
Oleg reaches for me, but I'm already yanking open the oven door. A cloud of smoke billows out, setting off the alarm. What were supposed to be fudgy chocolate squares now resemble charcoal briquettes. I'm fumbling for an oven mitt when Oleg wraps an arm around my middle and yanks me back.
"You're naked. Are you trying to get full body burns to match mine?"
He whirls me behind him and, wading shirtless through the smoke, pulls the brownies out of the oven and dumps them in the sink, covering them with a pot lid to contain the smoke. Actually, I was trying to impress you with my domestic skills and I nearly burnt down your kitchen. I drop my face into my hands, and a second later, his arms come around me. His bare skin is warm against mine, and he's shaking with what I realize is a laugh. Before I can be offended, he lifts me off the floor and carries me towards the hallway.
"I don't care about whether you can bake, Sutton."
No. I lift my eyes to his as he carries me into his bedroom, dropping me on the bed. When he grabs one of my wrists and brings it to the headboard, I see that the cuffs from our first night together are still dangling there. As the metal clamps down, Oleg drops his lips to my ear.
"You have other skills I admire way more."
33. Sutton. My phone buzzes and I stare at Faye's message like it might bite. Brunch plus pool, bring the grump. Brunch, in an hour, me and Oleg. The thought is terrifying. The outside world is terrifying. Oleg and I know how to exist together in his penthouse. Ever since I cooked him a dinner we never actually ate, we found a rhythm. One where we're both undressed within minutes of him walking through the door, and food is something we consume out of necessity and preferably off of each other's bodies, while we satisfy a different kind of appetite. We're safe in this bubble, alone. But what are we when we walk outside? When other people can see us? It probably doesn't even matter. Oleg is always busy with work. He isn't going to cancel the day's plans to do a silly little brunch and pool party with me and Faye's family. I'll go alone and... Oleg,
Pick you up in 15?
the message sends an electric current through my body that I refuse to acknowledge as hope. I've gotten good at that lately. Denial. Like when Oleg's hands found my waist in the hallway last night, steadying me while he took me against the wall. Or when his eyes followed me when I padded across the floor to his bathroom, only for him to follow me a second later and join me in the shower. Both times, I told myself that I feel nothing, that this is temporary, that I don't need it. And I don't. I don't care if he comes or not. What does it matter to me? Sutton, you're coming to Faye's? Oleg,
I was invited.
I respond with a thumbs up because it's all I can manage with my shaky hands. I throw open my closet and tear through my oversized, neutral wardrobe. Everything I own makes me look like a preschool teacher having an existential crisis. Then I find my denim cutoffs buried in the bottom of a drawer and a cropped beige sweater that hits just above my navel. I pull them on over the hot pink string bikini Sydney bought for me after our last trip to the beach. Apparently, my one piece was a crime against curves and camel toes everywhere. I swore I'd never wear it. But no more hiding. Oleg texts that he's downstairs, and I give him another thumbs up. Cool. Casual. Like my heart isn't doing jumping jacks in my chest. Oleg is waiting in a gleaming red Porsche SUV. The window slides down, and he peers at me over designer sunglasses, looking like every bad choice I've ever wanted to make. Hey, you must be my Uber driver? I quip, hoping my voice doesn't betray how dry my mouth suddenly is. He snorts, but I catch the way his eyes drag over my bare legs.
I might be. Unfortunately, I don't take cash or card. You'll have to find another way to pay me.
He's teasing, but I slide into the passenger seat, already clocking the depth of the seat, curious if we can make something happen on the way. I'm sure we can work something out. Suddenly, his warm hand is on my knee, sliding along my thigh.
We're going to have to when you show up wearing this. I only get to see this much skin after I dig through layers of fabric first.
You don't like my sweats? I feign shock, even as his hands on me threaten to short-circuit my brain.
You deserve more than sweats, princess.
His voice drops an octave.
Although I understand where it's coming from.
Enlighten me, I say, forgetting about my seatbelt. Where's it coming from? He doesn't sugarcoat it.
You're trying not to be noticed. By people in general, but especially by men. You've gotten used to hiding behind baggy clothes because you think you'll be safer that way.
The observation stings because it's true. Because in the weeks I've known him, he's seen straight through every wall I've built. That's not true. I lie, but my voice wavers. He gives me a look that's equal parts understanding and challenge.
I've never seen a woman like you so intent on hiding her assets rather than showing them off.
His eyes soften.
You realize women go under the knife to get...
He gestures at me with both hands, encapsulating every blushing bit of me. Aren't we supposed to be going somewhere? I cut him off, staring straight ahead.
Sure we are.
He dangles a fancy silver key fob in front of me.
Just as soon as you take the wheel.
You want me to drive?
Why not? It's your car.
My heart stops. Literally stops. What? He nods, completely serious.
You need your own vehicle. Something safe, something that can protect you.
His jaw tightens.
I don't like the idea of you being dependent on drivers, especially after what happened with Drew following you. You need to be able to get wherever you need to go.
The mention of my ex should kill the moment, but instead, it only highlights how different Oleg is. Drew used my dependence on him like an anchor. Oleg's trying to give me wings. I run my fingers over the butter-soft leather seat. This is too much.
This isn't about money.
He catches my chin, turns my face toward his.
This is about knowing you can come and go as you please, that you're safe, that you have control.
Something warm blooms in my chest, expanding and stretching to the tips of my toes.
Take the keys, princess.
His voice is rough.
Let me do this for you.
A million things I can't say bubble up, and I swallow them down. Gently, I take the keys from him and get out of the car. I practically skip around to the driver's side, suddenly unable to contain my grin. The leather is warm from his body, and it cradles me as I slide behind the wheel. Everything gleams. The dash, the console, the chrome detailing. This is incredible, I breathe, running my hands over the steering wheel. I've never driven anything this nice.
That's because you've never been my fiancé before. My fiancé deserves only the best.
He programs the GPS while I familiarize myself with the controls, trying to tamp down the hope buzzing in my bones. He cares about my safety and my happiness. Maybe even about me. I start the engine and it purrs to life like a satisfied cat. Thank you, Oleg. Really, this is the most thoughtful thing anyone's ever done for me.
Don't thank me. It's a necessary part of our little pantomime.
Just like that, the warm bubble of happiness around me pops, letting in the cold reality I've been trying so hard to ignore. None of this is real. The car, the engagement, the way he seems to understand exactly what I need, it's all just an elaborate show. Method acting at its finest. Is that what we're doing? My voice comes out steady even as my hands tighten on the wheel. Playing pretend?
And we're doing a damn good job.
Simple. Direct. Like a knife between the ribs. I pull out onto the street, focusing on the feel of the powerful engine beneath me instead of the ache in my chest. You'll have to give me directions. He taps the screen and a familiar blue line appears.
Just follow the route. Should be there in about 15 minutes.
15 minutes to get my head straight and my heart under control. 15 minutes to remember that this is business, not pleasure. That he's my employer, not my fairy tale prince. But as I navigate through traffic, hyper-aware of his presence beside me, all I can think is how cruel it is that he's given me exactly what I needed: freedom, security, independence, while simultaneously reminding me that none of it is real. I'm halfway through a left turn when a sports car comes screaming through the intersection, blowing past their red light. My heart stops. Time slows. I freeze. But Oleg doesn't. His hand shoots out, grabs the wheel, and yanks us back into our lane as the car blasts past, missing us by inches. The blare of their horn is deafening.
Pull over. Now.
I'm shaking so hard it's a miracle I can even guide the SUV to the curb. As soon as we're stopped, Oleg is out of his seat, leaning across me to throw the car in park.
Are you okay?
His hands frame my face, tilting it up to his. His eyes burn gold with fury and something else. Something that looks terrifyingly like fear.
Sutton, talk to me.
I'm fine. My voice comes out whisper soft. I wasn't paying attention.
That piece of shit could have killed you.
His thumb traces my cheekbone, and for a moment, just a moment, the mask slips. Raw emotion flashes across his face before he catches himself and pulls back.
Maybe this wasn't such a good idea.
I grab his wrist before he can retreat completely. Please, I want to drive. I need to drive. He studies me for a long moment, jaw clenched.
Fine. But we're finding a quieter route.
I nod, trying to ignore how cold I feel now that he's no longer touching me, how empty the space between us seems.
You sure you're okay?
He asks again, softer this time. I'm fine. I force a smile. Just your average near-death experience. No big deal.
Don't,
he snaps.
Don't joke about that. Not about your safety. Not ever.
The intensity in his words steals my breath. For a second, I let myself believe it's because he cares, because I matter to him as more than just a means to an end, even if I know better than that. 34. Sutton. The afternoon feels like a movie. It's a montage of a perfect afternoon by the pool. Artem and Oleg compete to see who can make the biggest splash, while the kids giggle and cheer. Faye watches her husband with such obvious love that it makes me feel like I'm intruding even more than I already am. Because none of this is ever going to be mine. Not really. Even when I peel my sweater off and catch Oleg drinking in the sight of me in my bikini, it isn't with love. It's with lust. Temporary. Fleeting. It burns hot, but fast. At this rate, it'll be gone well before I'm ready for it to end. Faye squeezes me tightly as we're leaving, and I swear the smile on her face is pitying, like she can see right through the happy, happy smile I've painted on my face. We'll do this again, she promises, squeezing my shoulder. We'll make this a regular thing. I try to agree, but the lie gets stuck in my throat. They're not mine to keep. None of this is. We're in the car for a few minutes when Oleg's deep voice pulls me from my thoughts.
Something on your mind?
I glance at Oleg in the driver's seat of my shiny new SUV, his powerful frame making the luxury vehicle feel suddenly small. Water droplets still cling to his broad shoulders, catching the sunlight like diamonds on bronze. His shirt hangs open just enough to reveal the brutal geometry of his chest, a deliberate tease that makes my mouth go dry. The bastard doesn't even have to try. While I squeezed myself into a scrap of fabric masquerading as a bikini to get his attention, all he has to do is leave a single button undone, and I'm fighting the urge to climb him like a tree. Life's funny that way. Not funny like ha-ha, but funny in the same way child services showing up at our door when I was a kid was funny. The kind of funny that leaves scars. Nope. I lie, popping the pea like the emotional equivalent of bubblegum.
You've been quiet since we left Artem and Faye's.
I release a breath that feels too heavy for my lungs. Just thinking about families. How different they can be. I would have killed for a home like that growing up. Two parents who actually loved each other. You can't put a price tag on that kind of normal.
Some people try to.
The implication is obvious. People like me. People who sign contracts promising babies in exchange for security. People who think they can buy their way into happiness one desperate decision at a time. When Nana was helping me cook, I say, if only to change the subject, she made it sound like you and Oriana were really close. The temperature in the car goes frigid. His knuckles whiten on the steering wheel, and I watch his walls slam up like rocket ship blast doors.
We were kids. It was a long time ago.
I should take the hint, let it go. But for some reason, this feels like a lifeline. Like, if I can tug on this thread, it could turn into a tether, something to hold us together. It made you who you are. Oriana and Elise. They were important. If you want to talk about them with me, then you
Don't.
The single syllable is cutting. Final. We pull up to his building, but instead of pulling into the lot, he parks out front and keeps the engine running. You're not staying? I hate how small my voice sounds.
I have work meetings.
It's Saturday. His lips curve into something dangerous.
Evil never rests, princess.
I want to argue, want to crack open his armor and peek at the wounded boy beneath. But I've already pushed too far today, so I nod and reach for the door handle, swallowing disappointment. I'll see you later then. I'm still ovulating, and I want to tell him, if only so he'll have a contractual reason to come see me tonight. But I swallow that down too. I start to slide out of the car when Oleg grabs my arm and pulls me back. Then his mouth is on mine, kissing me with deep, intense passion that can't possibly be fake. Who could fake this? I'm breathless when he pulls away and cups the side of my face.
People are watching, and I need every man nearby to know that you and this bikini belong to me.
I glance over my shoulder. He's right. We have witnesses. This is all part of the show. My legs are shaky as I slide out of the car and make my way inside. The elevator ride to the penthouse feels longer than usual, each floor a reminder of how far I've climbed from my humble beginnings, and of how far I still have to go before I understand the man I'm supposedly marrying. My phone rings as I unlock the door. Mara's face fills my screen, her smile bright enough to chase away some of my gloom. "Finally!" she squeals. "I was starting to think you'd forgotten about little people like me now that you're engaged to Palm Beach royalty." I hate that I've been so distant from Mara since I moved in with Oleg, but honestly, it feels worse being around her all the time and having to lie to her face. I sink onto my pristine couch, guilt gnawing at my insides. I know, I've been a terrible friend. You have not, just a distant one. I figured getting engaged to a hotshot billionaire changed you. God forbid. I'm the same old awkward disaster I've always been. If that were true, you wouldn't have walked into a business meeting with your former boss and emerged with a ring on your finger, Mara points out. The old Sutton would never have jumped into something so impulsive. The truth of that stings. It's complicated. God, I'm tired of hearing how everything is so complicated. I'm not stupid. Give me the pieces and I'll put them together, babe. She hesitates, clearly waiting for me to break. When I don't, she sighs. You told me everything about Drew. What makes this guy so different? I drum my fingers on the back of my phone, wishing more than anything I could tell her the whole truth. But I settle on as much of the truth as I dare. He's not like anyone I've ever met. He's got these walls up. We're talking titanium-grade defenses. But sometimes I catch glimpses of who he really is underneath. Ooh, and who is the beast under all his ogre-like layers? I wish I knew. I shake my head. Today, I saw him laugh, Mara. Really, actually laugh. I had no idea robots were capable, she teases. I thought he was this emotionless monster when we met, but I take a slow perusal through the last 3 nights of Oleg's hands on my body, his ragged commands and breathy praise in my ear, the flash of raw heartache on his face when I said his sister's name, Elise's name. He has a heart, Mara, and I think it's broken. Is this your way of telling me you're his rebound? 'Cause I'll castrate the man if he hurts you, I really will. I almost laugh, which, given the day I've had, is a testament to Mara. No, it's not like that. It's his sister. She died. In the same fire that gave him his scars. But he won't talk about it. Damn. Mara's eyes go soft with sympathy. That's heavy. Yeah. And I get it, I do. Some wounds never heal. But how am I supposed to build a life with someone who won't let me in? Maybe he just needs time? I think about the contract tucked away in my dresser drawer. Time isn't exactly on our side. You make it sound so real, Mara remarks, studying me through the screen. My heart launches into my throat. What is that supposed to mean? She can't know the truth. She doesn't know about the contract. Come on, Sut. Rich, damaged guy sweeps you off your feet after one meeting? I know you have a romantic heart under all those hoodies you wear, but it sounds like he flashed some dollar signs under your nose. I gasp. Hey! No offense, she practically shrieks. Believe me, I get it, girl. It's tough out here in these minimum wage streets. You gotta do what you gotta do, especially if what you gotta do is a smoking hot billionaire. All I'm saying is no judgment. I won't lie. It's partly about money. I admit. He can give me security and stability and the kind of life Sydney and I only ever dreamed of. But there's more to him than that. He has another side to him. You ain't no gold digger, she declares with a quick head bob. Got it. But speaking of gold diggers, how is Sid? My stomach twists, both from the mention of my sister and the dangerously close comparison Mara just drew. Am I a gold digger? Radio silence. You know how she gets when she's dealing with stuff. The burner phone Drew gave me has been burning a hole in the back of my mind since the night he cornered me. I shoved it in the back of one of my drawers and tried to forget about it. I should throw it away, melt it down, strap it to a rocket, and send it into orbit. But if I get rid of it, how will I know what's going on with my sister? She isn't taking my calls, so for now, Drew keeping his promise to give me weekly updates is my only hope of staying in touch with her. Dealing with stuff being code for letting some asshole treat her like garbage? Pretty much. I massage my temples. I've tried calling, but she won't pick up because she knows you'll tell her to leave him. Mara finishes for me. We've both been here with Sid enough times to know this tale by heart. Which she should, obviously. Obviously, I repeat. But getting engaged to Oleg doesn't exactly help my case. She thinks he's my sugar daddy. Mara shrugs. I mean, he isn't, I insist. Oleg is nothing like Paul. And I'm nothing like Sydney. This isn't the Palmer family curse. It can't be. She catches my expression and smiles. I can tell by the way you look when you talk about him. Whatever's going on between you two, it's not what Sydney has with Paul. No. What Oleg and I have is much more complicated. A business arrangement wrapped in attraction, wrapped in secrets neither of us is willing to share. I should go, I tell Mara. Got some wedding stuff to look at. It's a lie, but she buys it, thank God. After we hang up, I curl up on the obscenely expensive couch and stare at my phone. At the last message I sent Sydney, still unread after 2 weeks. The urge to grab that burner phone is almost overwhelming. But Drew's updates come with strings attached. They always do. And I promised myself I wouldn't be that girl anymore. Wouldn't follow the Palmer family tradition of trusting the wrong men. Yet here I am, following him anyway. Some patterns are harder to break than others.
35. Oleg. I squint at the seedy strip club through tinted windows as my fingers drum an impatient rhythm on the steering wheel. Uncle Boris practically lives here these days, conducting his business meetings between lap dances and overpriced champagne. What a fucking joke. Sure, he'll show. Artem slouches in the passenger seat, looking about as thrilled to be here as I am. It's Wednesday at noon. Prime time for married men to get their rocks off while their wives are at Pilates. I track another insurance executive ducking through the front door, tie loosened and wedding ring conspicuously absent. Boris knows his clientele. I still can't believe we're reduced to stalking out a titty bar. Artem checks his phone for the 100th time. You've got that board meeting at 3. Cancelled it. 2 security breaches in 48 hours, one in Palm Beach, another in Miami. The timing is too perfect to be coincidence. I can't afford any other distractions. This takes priority. Your mother will be thrilled. My mother can kiss my ass. Though he's not wrong. Oksana Pavlova loves nothing more than to sharpen her claws at the bi-weekly board meetings. Denying her the fun will have her in a pissy mood, but it's worth it to figure out what game Boris is playing. My phone vibrates with a text from Sutton. I scan it quickly. Something about her spa day with Faye being cut short. I click out of it before I can fully read it, trying to ignore it, even as her name on my screen does things to my chest I'd rather not examine. Speaking of complicated women, Artem is halfway across the center console, reading over my shoulder and waggling his eyebrows. Don't start. I'm just saying that contract of yours seems to be working exactly as intended. I cut him off with a growl. No confusion, no messy feelings, just business. Right. Because you always stare at your business partners like you want to bend them over the nearest flat surface. Of course he noticed. It's not as if I was subtle at the pool. Sutton pulled her sweater over her head, and it's like my eyes were glued to her skin, tracing over all the places I tasted and touched her. The places still left to explore. Fuck off. But there's no real heat in it. Artem's known me too long to be intimidated by my bark. The physical attraction is a bonus. Makes the baby-making more efficient. And after she's pregnant? I grip the wheel tighter, something vicious percolating in my gut at the thought of Sutton swollen with my child. What about it? Wanting to fuck her might be more of a distraction when you don't need to get her pregnant. Is that when you'll finally admit you're doing it for fun? Or, since when do you give a shit who I fuck? Is Faye putting you up to this? Artem holds his hands in mock surrender, but the suspicious smirk stays on his face. I'm just looking out for you, boss. Someone has to, since you're too stubborn to look out for yourself. I'm the only one looking out for anything, I snap. I don't know why I bring you on stakeouts. You're just a fucking distraction. I'm the damn entertainment. I'm saved from him noticing my amusement by movement at the club entrance. Boris emerges, silk shirt unbuttoned halfway down his chest, looking exactly like the sleazy bastard he is. His personal car glides up moments later. Should we be following him? Artem asks as Boris is driven away. No. I want to see who will follow him out of that club. Sure enough, 3 men in black exit 2 minutes later, wearing familiar emblems on their jackets. The same emblems we saw on the bikers who attacked my car. Well, isn't that interesting? Part of me actually wants to see Drew Anton among them, as if I need another reason to want to kill him. Blyat, Artyom mutters. You think he's working with him? It's not a fucking coincidence, if that's what you're asking. You think they're responsible for the attacks in Palm Beach and Miami? Artyom sounds as dubious about that as I am. No, I shake my head. Not by themselves, anyway. The Martinieks. Artyom confirms what we're both thinking. Vol's intel was right. And the Ristovs. I memorize faces, movements, the way they scan their surroundings. Professional. Dangerous. Boris is building himself quite the army. Why, though? What's his endgame? Getting me out of the way, for starters. I pull into traffic, maintaining a careful distance from Boris's BMW. Those security breaches, both were reported by his teams. The one man that was killed in the attack in Miami was loyal to me. He's plotting something. Artyom breathes, pulling out his phone and tapping out a hasty message. I nod, and using the Martinieks and Ristovs as his attack dogs while keeping his hands clean. If it works, he regains control. If it fails, he has convenient scapegoats. Crafty old bastard. Artyom's tone carries grudging respect. Here I thought he was just a washed-up drunk. Get eyes on him around the clock. I want to know every move he makes, every person he meets. I switch lanes, heading toward my penthouse, and arrange a sweep of my properties, starting with the apartment. He flashes his phone at me. Already done. The bugger should be there in 20. I grunt approval. Artyom's efficiency is why he's my right hand. That, and he's the only person besides my sister who never took my shit. The boatyard next, I add. Every yacht in my fleet needs checking. Expecting trouble on the water? I'm expecting trouble everywhere. The memory of motorcycles surrounding my car, Sutton's terrified face, flashes unbidden. The home front has to be secure. Artyom's knowing look makes me want to punch him. The home front. Right. Don't start. I didn't say anything. You were thinking it loud enough. He grins, unrepentant. Can't help it if I'm Team Sutton. There are no fucking teams. I park in my private garage, killing the engine with more force than necessary. And if you value your teeth, you'll keep it that way. I scan the penthouse security feed before entering, a habit as natural as breathing. Everything looks clear, but these days I trust nothing at face value. The debugger is wrapping up his methodical sweep of each room. He's a professional guy. Even as we pass in the hallway, he gives me a tight nod and keeps working, head down. He doesn't ask questions, which is just the way I like it. Once he's done, Artyom and I head to my office. Artyom sprawls in one of my office chairs, kicking his feet up on my desk. I shove them to the floor as I pass, ignoring the middle finger he flashes my way. So what's the play with Boris? He asks, watching me pace. He's given us no choice. If we don't strike first, he will. We're not exactly swimming in proof here. No, we're not. That's the problem. We need someone on the inside. I drop into my chair, mind already cycling through possibilities. You thinking of planting a mole? 'Cause nose fucking goes, man. He taps the end of his nose. Faye is a grouchy pregnant woman, and she'll kill me if I try to leave in her third trimester. He'd recognize you, dumbass. I roll my eyes. Plus, we don't have the time, and he's smart enough to be paranoid. He won't trust anyone new right now. What we need to do is find someone close enough to matter, but weak enough to flip. His inner circle's pretty tight. Everyone has a price. I learned that lesson young, watching my father's empire crumble from within. Boris treats his men like shit. One of them's bound to be holding a grudge. Want me to do some digging? Get them drunk. Get them talking. I rub my temples, fighting the headache building behind my eyes. We need solid intel before making any moves. And if we find what we're looking for, then we bury him, I snarl, before he can bury us. Copy that. Artem is already on his phone, doing what he does best. I push to my feet with a yawn. I'm making coffee. Want anything? Coffee with a shot of something a little stronger. I arch a brow. It's not even noon. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, brother. I huff out a laugh as I leave, head filled with thoughts of bribes and snitches. I'm so lost in thought, I almost missed the flash of movement around the closest corner. Sutton. She's supposed to be at her spa day with Faye. It's the only reason I hadn't bothered closing my office door. The only reason I'd been so loud with my plans. But she's here now. She stands frozen in the dim light, face pale as milk. Those big, blue eyes are wide with something that looks too much like fear. Sutton. She flinches like I've struck her.
Got back early, she mumbles. I'm tired. Excuse me.
She scurries backwards down the hall and disappears into her room. Blyat. The innocent little daycare worker was never supposed to know the ins and outs of this part of my life. She's not here for power plays and betrayal, the bloody business of staying alive in a world where trust gets you killed. I've kept her carefully walled off from all of it, but I just inadvertently dunked her in the deep end. On the heels of regret comes annoyance. Whether she was eavesdropping on purpose or not, I need to know whether she can keep her mouth shut, whether I can trust her, or whether she's just another problem I'll have to take care of. 36. Oleg. Tap, tap, tap. I hear the sound of Sutton's heels as she paces the bathroom floor. My bathroom floor. It still feels strange to think of her here, in my space. How easily I let her into my life. I should have seen the signs when I first saw her at Pavlov Industries in that ridiculous princess dress, all sunshine and innocence packaged in curves that could bring a man to his knees. The kind of woman who can make you forget yourself, make you forget everything. But I'm the kind of man who remembers, the kind who catalogs every detail, analyzes every angle. Like how perfectly timed it all was. Her arrival, those photos, the way she blazed into my life as if it was planned. Maybe it was. My hand hovers over the bathroom door handle as doubts swarm like hornets in my skull. Could she be a spy? That's the precise kind of move my uncle would make, dangling the perfect bait and waiting for me to snap at it like a hungry shark. Or maybe the old bastard is only succeeding at making me paranoid. Fuck. He'd love it if he knew he was in my head, pulling strings that I've attached to myself. A gasp from behind the door silences my thoughts, slices straight through them to the heart of the matter. Is Sutton okay? I shoulder through without knocking, prepared for, I'm not even sure what, but not this. Sutton is bent over the vanity, head bowed, shoulders trembling as she stares down at the blue box in her hands. For a single second, I think this is it. Artem just asked me what would happen once she was pregnant, and now I'm going to have to find out. Then Sutton jerks towards me, the box falling to the floor at her feet, and tampons spill across the shiny tile floor. Her gaze slides past me as she drops to the floor, scooping the tampons back into the box.
Tampons. They're just... I started my period.
She's shaking all over, and none of this makes any fucking sense. I thought you were hurt, I say wearily. She shakes her head, her voice catching as she speaks.
I never minded getting my period. Now...
She swallows hard, and I watch her throat work against the tears she's fighting.
I've been dreading it. I thought it might happen. When I was out with Faye today, I thought I might be about to. I didn't expect to be so disappointed.
Is that why you came home early? Maybe she wasn't spying. Maybe she wasn't trembling because of what she overheard. She nods, shoulders lifting in a light shrug.
I felt it come on, but I guess I was still hoping.
Her voice cracks.
I just feel like a failure.
Something in my chest tightens, an unfamiliar ache. Before I can think better of it, I'm pulling her into my arms. The hornets in my skull quiet when I hold her, replaced by a different kind of buzzing. I start to forget why I was suspicious in the first place. Because that's what Sutton does to me. She walks into a room and suddenly, my razor-sharp edges feel dull. My ironclad logic develops cracks. You're not a failure, I reassure her. These things take time. Her laugh is weak against my chest.
You hired me for one specific purpose, and I'm not delivering.
It's only been a couple of months. I run my fingers through her hair, noting how she shivers at my touch. It took Artem and Faye a year before Lily came along. Her eyes go wide.
You'd be okay if this took a year?
I consider it. The old Oleg would have cut his losses, found another solution. But something about this woman has rewired my circuits, scrambled my priorities. What other option do we have? I pull her closer and breathe in the vanilla scent of her shampoo. My body responds to her nearness, picking up her vibration like a gong, filling with her, resonating with her. In any case, I enjoy trying. She slaps my chest.
Don't joke.
Who's joking? My voice drops an octave as I remember all the ways we've tried so far. In the shower, the kitchen, the car, on her knees, on mine. I'm getting hard at the memories alone. The longer it takes, the more we need to try. 2, 3 times a day if necessary. My hand slides lower, proprietary. Hell, we can try right now. Burying whatever I'm feeling inside of her would be easier than admitting she's gotten under my skin. Easier than examining why I want to erase the sadness from her eyes instead of interrogating her. She pushes me away with a watery smile, but there's heat in her eyes that wasn't there before.
I guess I didn't realize how badly I wanted this until we started trying.
I catch her hand before she can retreat further. Have you always wanted to be a mother? Her answer is immediate.
Yes, My mother wasn't there for me, and then we were in foster care with so many kids who had no one, and I knew I wanted to do it better. Sydney says I'm trying to fill the mother-shaped hole in my life with a baby.
So? I shrug. Everyone has their own reasons. As long as you plan not to fuck it up, who cares what your reason is? Her dark lashes flutter against her cheeks.
What's yours?
Necessity. As soon as the word is out of my mouth, she pulls away, untangling herself.
I don't believe you. Even you aren't that cold.
But I am. I have to be. It's always been inevitable for me. I never even considered whether I wanted children. I just knew I needed them.
I've seen you with children, Oleg. You enjoy them.
I enjoy other people's children. Mostly because I can leave whenever I want.
You won't leave our kid,
she says confidently, eyebrow arched.
You pretend like you don't care, but I think that's a lie. It's just a way to protect yourself.
Is that right? Amusement butts heads with irritation in my chest.
You've suffered losses, same as me, and you've been deeply affected by them whether you admit it or not.
She steps closer, fearless.
You're not going to let down an innocent child, especially one you helped create.
We have to create this kid first. I murmur against her ear, trying to derail this conversation before it ventures into territory I'm not ready to explore. She shakes me off and stalks to the bed, all swaying hips and wounded pride. When she settles on the mattress, pulling her bare feet up and wrapping her legs around her knees, she looks pure enough to break my black heart. That an invitation? She shakes her head, a ghost of a smile haunting her lips.
Is flirting your way of avoiding a real conversation? Because that won't always work with me.
It's worked so far. She glares at me, accepting the challenge.
Don't you want the pretty picture for yourself? A family? Kids? The golden retriever and a white picket fence?
The questions fly like shrapnel, bits of memories I let go of a long time ago. In a different life, a different me, when I was young enough to believe in forever. There was a time when I saw myself settling down, I admit. I don't want dog hair all over my house, and I prefer barbed wire to picket fences. But the rest of it, I thought about it.
With Elise.
Her voice is soft, gentle. It's not a question, so I don't answer. Silence stretches between us like a tightrope. I can feel her curiosity poking against my skin, waiting for me to fill in the blanks. But I've never spoken about Elise and Oriana, not to anyone who didn't know them before the fire.
I'm sorry, you...
I scowl at her downturned face, at the way shadows pool in the hollow of her throat. Don't bother. I don't need anyone's pity, especially when no one else understands.
You think you have the monopoly on suffering? Well, you're wrong.
Fire blazes in those blue eyes.
You're not the only one who's had it rough, Oleg. I lost people who were standing right in front of me. My biological father looked me in the eyes and told me he didn't want me, that he'd told my mother to get an abortion.
Her jaw clenches and her eyes flash.
It wasn't like he didn't want children. He had other kids. He just didn't want me.
Then he's an asshole and a fool, I grit out.
At least he was honest about it,
she replies.
My mom didn't want me either. The only reason my dad knew I existed is because she carted me in front of him to shake him down for 14 years of missed child support. She owed her dealer. Jesus. But the word isn't enough. Nothing could be enough for the rage building in my chest. I didn't have a family, Oleg. I had my sister, and there were days where that felt like enough, but there were a hell of a lot more where it wasn't. I didn't have a family to fall back on, or to support me, but at least I can try and create it for... She stops, something flashing behind her eyes like a knife in the dark. Someone else. The hesitation sets off warning bells. There's something she's not telling me, a truth she swallowed back at the last second. I should press her, demand the rest of that sentence. But how the fuck can I expect her to lay her soul bare when I keep mine locked in a vault of scar tissue, seawater, and smoke? I see betrayal in every shadow, treachery in every smile. And when betrayal doesn't come, I still wait for the other shoe to drop. Wait for fire or bullets or fate to steal whatever I've been stupid enough to care about. But trust isn't just about loyalty and secrets. It's about letting someone see your scars, inside and out. And Sutton? Fuck. She's the first person who's made me want to talk about the ghosts I carry. Maybe that's why I've kept her at arm's length. Because letting down these walls means risking another loss. Still, when fate drops a gift in your lap, wrapped in a princess dress and golden hair, you don't just give it back. You can't just walk away. What are you thinking? She asks, her voice soft as a confession. I'm thinking of the day we met, I tell her. For once, it's nothing but truth.
37. Sutton. My fertility app depicts day 2 of my period as a blooming flower. Some graphic designer somewhere tried hard to make me feel happy about menstruation, but nothing in the world could make me feel happy about it today. Mostly because Oksana Pavlov is on her way to join me for lunch. Not that I invited her. An hour ago, my mother-in-law sent me a text informing me she'd be coming over for lunch, which means the last 59 minutes have been a mad dash of cleaning, finding something semi-suitable to wear, and cursing the heavens that any of it is necessary in the first place. With 1 minute to spare, I'm sweating and cramping and realizing that this woman isn't just some rich bitch with a superiority complex. She's Oleg's mother. The only real grandmother my future children will ever have, thanks to my own sad excuse for a mom. I don't need to impress her for my own sake, but if I want my kids to have anything remotely close to the family unit I never had, I need her to like me. Or at the very least not mind being in my presence for a few hours at a time. The bar I've set for myself is actually in hell, but we might be digging a tunnel underneath it today. I'm even more certain when the elevators ding open and Oksana struts in like a 5'9" Prada mannequin come to life. She slips out of her nude-colored trench coat without slowing her pace, revealing a sleeveless ivory dress underneath. Emeralds dangle from her ears like tiny trust funds. "Hello, Oksana," I manage, proud that my voice doesn't shake. Her gaze slithers down my body like a snake, looking for the perfect place to strike.
I should have given you more warning to get ready.
The condescension in her voice could strip paint. "Oh, no, this is actually my best white t-shirt," I laugh. But she doesn't join me. If she did, her stony expression might crack right in half. I wave towards the kitchen. "Are you hungry? I made pasta." This gets a reaction out of her. Her fine-plucked eyebrows climb towards her silky hairline.
You cooked?
I did. I think the woman would be less surprised if I took flight while singing show tunes.
You could have ordered something.
There's nothing like a home-cooked meal, though. Not that she would know. Nana was the only one doing any home cooking in her house.
I haven't eaten pasta in 18 years.
Good God, I blurt. What's the point of living? Her nose twitches. Her head tilts. For a moment, I think I might have actually amused her. But then her face smooths back into its usual mask of disdain.
Perhaps you can order me a salad.
I consider caving. Oleg has a stack of fancy menus in the kitchen. I'm sure one of them has a $50 bowl of lettuce I could have express delivered up to the penthouse. But fuck that. The second I start dancing to her tune is the second I lose whatever scraps of respect she might have for me. I turn towards the kitchen, waving her on. No need. I can whip something up for you. There are a few seconds of silence before her heels clop hesitantly across the floor. She surveys Oleg's kitchen like she's inspecting it for health code violations. When I gesture to one of the bar stools at the center island, she perches on it as if she's afraid it might be contagious. I don't think this woman has ever set foot in a kitchen before. Her house probably has secret hallways for all of her staff to scurry around like mole people, employed but never seen. I move around the kitchen, pulling out ingredients: fresh greens, tomatoes, cucumber, mustard for the vinaigrette. The silence lengthens until she finally breaks it, the words coming out like they're against her will.
You like to cook?
I start chopping vegetables with precise movements. My sister and I were in foster care, and it was a lot of frozen dinners. I guess it made me appreciate good food. Her perfect posture stiffens even further.
How many foster homes have you and your sister lived in?
4. I keep my voice neutral, refusing to let her see how much these memories still sting, until my sister aged out and petitioned for guardianship. Then I moved into her apartment.
Your sister took all of that on at such a young age?
She sounds almost impressed, so I leave out the part about Sydney's 43-year-old sugar daddy who came with the apartment. She is, a great big sister. She always took care of me. Oksana sighs.
That's the kind of sibling Oleg was too.
The vulnerability in her voice catches me off guard. Sometimes it's easy to forget that underneath all the Prada armor and attitude, she's a mother. A mother who lost her child. I would have liked to meet Oriana, I say softly, trying to hold on to this rare moment of connection. Her eyes snap back to mine.
What purpose would that have served? This isn't even a real marriage. It's all a sham.
The words smack me right across the face. I swallow down the bile rising in my throat. There may be other factors in our relationship, but I still care about his life, his family. We're friends. She laughs, a brittle, patronizing sound.
That's optimistic, but misguided. Why don't you just stick to the job you were hired for?
I'm tempted to tell her exactly how much her son is enjoying me in my position, but there's no point antagonizing the dragon when I'm still in the firing range. I slide her plate across the counter to her, a peace offering she doesn't deserve. Salad's ready. She eyes it like I've served her live insects. Instead of picking up her fork, she pulls out a suede-wrapped tablet.
We should discuss the wedding. Marilyn and I have come up with a few themes we think will work.
What follows is a death march through slide after slide of wedding plans. Everything from flowers to the 7-course menu has been decided, without a single word of input from the actual bride. When she gets to the floral arrangements, I clear my throat. What role do I have in the planning? She looks at me over the top of her tablet, lip curled.
We already have a caterer, if that's what you were hoping for.
So much for my peace offering. Shots fired. You're as aware of the terms of my contract with your son as I am. My tone is icy, and I do nothing to hide it. I may look like a doormat to her, but I don't intend to be used like one. I'm the bride. Shouldn't I get a say in my own wedding? If Oleg had wanted you to have a say, he would have told you to plan the wedding. But he entrusted that task to me. Yes, but event planning is a delicate business, Sutton. Wedding planning is a completely different beast. Our family has standards we need to uphold. She scans my body with a pinched look on her face. Appearances are important. I understand that, but it will be my family too. I don't think choosing a wedding color will disgrace your... You don't understand Bratva traditions, and you certainly don't understand Pavlov family traditions. She snaps. Oleg has apparently been too busy with other parts of the contract to explain any of this to you, but wedding planning is my job. The knife in my back twists deeper, because she's right. Oleg hasn't explained anything. Hasn't mentioned wedding planning or family traditions or any of it. We spend time together. We talk. Hell, sometimes I even fool myself into thinking we're getting closer. But he's just humoring me, giving me just enough rope to hang myself with, but never enough to actually bridge the gap between us. Here. Oksana reaches into her Birkin bag and pulls out a small velvet box. This is for you. It belonged to Oleg's grandmother. My stomach drops as the lid lifts, revealing a diamond ring in a vintage setting. It's gorgeous, but all I see is another prop in this elaborate play we're putting on. All I can see are the generations of Pavlov women who must have worn this ring, who belonged in this family, not women who signed contracts and played pretend. You want me to wear it? You need an engagement ring. I don't miss the way she doesn't answer the question. I never liked this setting anyway. Try it on to see if I need to make it larger. I don't have to try it on. I already know it won't fit. None of this fits. I shouldn't be receiving an engagement ring from my mother-in-law. Oleg should have been the one to give it to me. But there's a reason he hasn't. No sense risking the chance of having me think that we're more than just a contract couple. I'm sure it'll be fine. The box snaps shut with a finality that echoes in my chest. You'll have to excuse me. I push back from the counter, my legs unsteady. I'm tired, so I think I'll go. Are you pregnant? Her eyes flash to my stomach, and I see the disgust there, the horror that I might be carrying her grandchild already. I wish I could tell her I was. I wish I could spit it at her feet along with this ring. But I simply shake my head. Unfortunately, no. I know you already think I'm a poor return on investment, but even Pavlovs can't fight nature. I walk to the stove, mechanical movements keeping me upright as I spoon pasta into a dish. Lunch is ready if you want it. I made salmon and gremolata as well. Oleg mentioned you enjoyed fish. If not, just leave everything. I'll clean it up later. I'm halfway to escape when her voice stops me, suddenly soft. You made all this yourself? Yes, I snap, whirling around, all hope of impressing her dead and buried. I cook, and I clean, and I wear t-shirts when I'm eating in my own home. What the hell do you have to say about it? Something passes over her face. Surprise, maybe, or something deeper I'm too exhausted to decode. She stands slowly, taking her bag with her. Thank you, Sutton. Her eyes meet mine and hold. For your time. I nod and drag myself back to my bedroom. Minutes pass before my head stops pounding, but the ache in my chest persists. I feel hollowed out, used, Shut out. But isn't this exactly what I signed up for? The family ring sits heavy in my palm, a perfect symbol of everything wrong with this arrangement. Every time I think I'm getting closer to Oleg, something happens to remind me this is all just business. The ring catches the light, mocking me with its beauty and history. A history that isn't mine to claim, no matter what papers I've signed. Maybe it's time to stop pretending.
38. Oleg. I saw my mother arrive on the security cameras, watching her and Sutton circle each other for an hour. I even saw my mother hand Sutton the engagement ring I'd all but forgotten about. But I still wasn't prepared for the cold welcome I got when I came home today. Sutton has made it a habit to have something ready for dinner when I get home. She likes to cook, so I started making sure the pantry and fridge are stocked with whatever she might need. For years, the room was as useful as a showroom floor, but it's been good to see it get some use. It's been even better to come home to a meal we get to share together. Tonight, there's only a wilted salad that looks like it crawled out of the compost bin, and pasta so cold the sauce has basically fossilized. Leftovers from lunch with the dragon lady herself. I find Sutton in the living room, spinning that ring around her finger like she's trying to saw it off. Her blue eyes flash to me in the doorway before finding something fascinating on the carpet. I'm going to order dinner. You want anything?
I didn't think it mattered what I wanted.
She bites back. Well, shit. When I told Artyom my mother had been by to see Sutton, he told me I could crash at his place. She just spent the afternoon with her mother-in-law, which means you need to disappear for a week. Since her mother-in-law is Oksana, maybe 2. I'd leave for the Sardinia trip early if I was you. Maybe Artyom was right. I drag a hand down my face, feeling the ridges of scar tissue catch against my palm. If something is bothering you, you can...
Nothing is bothering me. Nothing ever bothers me.
Her eyebrow snaps into a dangerous arch. Is this about your period? Murder fills those baby blues.
I'm a woman. Therefore I must be upset because I'm on my period. Is that it?
That's not what I roll my neck on my shoulders, rethinking this entire plan. Sutton is fucking gorgeous, but holy shit, relationships are exhausting. Even fake ones. If you don't want to tell me what's wrong, then don't. But I'm not going to stand here and fucking guess. I start to turn around when she leaps off the couch, cutting me off at the doorway. She flashes her hand in front of me, wiggling her ring finger.
Thanks for the ring. Or, I guess I should thank your grandmother.
You could, but she died 15 years ago.
Then I guess I'll have to thank Oksana. Not that she wanted to give it to me either.
She drops her hand, staring down at the ring like she'd rather peel her skin back than wear it.
She doesn't even want me in the family, let alone anywhere near the family jewels.
I snort, and she catches the double meaning a second after I do. She scowls up at me and tries to look away, but I catch her chin in my hand. What did my mother say?
Nothing.
I force her chin up, letting my skepticism show.
You've met your mother, Oleg. You know she doesn't need to say anything to make her opinions perfectly clear. It was just more of the same.
She pulls her face out of my hand, her eyes shimmering.
I'm beneath you and your precious family. You've made a huge mistake by saddling yourself to me. And I can't be trusted to choose napkins for the wedding, let alone my own dress.
The second I saw my mother on these security cameras, I should have come home. Sutton is so fierce with me that I forget she's new to this world. She's not ready for a one-on-one with Oksana just yet. My mother can be overbearing.
She's a bitch. On second thought, maybe Sutton is ready to face off with my mother after all. But as soon as the thought crosses my mind, her blue eyes widen. She looks up at me, her mouth open in horror. Oleg, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have. Yes, you should have. No, she cries, her hands over her mouth as if she might be able to stuff the words back in. That was horrible of me. I shouldn't have said it. She deserved it. And worse. I catch her left hand and turn it in my palm, my fingers circling that stone that's caused so much fucking drama. Do you like the ring, at least? If you want me to wear the ring, I will. That's not what I asked. I hold her hand more firmly. Do you like it? It's... She shrugs her shoulders. I don't even know. I haven't even thought about it, honestly. It all took me off guard. She showed up for lunch, dumped this ring in my lap, and told me the entire wedding has been planned. Did you want to plan it? Her brow furrows into delicate lines of confusion. I know none of this is real, but I guess I thought I'd get to make some choices. The defeat in her voice crumbles me like a sucker punch to the gut. She feels stifled, trapped. I recognize the signs. I'm the one who told Maman to handle the wedding planning. But it's our wedding, she breathes, her eyes glassy. Don't you want to make the decisions together? I've spent years letting Oksana handle the social aspects of my life simply because it was easier, because I didn't give a fuck. But watching Sutton struggle not to cry, I realize my hands-off approach has consequences now. I bark out a laugh. I'm surprised my mother is throwing a wedding at all. She loves a party, but since I'm going to be the center of attention at this one, I almost expected her to plan an elopement so no one would have to see the scarred groom. What are you talking about? You're basically the face of the company. In boardrooms, at parties with her careful guest lists, in pictures she can pay to have edited. I turn my face, flashing the scars. Haven't you noticed that her son is deformed? Next to losing her daughter in that fire, the greatest tragedy for my mother was always the shame, the scandal, the sight of her once perfect son turned into a monster. She's spent years burying it. I've let her. Sutton's face falls. You aren't deformed, Oleg. I think you're... She swallows, stepping closer. I think you're beautiful. I stare down at her, tracing every minor emotion flickering across her face so I don't miss anything. Beautiful? That's a first. She inches over to me timidly, her fingers trembling before she reaches out and puts her hand on my scarred arm. I'm sorry you have them, but only because of the way you got them. I'm sorry you had to lose anyone, but now that they're here, I can appreciate them because they're part of you. Her hand slides up my shoulder to my face. I catch it with mine, squeezing her fingers. Does this mean you're done being angry with me? She rolls her eyes, but her mouth melts into a smile. For now. I'm sure there will be something else later. She pulls her hand back, and I'm tempted to protest. My skin is still tingling from where she was touching me. Fine, but can it wait until we get back? Get back from where? Artyom would beat my ass for what I'm about to do. But now that it's there, I can't let it go. I can't let her go. I have a trip to Sardinia in 2 days to meet with a client. I want you to come with me. You want me to? Her voice peters off, a smile stealing her words.
until reality crashes in and steals that, too. She shakes her head.
I can't.
Why not? She lowers her face, but I catch her bottom lip pinched between her teeth.
For starters, I don't have a passport.
I don't say anything, but the lift in my brows must say enough, because she drops her face into her hands.
Being a foster kid meant I was a little too busy figuring out where I was sleeping to cross countries off my bucket list.
She blows out a breath.
Your mother's right. You deserve...
I'm going to stop you right there. Any sentence that starts with "your mother's right" is usually wrong. She tries to say something else, but I press my thumb to her mouth to quiet her. We could both use a breather, and we'll take one in Sardinia. She waves a hand in front of my face.
Hello? Still no passport?
I curl my hand around her cheek, brushing along her cheekbone. Just focus on packing and leave the rest to me. I watch her face light up as though I've promised her the moon, and all I can think is, I would literally do anything to keep that smile on her face, all day, every day, for the rest of our lives.
39. Sutton. Italy has turned me into someone I scarcely recognize. A week in Sardinia with Oleg, and suddenly I'm the kind of girl who gets naked to ambush hot billionaires in hotel suites and seduce them into skipping business meetings. The kind who goes 2 rounds in bed, 1 more in the shower, and then still finds the hunger to ask for fourths before he's allowed out the door. Back home, there's a contract with my name on it, a sister who won't return my calls, and enough emotional baggage to sink one of Oleg's precious yachts. But here, I'm just a woman falling for a man who makes multiple orgasms feel like the night is just getting started. Oleg has been different here, too. Less growly, more playful. He talks to me about work and his surveillance tech venture, sharing little pieces of himself between sheets and shower walls. Sometimes I catch him looking at me like I'm more than just his baby mama-to-be. It's probably the Mediterranean air making us both crazy. Or maybe it's the way his hands feel when they grip my hips. Either way, I'm choosing not to think about what happens when this bubble bursts. It's surprisingly easy when I'm standing on the bow of a super yacht, looking across rippling aquamarine waves. It gets even easier when Oleg presses himself against my back, his hand exploring the slit of my emerald green dress like he designed it himself. I lean back against him, and he kisses the nape of my neck with an open mouth. Will you stop trying to ruin me in public? I ask. But I know I'm not particularly convincing as I tip my head to give him better access. People might see. His palm spreads across my stomach, claiming as much of me as he can. I feel the insistent press of how much he wants me against my ass. Good. I want them to see. Voyeurism isn't usually my kink, but a thrill runs through me at the thought. They might kick us off the boat. They wouldn't dream of it, he murmurs, his beard scraping along my shoulder as he peppers every inch of exposed skin with kisses. I sold Mr. Conti this yacht myself. Gave him one hell of a deal, and it was still the biggest sale of my career. He owes me. Ah, so that's why he called you the guest of honor. Mr. Conti practically waited on Oleg himself, pouring us both champagne for a toast the second we boarded. Right before he told us to eat, drink, dance, and make merry. He growls against my ear, his fingers shifting dangerously close to where I'm pulsing for him. I want to make you merry, Sutton. My head falls to his shoulder as he cups me through the dress. We're clustered against the railing, so no one can see how he's touching me, If I'm quiet, he could finish me right here. I've lived perpetually halfway to finishing this entire week. Just meeting his eyes across the room can get me close. A stiff breeze puts me right on the edge. So if he moves his hand right there... Okay, please, I whimper. A dark laugh rumbles through his chest. His hand is snaking beneath the slit of my dress, peeling aside the thin fabric of my panties. When a man clears his throat to our right, I jolt, but Oleg steadies me with his body as he gracefully removes his hand and turns to face a man with the lightest blue eyes I've ever seen. Eyes that seem to know exactly what he just walked in on. Still, he holds out a hand to Oleg.
Daniel Bertrand, I've been dying to meet you, Mr. Pavlov.
After a few back-and-forth pleasantries I miss because of the dizzying cocktail of desire and embarrassment swirling in my gut, Oleg leans in close.
I have to network. Wait for me, princess.
It's not a question, and with how shaky my legs are, I don't have much choice. Oleg disappears below deck to talk business and earn himself another client. Meanwhile, I grip the metal railing to keep from crying out for him to come back and give me some damn relief, please. I spend half an hour waiting for Oleg to return. The music is growing louder as champagne flows, and I'm forced to admit I've lost my date to the lure of business. Apparently, the sex appeal of my dress is no match for the sex appeal of a check with many, many zeros on the end of it. So I abandon my post and start exploring the rest of the floating palace. The guests look completely at home amidst the yacht's luxury. Women in tall heels kick their feet up on tables. Men spill drinks as they roar with drunken laughter. Everyone seems to have a group they belong to, a face they recognize. The fact that I'm a nobody among them gives me a strange hit of confidence. No one knows me here, which means I could be anyone. A trust fund princess with degrees from schools I can't pronounce? Sure. A self-made tech mogul who sold her startup for billions? I don't see why not. A celebrity chef with a Michelin star and a mansion in the Hollywood Hills? Say the words, and it will be so. I giggle to myself. Then I snag a glass of champagne as I make the rounds, observing. And since Oleg still doesn't come back after one lap of the yacht, I help myself to another glass. And another. Maybe one after that, too. By midnight, the swanky boat christening party has morphed into something darker, something hungrier. I pass a bar top dusted with cocaine and come to stand at the edge of the makeshift dance floor under a canopy of stars, watching bodies writhe to the pulsing beat. There's a feverish sheen in everyone's eyes, but the champagne bubbling through my veins makes it hard to care.
Ciao, Bella.
An unfamiliar man in a sharp Italian suit is giving me a predatory smile. I didn't see him approach, but he's standing close enough that all I can smell is his overpowering cologne. Next to him is a woman with hair dark as an oil slick flowing down her back. Her midnight blue dress pops against her olive skin. I give an awkward little wave, immediately hating myself for losing my mysterious allure so quickly. Hi.
It would be criminal for a beauty such as yourself not to dance,
he purrs in a heavy accent.
This is what you want, no?
To dance? I stutter like an idiot. Sure, I love dancing, but my fiancé is busy, so... Do you always wait for permission to enjoy yourself? The woman cuts in. Her accent is softer, but her attitude sharper. No, of course not. Then dance with us. She holds out a perfectly manicured hand. I'm Francesca. This is Antonio. I look between them. You want me to dance with both of you? Francesca's dark eyes slide down my body like a caress. You looked lonely. We couldn't bear it." Back at home, I'd refuse. I'd thank them for the offer and make my excuses, slipping away, hiding. But I'm in another country, practically another world, and just drunk enough to think this might be an adventure. Besides, it's just a dance. No harm, no foul. My face is warm as I take Francesca's hand. Okay, why not? She pulls me against her, the sequins of her dress pricking my skin like tiny warning signs. Under the strobing lights, she looks like one of those music box ballerinas come to life. Beautiful, perfect, and somehow slightly sinister. "Relax, chérie." Her breath fans my neck. "You're young and beautiful. There is so much to celebrate." She spins me and I laugh despite myself. The champagne hits at just the right moment, making the colors brighter, the music deeper, the night more electric. And it's not just the alcohol. I'm in Sardinia, on a yacht, living a life I never thought possible. I let my body move to the beat, and Francesca claps in delight. "Brava! The girl can dance!" she says in approval, her gaze lingering in places it shouldn't. I've always loved dancing. I just haven't had much reason to lately, with the weight of survival pressing down on my shoulders and all. But tonight feels different. Alive. Like anything could happen. A hand slides around my waist, and suddenly Antonio is there pressing against my back. "Bellissima," he croons in my ear. I'm not sure if the compliment is meant for me or his wife. I try to shimmy away so they can dance together, but they both seem much more interested in me than in each other. They keep me trapped between their bodies. Weird, but not enough to set the alarm bells ringing quite yet. But as the bass drops and the crowd presses closer, those hands start to wander. Francesca grinds against my front, while Antonio grabs my hips and pulls me against him. I slow my movements, plotting my escape as soon as the song ends, but Francesca doesn't seem to notice. Her eyes are closed, her lips parted. The strap of her dress starts to slip down, and Antonio grabs it and teases it further down, exposing one of her breasts. Shit! Mayday! Abort mission! I spin away only to collide with Antonio's chest. He clutches my hands, keeping me close as we move. "I think I've had enough." He grins down at me. No, you cannot go. We're having such fun with you." Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. "But," "My Francesca and I, we love Americans so much." His fingers thread through my hair. "And you are so beautiful. Please, stay." A hand clamps down on my shoulder like an iron vice. Before I can process what's happening, I'm yanked backward off the dance floor. Antonio glances from me to the beast of a man over my shoulder, his eyes wide with what looks a lot like regret. Even Francesca breaks from her trance. She yanks her shoulder strap back into place as I'm dragged away without another word. "Hey!" I try to twist free of Oleg's grip. No such luck. He drags me below deck, where the music fades to a dull throb and the silence rings in my ears. After the chaos above, it's downright eerie. "Let me go!" His teeth grind together, but he refuses to release me. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" Those gold eyes burn with a heat that could melt steel. His jaw is sharp enough to cut throats, but it's that stare that terrifies me most. I haven't seen the beast in a while. He's making an appearance tonight. "I was dancing," I snap. "What did it look like?" "It looked like my fiancé was cozying up with all the wrong people." I could tell him I was actually trying to leave said wrong people, but the possessiveness in his voice strikes a chord of defiance in my chest. I was having fun. Maybe you're too busy working to notice, but this is a party. I was just dancing with a nice guy and his wife.
Wife?
He barks out a harsh laugh.
Is that what they told you?
I replay our introductions, and it was admittedly brief. We went from hello to grinding a bit too fast for specifics, but I'm not about to tell Oleg that.
Francesca is Conti's mistress,
he explains.
and that dipshit you were dancing with is her fuckboy.
Conti's mistress? I do my best to draw the tangled web in my mind, but it still doesn't make sense. But we met his wife. She's here on the yacht.
Oligarchs have complicated social lives.
His lip curls.
It's not for us to get in the middle of, literally or figuratively.
The champagne buzz is fading fast. I didn't know.
You would have if you'd asked me first.
I bark out a laugh. Well, you weren't exactly around to ask, Oleg. I was alone for over an hour.
I can't trust you to be alone. Do I need to order you to keep your hands to yourself while I'm conducting business? Do I need to cuff you?
I jab him in the chest. You have no right to order me to do anything.
That ring on your finger says otherwise.
I gasp. Then maybe I'll take it off. I grab for the ring, but before I can twist it off my finger, Oleg closes the distance between us and snatches my hand.
Don't you fucking dare.
His chest brushes against mine with every breath. The world has narrowed to this empty room, the thrum of my heart drowning out the music above deck. I may be your fiancé, but I'm not your property, Oleg. You don't own me. I can make my own decisions. He folds my hand in his, pinning it between our chests. His heart thunders against the back of my hand.
You're in my world, Princess. These people, they want more from you than you understand. Those two wanted to take you to bed.
They wanted to dance.
They wanted to fuck you.
His voice descends into a growl that vibrates through my bones.
They like inviting thirds into their bed. They propositioned me at a party last year.
An image of Oleg tangled up with Francesca while Antonio watches fills my head, and I hurry to shove it down. I feel sick, jealous over something that never even happened. And that's when it hits me. I look into his dark eyes, shimmering with rage and something else, something possessive. You're jealous. His brows jump in surprise before he grinds out a condescending laugh. It's true. I pull my hand away from his. I'm pressed against the wall so there's nowhere to escape to, but I lean back to give myself more space. You are. You didn't like seeing us dancing together.
I didn't like seeing you acting like some innocent little lamb in a pack of hungry fucking wolves.
He reaches for my chin, but I swat his hand away.
You're going to be my wife, Sutton. You have to know who these people are and what they want from you. Everything comes with strings, and everything has consequences.
I cross my arms over my chest. Like how dancing with another man comes with consequences of making Oleg very jealous. His nostrils flare as he looms over me, blotting out the dimmed lights in the ceiling.
You think I'm jealous?
I don't have to think about it. I can see it in your eyes. I meet his glare head on. You didn't like me dancing with Antonio, and not just because I'm your fiancé, not just because of what people will think, but because of what you felt when you saw me with him.
Someone certainly thinks highly of herself.
I slip out from between his body and the wall, heading for the stairs. Fine. If you weren't jealous, then I'll go back upstairs and find someone else to dance with. He jerks me back before I can reach the first step. He crushes me against his body, knocking the breath out of my lungs.
Don't test me, woman. The only man you're going to touch tonight is me.
I'll agree to that. I breathe, tipping my head back to meet his eyes. If you tell me the truth.
You're playing with fire,
He warns in a low whisper. His breath is hot against my lips. I lift my hand to trace the scars on his face with gentle fingers. I'm not afraid of fire. Tell me the truth, Oleg. As my fingers slide over his mouth, his lips part. He grabs my fingers between his teeth.
Fine.
Our bodies rock together, and I lick my lips, a move he locks in on. Fine what?
I was jealous.
His hand slides up my thigh. He picks up right where we left off earlier, stroking his thumb over the damp center of my panties.
And it seems you like it.
I open my mouth to argue, but he shifts the lace aside and touches me, skin to skin. He works a thumb through my soaking center, circling over my clit. The only thing that comes out of me is a groan.
You like being mine, princess,
He whispers, working a thick finger into me. I part my thighs to invite him deeper, to take more. He pushes a second finger into me, stretching me like it's nothing.
You want me jealous.
And you want me all to yourself, I gasp, cupping the throbbing erection pressing against the front of his pants. Anyone could walk past the stairs and see us, but as I unzip Oleg's pants and free him, feeling him hard and hot in my palm, I don't care about anything else. He gives a rough thrust into my palm as he strokes his fingers into me. Our lips meet in a moan, moving together in sloppy, desire-drunk kisses as we stumble back against the wall. Oleg slides his fingers out of me as I bring him to my entrance, and with one thrust, he's buried inside of me.
Fuck, Sutton.
He breathes, finding my hands and pinning them to the wall above my head. Our fingers intertwine as he pushes into me again and again. I curl my thigh around his hip, and he slides home even deeper. I cry out, but it's lost when he kisses me again. We're as close as we can be, but it isn't enough. This entire week of fucking and talking hasn't been enough. I want more. I think I'll always want more. And the way Oleg holds me, breathing only my name as we come together while the wealthy, insane people who populate his world carry on with their reckless sins somewhere above our heads, I think he wants more too. When we fall apart together, gasping and crying out, all I can think is, he's just as much mine as I am his, whether he admits it or not. 40. Sutton. I'm in front of the full-length mirror tugging on the first item of clothing I've worn in 12 hours when Oleg emerges from the bathroom. He's dressed in workout clothes, but his hair is still mussed from my hands. The sight of him makes my thighs clench. His gaze catches mine in the mirror. Last night floods back, his hands pinning me to the wall, his mouth on my neck, him carrying me to bed when we got back to our room so we could do it all over again.
Sure you don't want to join me?
He arches an eyebrow, lips curving into that devastating half-smile. I shake my head. We both know if I go with him to the gym, we won't be making it out of the locker room. Some of us are still recovering from last night.
Poor baby.
He moves behind me, hands settling on my hips.
I didn't hear any complaints when you were screaming my name.
Heat burns my cheeks. I wasn't screaming.
No.
His fingertip traces lazy circles on my hip bone.
Then maybe I should try again.
I elbow him in the ribs and he chuckles, the sound rumbling through his chest. I like this.
What?
Us. No phones, no family drama, no business bullshit. Just you and me. And just like that, the world back home comes into focus. The armed men chasing us down the street, my sister and her abuser, Drew and his burner phone. I'm supposed to be getting updates about Sydney every week, but it's been 2 since I last checked. Guilt smacks me sideways, but Oleg seems oblivious to my inner turmoil.
We should stay another week, maybe a month. Fuck everything else.
I force a smile. Your mother would hunt us down.
Worth it.
He drops a kiss on my shoulder.
Back in an hour. Feel free to be naked.
The door is shut behind him and I count to 30, heart thundering. Then I'm diving for the closet, yanking open my backpack, fingers trembling as I dig out the phone I almost didn't bring with me. I was afraid Oleg would find it, but there hasn't been any chance of that because I haven't even been checking it. What kind of selfish, sex-obsessed sister am I? I power on the phone, drumming my fingers nervously as the screen lights up. And... fuck! 11 missed calls, 3 messages. Drew.
Something went down between Sydney and Paul.
Drew.
I'm taking Sid away so that Paul can cool down. Why aren't you picking up?
Drew.
Where the fuck are you? Sydney needs you, Sutton.
My hands shake as I hit call. 1 ring. 2. 3.
Where the fuck have you been? Drew growls. I've been trying to get in touch with you for days. Where the hell have you...
Where's Sydney? I interrupt.
Oh, now you care about her?
He laughs, masking his anger like he cares about Sydney's safety. But I recognize the undertone of jealousy. He knows where I've been, and with whom. I'm sorry I didn't answer. It's been a busy few days. My voice comes out steady despite the way my pulse races. 3 floors down, Oleg is probably doing his first set of bench presses, completely unaware that I'm up here talking to the man he wants to destroy. I pace to the window, scanning the grounds below like Oleg might materialize at any second. Where's Sydney?
Fuck that. Tell me where you...
A female voice cuts through in the background, high and demanding. Relief washes over me. Sydney's okay. She's alive. There's a brief tussle while they fight for the phone, then... Sutton? Sydney is breathless. My knees give out and I sink onto the bed. I'm holding the phone so tightly I think it'll snap. Sid, are you okay? She lets out a shaky laugh. I'm so glad to hear your voice. Where are you? California. She hesitates. Drew brought me here for a few weeks. That was nice of him. I'm hesitant to give Drew anything even resembling credit, but if he got my sister away from Paul, I'm willing to make an exception. Not really. Paul made him. Apparently he couldn't bear the sight of me anymore. The words hang there as the picture expands in front of me. I grip the phone tighter, nails digging into plastic. Paul kicked you out? He didn't kick me out exactly. The denial comes quick, practiced. He just wanted a breather, some alone time. It was my fault, really. I keep picking fights. I just can't control myself sometimes. My sister, my beautiful, broken sister making excuses for a monster. Again. Is he with another woman right now? I spit the question, imagining it's right in Paul's eye. What did he do? The silence on the other end of the line deepens and deepens. Long enough, I think the call might have dropped. Sid? I'm here. She lowers her voice to a meek whisper. Listen, I hope Drew didn't make this sound like a big deal or anything, okay? It's not. We just hit a rough patch. Paul will cool down and we'll get past it. A rage I can't leash down bubbles up in me. A rough patch, Sid? He hit you and then you disappeared for weeks. He basically kidnapped you and then shipped you off with Drew when he was finished. It wasn't like... She takes a deep breath, trying to control herself. Not for my sake, but for Paul's, because she's going to defend him. I already know it. I just didn't want to talk. To me specifically? Because I'm the only person who tells you the truth? Forget towing the line. I'm dancing on it. I'll be lucky if Sydney doesn't hang up on me forever. But I can't keep any of this inside anymore. You're with a man who makes you miserable, I add, who hits you and makes you feel like shit, and I'm the only one who will tell you to dump his worthless ass. You don't understand, Sut. You've never been in love. I laugh. It's a sharp, bitter sound that makes me feel even worse. Sydney, you can't really think you love Paul. We've been together for 3 years. He's my person. No! I'm your person! Tears well in my eyes and I swipe them away angrily. I'm supposed to be your person, Sid. It's always been you and me against the world. Oh, yeah? My engagement announcement must have gotten lost in the mail. You got engaged to a billionaire and I have to find out in the tabloids. I recoil from the phone like she hit me herself. Okay, that's not... It's complicated. Yeah, I heard that from someone else too. She snorts. Drew told me none of this is real. Drew doesn't know a fucking thing, I hiss. You can't trust him. At least he's here. She sniffles, and I know she's crying too. How the hell did we get here? We're literally, emotionally, on opposite ends of the globe from each other, and I don't know how to fix it. You don't get to lecture me while you're engaged to Oleg. At least Paul and I love each other. Classic Sydney. Cornered animals always bite the hand trying to feed them. But fuck if she hasn't drawn blood this time. You may love him, but does he love you? Of course he does. The response is automatic, robotic. He's just passionate. He gets upset and he's a brute, Sydney. Better a brute than a scarred beast, Sutton. After a beat of silence, she continues. Drew told me all about your fiancé and his nickname. Are you really going to tell me our situations are so different? I glance at the door, paranoid Oleg might walk in even though I know he's still downstairs. My hands are trembling so hard I can barely hold the phone. They are different, I say, but even I hear the uncertainty in my voice. Why can't I find the words to explain how this thing with Oleg is nothing like her and Paul? Because it is. It's so much different. Oleg isn't a monster. Oleg doesn't hurt me. But you've made your feelings about my relationship clear. I know you think Paul is using me and he'll dump me once he's finished. But what makes you think your billionaire is any different? She asks. Unless you want to tell me you think Oleg Pavlov is actually in love with you. I want to argue, but I can't. The proof, the contract, sits in Oleg's safe back home, my signature at the bottom. $1 million for my body, my compliance, my freedom. Sure, the sex is incredible. Sure, he can be gentle, even tender sometimes. But at the end of the day, I signed myself over to him just like Sydney handed herself to Paul. I was blinded by Oleg's beauty and charm. No, that's not the only reason you signed the contract. You did it for her, to save her, the way she's always saved you. You say it's complicated only because you can't face the fact that you're just like me, Sutton. Sydney twists the knife. And that kills you. You think you hide it well, but I know that following in my footsteps is your greatest fear. I swallow hard. I love you, Sydney. I just want what's best for you. Maybe you should let me decide what's best for me, huh? I want to tell her about the money and how I'll be able to help her. Just give me some time and I can get you out. We can be together. But there are footsteps in the hallway. I check the time. Oleg should be gone for another 40 minutes. But he's back. There isn't time. Okay, I stammer, already moving towards the closet. Okay, but please stay in touch. Please don't go quiet on me. I need to know you're okay. There's a beat that feels like an hour before she sighs. I can do that. I love you, Sid. The line goes dead before she says it back. There isn't time to dwell on it. I shove the phone back in the corner of my bag just as the door bursts open and Oleg comes in.
I cut the workout short, he announces to the room. The blood was rushing to all the wrong places.
I take a steadying breath before I walk back into the suite, the conversation with Sydney echoing in my head. Unless you want to tell me you think Oleg Pavlov is actually in love with you. I want to say yes, but I'm not sure what I think anymore.
41. Oleg. The mahogany double doors to the boardroom swing open, just as I'm about to click to the next slide. I'm in the middle of a presentation I've been preparing for the last 3 months, years, actually, when my uncle's personal chef wheels in a cart loaded with covered silver platters, followed by 2 servers carrying wine bottles. "A brief lunch break," Boris announces, spreading his arms wide and grinning. "We can't properly evaluate such an important proposal on empty stomachs, can we?" Bullshit. The timing is deliberate, designed to disrupt my momentum just as I was getting to the meat of my presentation. This meeting will determine whether Pavlov Industries embraces the future or remains trapped in my uncle's antiquated vision. And after the warning I issued Boris a few weeks ago, he's not willing to go quietly. The board members shift in their ergonomic leather chairs, carefully not meeting my eyes as the first plates are set before them. Duck confit with roasted fingerling potatoes. The rich aroma of herbs and rendered fat fills the air. "Please, everyone, enjoy." Boris gestures magnanimously. "The 2015 Chateau Margaux pairs beautifully with Chef Bernard's signature dish." I cracked open my own bottle of wine last night, taking swigs from the bottle as Sutton and I flowed seamlessly from fucking to talking and back to fucking. We stayed up way too late, but I considered it an early celebration. No one would be able to deny the facts of my presentation, which is exactly why Boris is trying to stop me from delivering them. I remain standing at the head of the conference table, one hand resting on my laptop. The proposal glows on the screen behind me. The slides detail how my quantum-encrypted mesh network can and will revolutionize maritime security. 3 years of R&D, countless sleepless nights, and now Boris wants to derail it all with fucking duck confit. I clear my throat. I can continue with the presentation while you eat. The next section covers the proprietary algorithms that make our system impossible to hack, or... "Nonsense," Boris interrupts, already working on his second glass of wine. "This deserves our full attention, both the meal and your proposal." He draws out the last word like it tastes sour. I grind my back teeth, tasting metal. The future of Pavlov Industries hangs on this vote. My surveillance system could position us to dominate the global maritime security market for the next decade. But Boris would rather watch his empire crumble than see me succeed. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I hear Sutton's voice from last night, soft and sure. "You've got this. Make them see what you see." The memory of her naked in my bed, hair wild across my pillows, threatens to derail my focus. I push it aside. I can't afford distractions right now, no matter how tempting. I take my seat, watching the board members fall on their food like starving wolves. So be it. Let them gorge themselves into a food coma. When the vote comes, I'll make damn sure they remember more than just the duck. I use the enforced break to review my notes, though I've memorized every detail. The quantum mesh network is elegant in its simplicity, a series of interconnected nodes that create an impenetrable security bubble around any vessel. Boris drones on about wine vintages, while I pull up the latest test results on my tablet. Last week's trial run exceeded even my expectations. The system detected and disabled 3 cyber attacks within milliseconds, while simultaneously tracking all physical threats, including boats, drones, and subsurface vehicles within a 5-mile radius. The dessert course arrives just as Rodney Weiss swipes the last of the duck sauce from his mouth. "Perhaps now we could return to the presentation," he suggests, and I detect a note of genuine interest beneath his diplomatic tone. I'm back on my feet before Boris can object. The next slide fills the screen. It's a 3D rendering of the integrated sensor array. "This is where we differentiate ourselves from every other security system on the market," I explain. "Traditional systems rely on predetermined threat signatures. Ours learns and adapts in real time." Heads nod around the table. Even my mother has stopped pretending to be fascinated by her wine glass. I have a list of clients ready to pre-order. The implications for the super yacht market alone, I begin. But Boris's theatrical cough cuts me off. Yes, very impressive." Pitching his hands beneath his chin, he leans back in his chair. "But perhaps we should discuss the technical limitations." "It'll be a short conversation," I grit out. "There aren't any." Boris scans the room, his mustache twitching in a suppressed smirk. "Spoken like someone who is lacking the wisdom and caution that comes with experience." Turning his back to me, he opens his own laptop. The screen behind me flickers and changes. My carefully prepared slides vanish, replaced by internal testing data that should have been secured behind multiple firewalls. Data showing early prototype failures. Vulnerabilities that my team resolved months ago. "As you can see," Boris continues, his voice dripping with false concern, "there are significant issues with signal degradation in heavy weather, not to mention the power consumption problems." The board members lean forward, frowning at numbers that paint an incomplete picture. Numbers stolen from my private servers. How the fuck did he... I meet my uncle's eyes across the table and see the triumph there. The bastard thinks he's won. "These numbers are outdated," I cut in, keeping my voice steady despite the rage burning in my chest. "Our latest test results show..." "Is that so?" Boris affects an expression of exaggerated concern. "This data is from your own servers, nephew. Are you suggesting your research team has been falsifying reports?" The subtle trap in his words makes my jaw clench. Any defense I offer now will only make me sound desperate or incompetent. He's played this perfectly, the crafty old fuck. I scan the faces around the table. Rodney still looks interested, but uncertain now. The others are already shifting in their seats, preparing to side with whoever holds the most power. Right now, that's Boris.
The question before us today is simple,
Boris continues, spreading his hands.
Do we risk the company's future on an unproven system, or do we maintain our position as industry leaders in traditional shipbuilding?
Traditional? I can't keep the edge from my voice. The maritime security landscape is evolving. Our competitors are already developing similar systems. If we don't adapt, then we'll do what we've always done. We'll make careful, methodical moves. We won't chase every shiny new bauble that comes along. I clench my fists and watch decades of accumulated loyalty and influence tip the scales against innovation.
I move that we put it to a vote,
Boris announces. My mother finally raises her hand.
I suggest we table the discussion until...
No, I cut her off. Let's vote now. Why? Because fuck it. I want every person on this board to show their true colors. I want to see exactly who I'm dealing with. It's the same shit show as before. The votes are split between us, with my mother abstaining, which means Boris's position as CEO gives him the deciding say-so. He doesn't even try to hide his smirk as he delivers the final nail.
Motion denied. Now, shall we adjourn to my office for drinks?
He sweeps out of the boardroom, followed by his loyal brood of brainless lackeys. I remain at the head of the table, staring at the damning numbers still displayed on the screen. Someone, either Boris or some poor schmuck who will be dead by the end of all of this, breached my security to access data that should have been private. The irony would be funny if it wasn't so fucking infuriating. I need to get out of here before I do something stupid, like wrap my hands around my uncle's throat and squeeze until that smug smile disappears forever. I gather my things, already mapping out my next moves, when the tap of heels on hardwood stills me. I don't need to look up to know it's my mother, lingering behind after the others have gone.
That could have gone better,
she says mildly. I snap my laptop closed with more force than necessary. Really? I thought it went exactly according to plan. Boris's plan.
Don't be petulant.
She moves closer, lowering her voice.
If you want to play his game, you need to think 3 steps ahead. Boris clearly did.
He hacked my private servers.
Then perhaps your security isn't as impressive as you claim.
The barb strikes home, but I refuse to give her the satisfaction of seeing me flinch. Was there something specific you wanted to discuss, Mother? Or did you just come to offer unhelpful critiques? She studies me for a long moment, her face unreadable. Her aloofness has always been grating. The day of Oriana's funeral, she was the picture of perfection in black Prada, a veil covering her face so no one could see she hadn't shed a single tear. Because nothing ever phases Oksana Pavlov.
How is your young lady?
The abrupt change of subject nearly throws me. Sutton is fine.
But not pregnant yet.
And there it is. The real reason she stayed behind. It's been less than 6 months, I growl.
Which means you have little time left before we need to consider other options.
Something ugly rears up inside me at her words. We won't be considering anything. Sutton isn't some disposable asset to be replaced if she doesn't perform to specifications.
No?
Her perfectly sculpted eyebrow arches.
Isn't that exactly what she is? A means to an end? Don't tell me you're developing feelings for the girl.
The fact that I can't immediately deny it pisses me off more than anything else that's happened today. I know exactly what this arrangement is, I say coldly, and I don't need your input on how to manage it. She sighs, looking genuinely disappointed. Love is a weakness, Oleg. Your father taught you that. My father is dead. Yes, the word is clipped, final. He is. She turns and walks away, leaving me alone with the ghost of my father and the memory of Sutton's smile this morning. I need to get the fuck out of here. My phone buzzes with calendar reminders. 3 meetings this afternoon, including a video call with our Chinese partners. I cancel them all with a few taps. The only cure for the headache brewing behind my eyes right now is the open ocean. I need the wooden deck under my feet and the salt spray on my face. But, for the first time, I realize that's not all I need.
42. Sutton. Oleg.
Meet me at the boatyard. I want to get away with you.
We've been back from Sardinia for a few weeks, but the vacation haze has lingered. The way we've been falling into bed together every night, rarely coming up for air, it's hard to feel like we've come back at all. Now he wants to leave again? Oleg.
Plan on staying on the ocean for a couple nights. Pack accordingly.
I want to believe we're getting close. I want these past weeks to mean something. Of course, if they did, Oleg would tear up our contract and set it on fire. He's been clear about what this relationship is. It's business. Which is why I send him a picture of the positive ovulation test I took this morning. Sutton, this is going to be a work trip for you, just saying. I'm softening the blow of my own disappointment, setting boundaries before he can slash through my fantasies. But my heart still does a flutter when I see him texting back. Oleg.
I'd send you a dick pic to show you how ready I am, but that would be crude.
I laugh and jump up to pack a bag. As I stuff a swimsuit and enough lace nighties for him to shred through one at every meal and still have some left over, I can't stop from wondering if this is what it's like for Sydney. When Paul called Sydney up and apologized for sending her away, when he requested Drew bring her to meet him in London, was she giddy? She sounded giddy. I've spoken to her every day on the phone since the call in Sardinia. We tiptoed around the abusive boyfriend of it all until the day she told me Paul was taking her shopping in London. He said he's sorry, Sat. He meant it this time, I could tell. She was lying to herself and to me, and we both knew it. But there wasn't anything I could say. I'm not like that, though. Oleg isn't like that. This may not be a real relationship, but he isn't cruel. He doesn't hurt me. As far as the Palmer women's luck goes, that's just about as good as it gets. The yacht rocks gently under my feet as I walk towards where Oleg stands at the helm. Salt air whips my hair around my face, carrying with it the briny scent of the harbor. Behind us, the city stretches like a glittering pearl necklace along the coast. Oleg's hands grip the wheel too tightly, his knuckles white with tension. But when he turns to look at me, his golden eyes are dark with hunger.
Come here,
he growls. Just like when he asked me to come to Sardinia, when he's taken me to bed every night the past few weeks, when he texted me an hour ago, I can't resist. Because that's what Oleg does to me. He pulls me in when every survival instinct screams for me to run. He makes me want to believe in fate, in the possibility that sometimes broken things can fit together to make something whole. His mouth latches onto mine before we've cleared the breakwater, desperate and demanding. My back hits the sleek console, and somewhere in the back of my mind I register the bite of chrome against my spine, the whir of the autopilot engaging. But most of my attention is focused on the way Oleg's hands shake as they push my sundress up over my hips. There's an edge to his touch today, a rawness I haven't felt since those first desperate encounters. He's not just hungry. He's starving. I should slow us down, should ask about the shadows in his eyes, the tension thrumming through his powerful body. But then his fingers find me, and all coherent thoughts dissolve.
Already wet for me.
He growls against my throat. His teeth scrape my pulse point.
Such a good girl.
I don't think good girls let Russian billionaires bend them over their bow in full view of several yachts close enough to see everything. But if that's what he calls good, then I want to be good for him. He enters me in one brutal thrust, and I cry out, my nails scrabbling for purchase on the polished teak decking. Anyone could see us. I should be mortified, but it just makes me wilder. I push myself back against him, taking him deeper, smiling as he groans.
That's it. Take what you need, princess.
I ride him in deep, even strokes until my legs begin to shake. My orgasm is building so fast. Too fast. He grips my hips and drives into me. Instantly, the pleasure crests. I cry out a second before Oleg follows me over the edge. His body shudders against mine. For a moment, we stay locked together, panting. The yacht's engine thrums beneath us, as steady and powerful as my own heartbeat. I'm still recovering when Oleg grabs my wrist and pulls me towards the stern. Where are we going? I ask, as he pushes me against the railing.
I'm not done with you yet.
There's something frantic in his words, like he's running from something by burying himself inside of me. I know the strategy well. I lean against the railing on shaky legs, watching the way his shoulders bunch with tension under his fitted shirt. The polished deck is warm beneath my bare feet, and the wind whips harder here. He bends me over the railing without ceremony. The metal is sun-warmed against my palms, and far below, turquoise water churns in our wake. We're fully out of the harbor now, nothing but ocean ahead. This time when he takes me, it's slower, but no less intense. His chest presses against my back, one arm banded around my waist, while the other grips the railing beside mine. He's caging me in, protecting me from the pitch and roll of the waves.
Look how far we are from shore.
He grips my chin, forcing me to look back over our shoulders as he drives into me.
No one to hear you scream. No one to save you.
I wonder if he's trying to scare me. But then I see the haunted look in his eyes. It's like he's somewhere else, on another boat, another day, another ocean. The dying sunlight turns his scars gold, and I remember where he got them. The water has always been his escape, but it also took everything from him. That's how most love goes in my experience. In Oleg's, too. The things you hold close can hurt you the most. Which is why I'm determined to prove him wrong. His arm tightens around my waist as we rock together, using my body as an anchor against whatever he's wading through. I'm with you, I whisper, reaching back to tangle my fingers in his hair. I'm here. He stiffens for a moment, his rhythm faltering. Then he growls and snaps his hips harder, as if trying to drive the tenderness from my voice with the force of his thrusts. This orgasm builds slower than the first, but it's deep, rocking me to my very core. When it takes me, I scream into the wind. Oleg buries his own sound in my shoulder, his breath warm against my skin. We slide to the deck together. The wood is smooth against my back as I stare up at the cloudless sky. Beside me, Oleg's breathing is ragged.
5 minutes,
he says roughly.
then we go again.
I turn my head to look at him, noting the way his jaw clenches, the tight line of his shoulders. Are we going for some kind of record?
You're ovulating, aren't you?
He barks.
We should make the most of it.
Right. Business. This is still business. But I can't quite convince myself of that now. Oleg didn't bring me here because of a contract. Something else is happening. And we have, I say softly, watching his profile tighten. But getting pregnant takes time. We already talked about this. For some couples, it can take months or
Years?
He tears away from me, surging to his feet.
No, I don't have fucking years.
The sudden violence of his movement makes me flinch, old instincts kicking in. I pull my dress around myself like armor as he paces the deck. The silence looms between us, broken only by the slap of waves against the hull and the distant cry of seabirds. I wait, hoping he'll explain what's really bothering him, but he just keeps pacing, each turn bringing him closer to the edge of something I can't quite see. Finally, I pull myself up, gripping the railing for support. The metal is still warm from where we just... But I push that thought away. Right now, I need to focus. Do you want to tell me what's really going on?
Nothing's going on.
Right. Because this little boat trip of yours has no ulterior motive other than the pleasure of my company. He stops pacing and stops a few feet away from me, his eyes flashing.
What is that supposed to mean?
It means that the ocean is your safe place. You come here when you need to think, when you need space. So if we're spending days out here, something's wrong. He stops pacing to glare at me, a vein pulsing in his forehead.
Maybe I just wanted a good fuck.
I flinch but refuse to back down. Well, you got one. 2, actually.
3rd time's the charm.
He grits out. Or we could try something revolutionary. It's called talking about what's actually bothering you.
I don't need to talk about anything, and I certainly don't need you to take care of me.
I straighten my spine, refusing to let him see how much it hurts. Right, because you're the big, bad beast, aren't you? Too strong to need anyone?
That's right.
He snarls, baring his teeth. If that were true, I wouldn't be here in the first place. His nostrils flare, and for a moment I think he might actually throw me overboard. The yacht rocks beneath us, and I grab the railing tighter.
You're only here because you can cook, and my chef is out for the week.
He spits.
The fact that you can fuck too is just a bonus.
I've heard worse, from foster parents, from my own father. But this cuts deeper. Because it's Oleg. Because I thought for a stupid, naive second that he was different. Because, despite everything, I'm starting to love him. My hands shake, but my voice is steady when I say, "You think I don't know what you're doing? You think I'm so stupid I can't see right through you?" I step forward, jabbing my finger into his chest. He's a wall of muscle, immovable as granite, but I don't care. You want to push me away, so you say evil shit to hurt me. But newsflash, Oleg, I've been hurt before. That won't stop me from being there for the people I care about. Something flares in his eyes, as if me caring about him is the most terrifying thing of all. I take a step towards him. Oleg, you can. If you want to, you can talk to me. For a moment, The mask slips. I see the lost boy beneath the beast, the one who couldn't save his sister, who thinks he doesn't deserve to be saved himself. Then his face hardens and he spins away, storming below deck. What was I thinking? This is Oleg fucking Pavlov. He'll break before he bends. And I'm starting to worry I'll break way before he does. 43. Sutton. The trouble with a yacht is that there's nowhere to run. After the way Oleg tore into me earlier, I should be plotting my escape. But unless I want to drown on my way back to dry land, on this yacht is where I'll stay. I could find one of the many empty guest rooms and hide out. If I was careful, Oleg and I could coexist out here for weeks without ever crossing paths. That's exactly what he wanted after all, isn't it? To push me away. To handle whatever is bothering him alone. Oleg wanted to hurt me, so I'd leave the way everyone else has. And if I give him what he wants, I won't be giving him what he needs. Which is why I'm scooping risotto into 2 bowls, trying to keep my hands from trembling. I didn't just cook for him. Definitely not because he said it was all I was good for. I'm doing it for us. For this fragile thing growing between us that has nothing to do with contracts or obligations. I find him on the bow, a dark silhouette against the star-scattered horizon. His broad shoulders are rigid with tension as I approach. Part of me thinks this was a stupid idea, and I should scurry back below deck and eat risotto alone in the dark of my cabin. But I force myself forward. I extend the bowl like a peace offering, and he eyes it warily, eyebrow arched. It's not poisoned, if that's what you're thinking. His jaw tightens.
I wouldn't blame you if it was.
Well, that's progress. It's a small win, but I'm going to need more. Is that supposed to be an apology? Because if it is, you need to work on your delivery. I take a step away from him, tearing my eyes from the sharp line of his jaw. I can't let myself soften until he makes the effort and meets me halfway. But that doesn't mean I won't nudge the door open. Did your presentation this morning not go well? He stiffens.
How did you?
The walls at your penthouse aren't soundproof, Oleg. And contrary to what you might think, I'm not completely self-absorbed. I know today was important. He takes a bite of risotto, chewing slowly. The moonlight catches the scars on his face, making them look deeper, older somehow.
Boris sabotaged me. He hacked my servers, doctored my numbers, and made me look like a fucking amateur in front of the board.
The bitterness in his voice makes me flinch. And your mother?
Abstained from voting, as usual.
He laughs, but there's no humor in it.
The great Oksana Pavlov, forever refusing to choose between her son and her own neck.
I'm sorry. The words feel inadequate. The person who should love him more than anyone in the world won't stand behind him. I don't know how to apologize for that.
Don't be. It's not your fault my family's fucked up.
He sets the bowl down, turning to face me fully.
Which is why I shouldn't have taken it out on you. The things I said
were cruel. I finish for him, and hurtful, and unnecessary.
I know.
His eyes lock with mine.
There's so much at stake here. If I don't secure my position, if I don't prove I can lead both the company and the Bratva.
He trails off, running a hand through his hair.
You would be. Our child would have no protection, no legacy, nothing but enemies waiting to strike.
The weight of what he's saying settles over me like a shroud. This isn't just about business or pride. It's about survival. About ensuring our future child has a place in this dangerous world he inhabits. But understanding doesn't equal forgiveness. Not yet. I get it, I say quietly. But if you ever speak to me like that again, I'm gone. Contract or no contract. His eyes darken, jaw working as he processes my ultimatum. Good. Let him stew in it. I grew up with nothing. I continue, forcing steel into my voice. No protection, no legacy, just me and Sydney against the world. So I understand wanting to give our child everything, but I won't let them grow up watching their father treat their mother like she's worthless. He flinches. Actually flinches. That's not what you meant? Maybe not, but it's what you did. I wrap my arms around myself, shivering even though the night isn't particularly cold. You made me feel this small, Oleg. Like I was no better than my mother, falling for the same cruel, handsome men again and again. Fuck. I wouldn't. He scrubs a hand over his face. An awkward pause follows before he picks up his risotto again, takes another bite. This is good. Don't change the subject. I'm not. I'm acknowledging that I was wrong earlier. About your cooking. About everything. He sets the bowl down again, shifts closer. Not touching, but near enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his body. When Boris sabotages me, it's not just about business. It's personal. He's trying to prove I'm still that scared, helpless kid who couldn't save his sister, who doesn't deserve to lead. My heart clenches. Is that what you believe? Some days. His voice drops to a whisper. The days when everything goes wrong, and I can feel control slipping through my fingers. Those are the days I become like him. When I'm the beast everyone expects me to be. I want to reach for him, to smooth away the pain etched in his features. But we're not there yet. You're not a beast, Oleg. But you're not invincible either. None of us are. He turns to me, moonlight catching the gold in his eyes. How do you do that? Do what? See through all my bullshit. Cut straight to the heart of things. His mouth quirks up at the corner. That's why I like having you around. Not for the food or the fucking, though both of those things are good, to be clear. It's because you see. I've spent my whole life watching people hide their pain. My mother, Sydney, even myself more often than not. But I can only shrug. Maybe I just pay attention. His hand moves toward mine, then stops, hovering in the space between us. Testing. Waiting. I don't deserve your attention, he says roughly, or your understanding. Probably not. I fight the urge to close the distance between our hands. But you have it anyway. We eat in silence, listening to the water and the soft purr of the engine. The quiet is easy, and no words need to be exchanged when he takes my bowl from my hands, lifts me to my feet, and leads me down the stairs to his cabin. The room smells like him, woodsy and sharp. I fall back on the bed, leaning on my elbows as he stops in front of the mirror. He catches my eye in the reflection.
I know we've made up, but we're not fucking again, are we?
I pinch my bottom lip between my teeth. There's a pleasant ache between my legs from the first 2 rounds already. One more might push me over the edge. I mean, we could, but...
I'm tired,
he announces, letting me off the hook and reaching for a tube on the countertop.
I could just go to sleep. With you.
This doesn't mean anything. It's still just a contract. I shove that voice aside and smile. Okay. Oleg focuses on his own reflection, unscrewing the lid of what I realize after a few seconds is some kind of cream for his scars. I've never seen him apply it before. Never even seen the tube. He squeezes some into his palm and begins massaging it onto his face. I take it as a good sign that he's willing to do it in front of me now. I've never seen you do that before. How often do you have to use it?
Twice daily, in theory. In reality, I do it when I remember.
I frown. And how often do you remember? He shrugs.
Couple times a week.
Oleg!
They're not going anywhere. The cream isn't a magic potion, it just helps with mobility.
Before I can stop myself, I'm on my feet and reaching for the bottle. Give it to me. His entire body goes rigid.
What are you doing?
If you won't take care of yourself properly, I will. I keep my voice firm. Consider it part of our arrangement.
That's not in the contract.
Neither was you being an asshole earlier, but here we are. I wiggle my fingers. Hand it over. For a moment, I think he'll refuse. His expression darkens, that familiar wall threatening to slam down between us. But then, slowly, he extends the bottle. My hands tremble slightly as I squeeze cream onto my palm. I'm not sure I thought this all the way through. This feels monumental somehow, more intimate than sex, more vulnerable than any conversation we've had. I reach for his face, hesitating just before contact. Is this okay? He nods once. I touch his scars with feather-light pressure, expecting him to pull away. Instead, he leans into my hand, eyes drifting shut. My throat tightens. How long has it been since someone touched him like this? With care, instead of clinical detachment or pent-up revulsion. Tell me about Oriana, I whisper, keeping my strokes gentle and even. What was she like? His eyes snap open.
Why?
Because she's part of you. Because these scars are connected to her memory. Because I want to know. His breath hitches. For a long time, there's only the sound of waves and the feeling of rough scar tissue beneath my fingertips.
She was fearless,
he finally says.
I was always one to look before I leapt. She just dove in head first. It used to drive our mother crazy and keep me busy.
You took care of her? Something dark passes across his face, but he doesn't pull away. Not this time.
I tried. I was only older by a few minutes, but I was still her older brother. It was my job to take care of her.
I smooth my hand over his cheek, trying to imagine him without the scars. But I can't. I'm not sure I even want to. And whose job was it to take care of you? I whisper. His throat works up and down, swallowing, Then he tugs my wrist, drawing me closer until we're pressed together. My heart thunders against my ribs as his other hand cups my face.
I'm not good at this, Sutton. At letting people in. I can't promise I won't fuck up again,
he says roughly. His thumb traces my bottom lip.
but I want to try. With you.
I'm not good at this either. I press my forehead to his, breathing him in. We're quite a pair, aren't we?
Maybe that's why this works.
His lips brush mine, so faint it's almost unreal.
We recognize the damage in each other.
The kiss deepens, and I let myself melt into it, into him. For now, right here, there are no contracts or obligations, no family legacies or corporate takeovers. Just us. Two broken pieces. One whole thing. The morning sun glints off the boats in the marina and glares off the pavement. After 3 days alone on the open water, being back on dry land almost feels claustrophobic. Oleg and I should have had more than enough of each other on the yacht, but he pulls me against his chest and my body responds instantly. I arch against him, hands fisting in the warm fabric of his t-shirt.
I'll come with you.
His voice is gruff, possessive. You can't leave your car here.
Fine. Then you come with me.
I laugh and press a kiss to his jaw. I can't leave my car here either. We'll see each other in 10 minutes. He growls, making his displeasure known.
Too long.
My insides are in a twist. Every second in his arms makes it harder and harder for me to keep this relationship in its proper place. I want him so badly, I'd let him take me right here on the asphalt. Which is exactly why I need 10 minutes to myself. I need to breathe and get my feet back on solid ground. Literally. I need to make a grocery run. We have nothing to eat at the penthouse.
Who needs food when I have you?
His fingers tangle in my hair, tilting my face up for a deep kiss. When he finally releases me, I'm breathless. 20 minutes tops, I gasp, sliding away from him. He looks like he might toss me over his shoulder and carry me with him. Instead, his eyes narrow as if in warning.
Drive safe.
I smile and get behind the wheel, watching him stride towards his car in the rearview mirror. My body still hums from his touch as I turn out of the lot. It feels good being alone. No Yuri shadowing my every move, no security detail tracking my location. Just me, running a simple, normal errand like a simple, normal person. I'm driving past Pavlov Industries when a Ford Mustang peels out of the executive lot. I slow down just a tad as it sails past me, enough to see... Oh, fuck! The sight of white blonde hair sends tendrils of dread racing up and down my spine. Drew. I park the car and pull out my phone, hands shaking as I type. Did I just see you driving around town? What the hell are you doing here? I thought you were supposed to be in Vegas. The sea's magic feels very far away now, replaced by a familiar, creeping dread. Whatever peace Oleg and I found on that yacht, I have a feeling it's about to be shattered. 44. Sutton.
Drew, if you want to know what's going on in my life, babe, then I'm going to need a kiss first. Meet me at our townhouse in an hour.
I fling my phone onto the passenger seat like it's a live grenade that might detonate at any second. Bile rises in my throat, hot and acidic. The burner phone was a mistake. Everything about letting Drew slither back into my life was a mistake. But here we are, him thinking he can snap his fingers and make me heal like the good little pet I used to be. I dig my nails into my forearms, angry red welts appearing as I try to remind myself where I am, that I'm safe. It's an old habit after years of foster care, bouncing around to different houses, different beds. The tic always comes back when I'm scared. And right now, I'm terrified. Because Drew isn't just in Florida anymore, he's circling Pavlov Industries like a vulture sizing up carrion. Another text lights up my screen. Drew.
Come on, babe, don't be shy. This place is your home too, remember? I bought it for both of us.
Fuck you, I whisper. That house was never a home. Even when Drew was out, I didn't have any freedom, courtesy of the cameras he installed both inside and out of the townhouse to track my every move. It was a prison. Then it hits me. My hands shake as I pull up the security app on my phone. Drew never changed his passwords. Ever. He said his shit was locked up too tight to get hacked. So does that mean... Username, Big Dick Drew. God, I wish I was making this shit up. I type in the old password, holding my breath. No way he kept it the same. No fucking way is he really that The feed loads. 6 different camera angles pop up on my screen. 3 inside, 3 outside. And there's Drew's cherry Mustang parked in the driveway next to a black sedan with custom plates. I rewind the footage, pulse thundering in my ears as I watch Drew emerge from his car. The sedan doors open a beat later. The men who step out of it aren't anyone I recognize, but something about them makes my skin crawl. This isn't just Drew being Drew. This is something else. Something worse. I save the footage and slam my car into drive, tires squealing as I peel out of the parking lot. I should go straight to Oleg. That's what a good fiancé would do, what a trustworthy person would do. But the fragile trust we've built over the past few days feels so delicate, like blown glass. Beautiful, but liable to shatter at the slightest touch. If I tell him about Drew, I'll have to tell him everything. The burner phone, Sydney, Paul, all of it. So instead of heading home to Oleg, I point my car toward Artem and Faye's place, praying I'm making the right choice. Artem is in the front yard when I pull up, looking like some suburban dad fantasy in cargo shorts and a sweaty t-shirt.
Hey, you,
he says, eyebrows lifting.
Were we expecting you?
Sorry, I cringe, already regretting this. Surprise visit. I glance around for tiny humans. Where are the little ones?
With their grandparents, hence the unusual quiet.
He gestures toward the house as Faye emerges carrying a tray.
We were just about to have lunch. You want to join?
Oh, God, no, I don't want to impose. This'll be quick. Faye sets down a pitcher of lemonade and what looks like grown-up sandwiches, the kind without crusts cut off. There's an ice-cold beer for Artem, too.
Everything okay, Sutton? You look rattled.
Artem pulls up a third chair while something sharp and hollow pierces my chest. Will I ever have this? This slice of suburban paradise with its manicured lawn and matching patio furniture? Will Oleg and I ever lounge in our garden on child-free afternoons? Will all our afternoons be child-free if I can't get pregnant? Will there even be an us without a baby? I don't plan on sitting, but my knees give out and I sink into the chair, clutching my phone in white-knuckled hands. Thanks, I manage, when Faye squeezes my shoulder. I'm really sorry to crash your lunch. Don't be ridiculous, Faye scolds. We're here whenever you need us. I turn to Artem, throat tight. I have something you need to see.
I don't know what it means or how dangerous it might be, but I thought you should know. I pull up the surveillance footage and hand over my phone. Faye leans in to watch with him. Artem's face stays neutral, right up until the black sedan appears. Then his features harden into something that makes my stomach drop. His jaw clenches, his nostrils flare. Fuck, he definitely knows who these men are. He hands back my phone without a word, his expression carved from stone. You know them? My voice comes out small.
Do you?
There's an edge to his question that makes me flinch. I know Drew, I explain, picking at my nails. The guy with the Mustang. He's my ex. We broke up ages ago.
But you still have access to his surveillance system?
One dark eyebrow arches up like a question mark made of skepticism. I cross my arms, nails digging into my flesh again. He never changes his passwords. Probably forgot I had the code. That eyebrow stays raised, calling bullshit without saying a word.
And the others?
No idea. I force myself to meet his gaze. But I'm guessing you do. Faye's head swivels between us like she's watching some high-stakes tennis match, wanting to jump in but not knowing which side to pick.
Why didn't you take this to Oleg?
Artem's voice is soft, dangerous. Because I was scared, I whisper. The board sided with Boris again, and he's already dealing with so much. I didn't want to make it worse by telling him about Drew and whatever fucked-up game he's playing.
And what game do you think that is?
I exhale slowly. Nothing good. His eyes slide to Faye, then back to me.
You're right, Sutton. I know exactly who those men are, which means I have to act. And I can't do that properly without involving Oleg.
I flinch, even though I knew this was coming. Then you should know there's more. His whole body goes still.
Go on.
I saw Drew's car leaving Pavlov Industries this morning. That's why I checked the cameras in the first place. Artem nods once, sharp and decisive.
Thank you for telling me. But now, you need to tell Oleg. All of it.
My heart tries to crawl up my throat. Those men, are they dangerous? Will they hurt Oleg? He actually snorts.
They wish.
He stands, all 6 foot something of him radiating violent purpose.
Tell Oleg everything you just told us. He needs to hear it from you first.
My palms are sweating when I grab my keys. Thanks for listening. Faye pulls me into a hug. It's going to be okay, honey. I manage a tight smile because I can't make my mouth form the lie of agreeing with her. Then I'm back in my car, rehearsing how to tell Oleg that I've been keeping secrets while his uncle tries to destroy everything he's built. The speech dies in my throat when I reach the concierge desk at his penthouse tower. The guy working, Alex, Andre, waves me over with a sympathetic dip of his graying mustache.
Miss Palmer, Mr. Pavlov left a message.
My stomach drops through the floor. Oh?
He had to leave rather suddenly. Said it was urgent business.
The world tilts sideways. Did he say when he'd be back?
No, ma'am, but he left this for you.
The note is tiny. Just a scrap of paper, really. But my hands shake as I unfold it. 3 words in Oleg's bold scrawl. Don't wait up.
45. Oleg. I grip the polished mahogany edge of the conference table, surveying the room. Every seat at the oval table is filled, except one. The empty chair seems to mock my uncle's absence, a stark reminder of the power play I'm about to unleash. It's been days of early mornings and late nights, poring over spreadsheets, surveillance footage, IP information. The only time I've turned my brain off is when I crashed into bed next to Sutton and pulled her into me. Some nights, we don't even fuck. We just lie in the dark whispering about everything and nothing at all. Occasionally, I catch something deep in her blue eyes, something like worry. I want to reassure her, tell her I've got things under control. But I've never been big on false comfort. I don't want to make any promises until I'm sure. Which is why I'm here now. 15 minutes ago, I laid out my plan to Artyom. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull when he saw the stack of documents proving Boris's attempted deal with the Martinex. Now, my best friend stands in the corner of the boardroom, arms crossed, a slight smirk playing at his lips. He knows what's coming. My mother's phone buzzes on the table in front of her. She reads it and sits tall, her blood-red lipstick a slash of war paint across her sharp features. "Boris is on his way." A few moments later, the heavy double doors swing open. Boris marches in, flanked by his two pet assistants. His complexion has the gray pallor of a week-old fish left to rot. "What is the meaning of this, Oleg? Only I have the authority to call emergency board meetings."
"Actually, I do as well," Oksana says, rising to her feet.
Boris's eyes narrow. "True, but it's a power you've never used before."
"I suppose I was waiting for a good reason." My mother adjusts her tan lapel with precise fingers. "And now, I have one." His gaze darts between us.
"Was it necessary to involve the entire board in this?"
"They can be the judges of that." My mother's smile is frozen and jagged. "Take a seat, Boris. Oleg has the floor." I don't wait for him to sit. The stack of documents in my hand might as well be loaded ammunition, and I'm about to start firing. This is about the company, about my future. But Sutton is in my head too. Her shy smile as she kissed me goodbye this morning, the way she breathed my name while I was inside of her last night. The thought of her fuels me. It's not just my future I'm fighting for. It's ours. I clear my throat and begin. It seems that our CEO has not been entirely transparent with any of us. Pavlov Industries was this close to a deal that none of us had signed off on. The projector hums to life behind me, numbers flooding the screen. It's proof that Boris was in the process of putting a bid in on Cordova Group, one of the Martinex businesses. The second I uncovered the deal, I understood why Boris refused to back my surveillance project. All of his money was tied up in this lost cause of a company. He was about to throw away everything, probably because the Martinex have something on him. He had no choice. It's also why Boris's face is growing grayer by the second. He splutters like he's choking on his own bullshit.
"I am the CEO. I have every right to make decisions that will benefit the company."
Except this deal wouldn't have benefited anyone but our rivals. I gesture to the projector screen, where the numbers tell their own damning story. Any fool can see buying this asset would have lost us millions.
"That! You can't! It's not clear."
"Look at the numbers," I tell the board. You don't have to take my word for it.
This was an opportunity. I've negotiated down the price and...
Actually, the deal won't be going through, I announce. Oksana and I withdrew your offer this morning.
Pavlov Industries will not be sinking millions into a rival firm's failed pet project. You did not. We most certainly did. My mother joins me at the head of the table. My goal has always been the successful future of this company. You were about to plunge us into ruin, Boris. I was forced to act. You betrayed me, he hisses. I step between them, towering over my uncle's suddenly diminished shape. No, you're the one who committed the betrayal. Lucky for you, I found out in time to stop the deal. My mother places both hands on the table. My son not only saved us untold millions, but he also saved our company's reputation. Boris opens and closes his mouth like a fish gasping for air. Before he can find his voice, my mother turns to the rest of the room. I propose a new vote. I tense, caught off guard. This wasn't part of the strategy session this morning. Boris didn't believe that Oleg's security system was a worthwhile investment. He didn't believe it was the right path forward for Pavlov Industries. But now that you've seen the path Boris did choose, the one he tried to take behind your backs and to your detriment, I think it's time we make a decision on my son's dream, especially now that our cash reserves aren't tied up in lost causes. Well, all be damned. I object, Boris blusters, his jowls quivering. We already voted on this issue. And now I'm calling another vote. My mother's voice could freeze hell itself. Oleg and I will adhere to the board's decision. Will you? Boris white-knuckles the table edge. This is unnecessary. I suppose we'll find out. Mother turns to address the board. All in favor of backing Oleg's surveillance system? Hands rise around the table one by one. Even Boris's most loyal dogs lift their paws. The only hand that stays down belongs to my uncle. This is preposterous. You can posture all you want, Uncle, I interrupt. But the decision has been made. We are officially moving into the 21st century. Boris lurches to his feet. His glare sweeps the room, promising vengeance before he storms out. A ripple of nervous laughter breaks the tension. I lock eyes with my mother, giving her a grateful nod. She returns it with the ghost of a smile. Victory tastes sweeter than I imagined, and all I can think about is sharing it with Sutton. I mean to leave the office early, but one celebratory glass of champagne turns into 4, and then the vodka comes in to dance, and hours later, I'm being driven home by Uri because I'm too buzzed to be behind the wheel. Still, it's early enough that Sutton should be awake. I can't wait to hold her But the kitchen is empty, and the living room. I'm in too good of a mood to be worried as I walk into our bedroom. Then I hear it. Soft, broken sobs filtering through the bathroom door. The sound saws right through my drunken haze. My chest constricts. All at once, I know I'd do anything, kill anyone, to make those sounds stop. 46. Oleg. I pause in the doorway of our bedroom, rigid at the sight before me. Sutton is hunched over the vanity, her shoulders trembling as she desperately tries to muffle her sobs. My first instinct is to find whoever made her cry and make them bleed. But the rational part of my brain knows it's not that simple. Not when the person causing her pain might be me. Sutton? She pulls away from the vanity, hastily wiping her eyes.
Her cheeks flush pink as she avoids my gaze in the mirror. The afternoon sun streaming through the windows catches the tears on her lashes. You're home early," she stammers, trying and failing to compose herself. I cross the room in 3 long strides. "What's wrong?" She shakes her head, still not meeting my eyes. "You'll think I'm silly." "Try me." She draws in a shaky breath. "We've only been trying a few months, but..." Realization hits me between the eyes. There is a kernel of disappointment, yes, but nothing that comes close to the regret I feel seeing Sutton this upset. "You started your period." She nods miserably. "I was 3 days late. I was so sure. I wanted to tell you this morning, but you'd already left for the office." Fuck. I run a hand through my hair, despising how broken she looks in front of me. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. You've got things to do, places to be. Unlike me," she hiccups, "who apparently can't do any of the job she's hired for." The self-loathing in her voice makes my jaw clench. I think about the dreams I've been having lately. A little girl with Sutton's golden hair and my eyes, her tiny hand wrapped around my finger. My chest tightens every time I picture it. This arrangement is about an heir, about securing my lineage. I can't let myself think about it being anything else. It's too pure, and my hands are stained with blood. "You need to be patient with yourself," I tell her. "It's hard to be patient when I know you're waiting for me to give you good news." Her eyes finally meet mine in the mirror, swimming with tears. "Like you said, you don't exactly have time to spare, do you?" I grit my teeth. I shouldn't have said that. "I'm glad you did. It's good to know where you stand." "Come here." I extend my hand, fighting to keep my voice even despite the rage building in my chest. Not at her, never at her, but at myself, at this whole fucked up situation. I planned to come home and celebrate again with her, but she needs something else from me, deserves something else. She eyes my hand like it might burn her. I'm okay right here." "Don't make me come get you, princess." Her lips start trembling. "If you touch me right now, I'm going to burst into tears." "So then burst." I meet her eyes in the mirror, unflinching. I'll wipe away every goddamn tear. "That's not your job." That fucking contract. The urge to find it and tear it to shreds nearly overwhelms me. Instead, I stalk toward her, my hands going to the buttons of her blouse. "What are you doing?" she asks, not resisting as I start to strip her with methodical precision. "You need to calm down. Since you're clearly in the mood to fight me on this, we're starting with a bath." She falls silent, letting me undress her completely. When she's naked, I guide her to the floating tub and start the water. While it fills, I undress efficiently, never taking my eyes off her. The vulnerability in her posture makes my chest ache. She looks small, fragile, everything she's not. My Sutton is a fighter, a survivor. I slide into the tub behind her, pulling her back against my chest. She's stiff at first, her breath coming in short bursts that tell me she's still fighting tears. I ignore that and start massaging her scalp, working my fingers through her silk-soft hair until I feel her shoulders start to relax. The lavender-scented steam rises around us. I need to clarify something, I say finally, keeping my voice low and controlled. And I need you to actually hear me this time. She tenses again. Okay. You seem to think I'm disappointed somehow, that you failed me. I tighten my arms around her. Let me be crystal fucking clear. I'm not, and you haven't. The only thing disappointing me right now is seeing you tear yourself apart over this. But this weekend, on the yacht, I was an overbearing asshole. I cut her off. It was a bad day for me, but you pulled me out of it. She sniffs. You're just being kind. I snort, the sound echoing off the marble walls. That's something I've never been accused of before. You like to pretend you're some unfeeling brute who doesn't give a shit about other people, but I know that's not true, Oleg. The way she says my name does something to my chest I don't want to examine too closely. If you can believe that, then believe me when I say I'm not worried about getting pregnant. It will happen when it happens. We just have to be patient. She finally relaxes fully against me, her head lolling back on my shoulder. I wrap my arms tighter around her. I suppose maybe I'm projecting, she admits quietly. The thing is, the more I think about getting pregnant, the more I want it. I keep having dreams. Tell me about them. She sighs. I keep seeing this beautiful little baby. Gold eyes like yours, blonde hair like mine, the sweetest smile you could imagine. Boy or girl? Boy, she answers without hesitation. He's a little heartbreaker. Funny, I murmur against her hair. I keep seeing a girl. Really? She twists in my arms. I would have thought you'd want a boy, to carry on the family name and all that gendered bullshit. I should want a boy, for all those reasons. But lately, I pause, the words sticking in my throat. I've been thinking about Oriana. She slides her hands over my arms, her touch achingly gentle. What do you think she would have made of all this? She would have liked you. The admission comes easier than expected. But she would have called me crazy. Because of the contract? Because of all of it. I stare at the water, our hazy reflections in it. She was a romantic, believed in sappy shit like love at first sight and soulmates. But you don't? No, I'm more practical. I have to be. Being anything else is as good as a death sentence. I feel her slight exhale, the way her body seems to deflate against mine. I suppose there's something in being practical, she acknowledges softly. You don't get caught up in sentimental gestures. Elise can attest to that. I huff out a laugh, remembering how angry Oriana and Elise were when I said all of this to them back then. My sister called me a heartless monster. We fall silent. There's just the swish of the water, the easy rumble of my breathing and hers. I can almost hear Sutton's mind working, weighing whether to ask what she really wants to know. Did you love her? I don't have to ask who she means. I suppose I did, as well as I could love at 18. I can't tell you if it would have lasted, but it was real. Then you're lucky, she whispers, and the brokenness in her voice makes my fists clench under the water. I've never loved any man, and no man has ever loved me. Something in my chest cracks open. The box that has been burning a hole in my desk drawer is in the pocket of my pants on the floor now. I thought it would be a good idea to give it to her, but now, would giving it to her only make her feel worse? Men have wanted me all my life, she says bitterly, speaking softly like she wishes she didn't have to say it at all. Ever since I hit puberty, I've gotten attention, but no one has ever cared about me. It's the Palmer curse. We're desired, never loved. That's bullshit. I growl against her hair. The Palmer curse is fucking nonsense. She shrugs. Does it matter now? My hands are tied. I signed on the dotted line. I reach for my discarded jacket, pull out the Tiffany box I'd planned to present with more ceremony. But fuck ceremony. This isn't about romance. It's about setting things right. I snap open the box, revealing the 8-carat blue diamond. I think it's time we renegotiated terms. She stiffens in my arms. What do you mean? This arrangement between us has evolved. The old terms don't fit anymore. I take the ring out, letting the box fall aside. You're not my employee, Sutton. You're my partner. She stares down at the ring. Oleg. The old ring was never right. My mother gave it to you. It doesn't fit. This one? I slide it onto her finger. This one is you. Rare, valuable, strong enough to cut through anything. It's too much. It's exactly enough. I close my hand over hers. New terms, equal partners. No more hiding behind that fucking contract. She examines the ring, tilting it to catch the light. And if I can't give you what you want? It's on the tip of my tongue to tell her that everything I want is right here in this tub. This is all I'll ever need. Instead, I turn her around to face me, sending waves of water sloshing out onto the tiled floor. Since meeting you, I think about the future in a new way. I have hope, Sutton. Hope that things will work out. Her eyes are watery as she blinks up at me. Do you mean that? Every word. I nod. I want you to have hope too. She bites her lip. I don't know if I can. It's never come easily to me. I hook a finger under her chin and draw her a little closer to me. Then I guess I'll have to find a way to change that.
47. Sutton. I'm staring down at my phone as I step out onto the sidewalk outside of Oleg's apartment building. He texted for me to meet him outside, but he hasn't responded to tell me why. I'm about to call him when a sleek red convertible glides to a stop in front of me. It's the kind of car celebrities drive down Rodeo Drive, with silk Prada scarves in their hair and oversized sunglasses perched on their perfectly sculpted noses. My breath catches when I see who's behind the wheel. Oleg is better than any Hollywood heartthrob in a crisp white shirt and dark pants. His scarred face is devastatingly handsome in the afternoon sun. He climbs out, all controlled power and lethal grace, and opens the passenger door. It swings up instead of out, because of course it does. Rich people don't have time for normal doors.
Get in.
Whose car is this? Where are we going? I glance down at my boring gray t-shirt and jeans. I don't think I'm dressed for...
It's mine. You're perfect.
His golden eyes soften as he smiles.
And trust me, you are.
Something flutters in my stomach. Anticipation? Nervousness? Desire? I twist my new engagement ring around my fingers. It's become a habit ever since Oleg gave it to me, like I need to keep reminding myself that it's there, that he wants this relationship between us to be something more than just a contract. Not love, but something close enough. I slide into the buttery leather seat, inhaling that intoxicating new car smell mixed with Oleg's cologne. The engine purrs to life, and we merge into traffic, heading north. Palm trees and Art Deco buildings give way to quieter streets lined with mansions hidden behind elaborate gates. We pass Artem and Faye's neighborhood, but keep going until the houses get even bigger, more palatial. Oleg, what is this? If this is a surprise party at an oligarch's house, I'm going to kill him. I'm barely dressed well enough to sit in this car. I can't be seen like this in public. Oksana would never forgive me. Oleg kills the engine and comes around to open my door, revealing a huge gate and a looming mansion set way off behind it.
This,
he explains,
is ours, if you like it.
Our what? Like an Airbnb or something? Are we renting this? He snorts.
Do I look like a man who rents things, Sutton?
I'm still processing his words as we walk up to the entrance, where a man in an impeccable suit waits to greet us. Oleg introduces me to the real estate agent, Andrew Carter, as though this is all perfectly normal, as though dropping by to casually shop for multi-million-dollar waterfront properties is just another Tuesday afternoon. Oleg is talking through the amenities as Andrew unlocks the front door.
There's a big backyard on the water with dock access for me, a nice kitchen for you, plus a pool and plenty of bedrooms.
For the kids. He doesn't say it, but I hear the words hanging there all the same. This relationship doesn't exist without those promised future children. Regardless of what Oleg said in the bath the other night, he's with me for what I agreed to give him. Partners though we may be, I still have a job to do. This house is going to be my office. My head spins as we step inside. The foyer alone is bigger than any place I ever lived in growing up, with soaring 20-foot vaulted ceilings and a crystal chandelier. Sunlight streams through the windows, making the white marble floors gleam like fresh snow.
What do you think?
It's an impossible question to answer. I have no idea what I think. There's something warm and inviting about the house. It feels lived in. It feels like a place where children could grow up, where happy memories could be made. From every window in every room, you can see the brilliant blues of the water and the lush greens of the grass. It's too much. It's everything I never dared to dream about.
Take a look around,
Oleg suggests, his hand warm and reassuring on the small of my back.
I'll catch up with you.
I wander through the main level in a daze, dragging my fingers along smooth walls and cool stone countertops. The kitchen is a chef's dream, all professional-grade appliances and endless granite workspace, a temperature-controlled wine room, a library with built-in shelves that reach to the ceiling. I climb the sweeping staircase, my footsteps silent on the plush carpet. The upper floor is flooded with natural sun from a skylight, casting leaf shadow patterns across the hallway. 5 bedroom doors stand open, beckoning me. The first room I peek my head into has a set of bunk beds against the back wall with superhero sheets clinging to the mattresses. A house this big, and a couple kids still have to share? Get to share, maybe. For the first time, I imagine Oleg and I with multiple children, actual parents to an actual family. I pull the door closed. Professional art, worth what must be hundreds of thousands of dollars, hangs in the hallway, interspersed with tacked-up crayon drawings. One is of a stick figure holding a dog's leash. The person and dog both have wide, toothy grins. M-shaped birds fly across a big yellow sun. 4 more stick figures are lined up on a hill in the back. My family is scrawled in the bottom corner in messy block writing. The F is backwards. It's utterly adorable. Tears prick the backs of my eyes, and I whip around before they can fall. I'm being stupid. It's a kid's drawing. So what if I never once drew a picture of a happy family like that? So what if I never had anyone to pin my drawings to the walls? I'm an adult. The time for crying about what I never got is long over. I move to the last room, pushing open the door in hopes of a beige-painted guest room. Instead, I find a pink paradise. A 4-poster bed is hung with gauzy curtains. The vanity in the corner has Broadway-style lights around the mirror. Disney princess posters cover one wall. Moana, Ariel, Ella. I would have killed for this bedroom as a kid. Again, the flash of golden eyes and curly hair I've been imagining more and more often lately appears in my mind. But it's more than just an image of our imaginary daughter. The part of the fantasy I left out when I told Oleg was the way I see myself holding her in my arms. And Oleg sitting next to me, his arms wrapped around us, cradling us both to his chest like we're the most precious things he's ever had. Like we're all he's ever wanted. Like we're enough.
Am I right in thinking you want dibs on this room?
Oleg's voice startles me from behind. I twist around and find him leaning against the doorway, a carefree smile on his face. I try to blink the fantasy away before he can sniff it out and slap the same expression onto mine. Hot pink bed and princess curtains? It's every girl's dream. Oleg sees right through me. He always does. I turn away to hide my face, but his arms slide around my waist from behind, just like they did in my fantasy.
What's wrong, Sutton?
Nothing. It's just... I swallow hard. I never thought I'd have a home like this.
It's time to expand that imagination of yours.
He presses a kiss to my neck.
All of this can be yours.
All of it? Even you? The ring on my finger feels suddenly like an anchor dragging me down. All of this, the house, his easy smile, the way he can't seem to go more than a day without surprising me with a ring, flowers, a house, is concrete around my ankles, like I'm being pulled to the bottom of the ocean with no hope of keeping my head above the waters of reality. I pull away, needing space. It's too much house. 5 bedrooms, 6.5 baths. Who do we need all of that space for?
For our future family.
I wince. Oleg and I might have children. We might be equals, but we'll never be the happy stick figures on the hill. The pool, the dock, and all the shiny things Oleg keeps surprising me with will only ever be the shiny facade disguising the truth. I never dreamt something like this could be mine, because it can't. As much as I tell myself I'm different from Sydney, I auctioned my life and happiness away to the highest bidder. I've made this bed, and now I have to lie in it.
Do you like it?
Oleg presses.
Andrew has a few other places lined up, but I thought this one fit the bill. I knew you'd like the kitchen. Plus this pink room for...
I'm just happy to have a roof over my head, I mumble, avoiding his eyes. I can feel Oleg's stare burning a hole in the side of my face, but I refuse to look at him. If you want the house, get it. It's your money. I don't wait for his response. I just flee down the hallway, leaving him standing there among someone else's memories, someone else's perfect life captured in frames that I couldn't recreate even if I wanted to. The sooner I accept that, the better.
48. Oleg. My phone vibrates against the nightstand, a death rattle in the dark. The blue glow illuminates Sutton's sleeping form beside me. She'd tossed and turned most of the night before finally falling asleep. I check the time at the same time I see who's calling. Fuck. Oksana at 4 a.m. It's too late and too early for my mother to be calling me for any good reason. Something's wrong. I slip from the bed, careful not to disturb Sutton, and pad barefoot into the hallway. The marble floor is cold beneath my feet, grounding me in this final, surreal moment between sleep and whatever chaos awaits. "Maman?" I answer, keeping my voice low. "What's going on?" "We didn't manage to stop it." Her voice crackles with fury. "The deal went through." My brain, still fuzzy with sleep, takes a moment to process her words. "What deal?" "The deal," she snaps. "Boris's fucking sunk deal. He went behind our backs. The money's already changed hands. Hundreds of millions, Oleg. Poured into a failing business." My free hand curls into a fist. I have to physically stop myself from putting it through the nearest wall. "Jesus Christ," I spit out. "How did you find out?" "Got a call from Russia. Boris paid 40 million over asking price. They jumped on it like sharks to blood." Of course they did. Who wouldn't take free money from a fool? The rage building inside me is familiar. An old friend I've known since the day I watched my sister burn. It demands action, violence, retribution. "Meet me at the office in an hour," I tell Oksana. "We'll regroup there." "It might be too late for game plans now, son." I glance back toward the bedroom where Sutton sleeps, unaware that our world is shifting beneath our feet. We'll see about that. The Pavlov lobby is a tomb at this hour. My footsteps crack against the floor as I stride toward the private elevator. The night security guard doesn't even look up. He knows better than to question my presence, no matter the hour. In stark contrast, my office is already humming with activity when I arrive. 3 hackers huddle around their laptops, bathed in the blue glow of their screens. "Well?" Oksana prowls the space, twitching with fury and caffeine. At this rate, she'll vibrate through the floor before sunrise. Kate's fingers never stop moving across her keyboard. "This is a process, Miss Pavlova. These firewalls weren't built in a day, and they won't come down in one either." Oksana's heel scrapes against the floor as she spins away without a word. An hour later, the orange glow of sunrise is just starting to paint the skyline when Kate's triumphant cry splits the pre-dawn silence. "Aha! Got the bastard!" We converge on her station. The numbers on her screen tell a story of greed and betrayal in cold, hard digits. 10 times market value, I growl, the words tasting like bile. He's not just burning money. He's dousing it in gasoline and throwing matches at it. But it's the name attached to the receiving account that makes my blood run cold. Martinek Group. The office falls into a silence so complete I can hear the hum of the computers, the soft whisper of the air conditioning, the rapid-fire clicking of Kate's fingers against keys as she digs deeper into the digital grave Boris has dug for us all. "I can't believe he would do this," Oksana whispers. For the first time tonight, I hear real fear beneath her anger. The Martineks aren't just business rivals. They're the boogeymen that have haunted the Pavlov family for generations. Kate glances between us, curiosity warring with professional detachment on her face. "The Martineks?" "The biggest Bratva on this side of the States."
I tell her, my voice like gravel in my throat. And our biggest rival, in business and beyond. Oksana backs away from the screens as if they're contaminated. Your father spent his life keeping them at bay. Every sacrifice, every late night, every missed family dinner, all of it was to keep the Martinex from taking what he built. Her voice breaks. And Boris just handed it to them gift-wrapped. I turn away from the damning evidence on the screen, my mind already racing through contingencies. There's always a way out, always an angle. I just have to find it. There has to be some way to reverse this, I say, more to myself than anyone else. The money is gone, Oleg. The only thing left to do is hunt Boris down and kill him. She looks at me. Don't tell me you haven't thought about it. Longer than you have, I admit. But Boris isn't stupid. Stubborn, yes. Short-sighted, maybe. But he wouldn't make a move like this without a reason. Isn't it obvious? He's throwing his lot in with the Martinex. I shake my head. The pieces don't fit. He was CEO and Pakan. Why give that up to be someone else's errand boy? Boredom? No. There's something we're missing. Something that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Something that whispers danger in a voice I've learned never to ignore. Oksana eyes the coffee cart like it holds the answers to all life's mysteries. Fuck. I need a drink, she mutters. She strides for the exit and nearly collides with Artyom in the doorway. They exchange terse nods as they pass, and then my oldest friend joins me, his face grave in the artificial light. What do you have for me? Please let there be something salvageable in this fucking mess. The look on his face tells me there isn't. Nothing good. Boris has been running a shadow organization, making moves against you for the past year, like he knew you were coming for him and wanted to cut you off at the knees. My hands curl into fists. Who? They were behind the motorcycle chase after your engagement party. He pauses, and something in that pause makes my skin crawl. And one of their members is Drew Anton. I fucking knew it. The vindication is the best feeling I've had in hours. But there's something off in Artyom's tone. Something that makes me ask, how did you find out? Artyom's shoulders slump. The look he gives me is part guilt, part resignation. I did some digging, based on information Sutton gave me. The world stops spinning for a heartbeat. Sutton? He won't meet my eyes. Not a good sign from a man who's faced down death at my side. She didn't tell you. There's a twitch developing in my left eye. What was she supposed to tell me? Artyom pulls out his phone, cues up a video, hands it to me. This is surveillance footage Sutton found. I see Drew Anton on the screen. I'm not sure if it's the sight of him or Sutton's name in Artyom's mouth that makes my jaw clench. She found footage of our enemies? How the fuck did she... Maybe you should talk to her, Oleg. Sutton's had plenty of chances to talk. My voice is deadly calm now. The kind of calm that comes before storms, before bloodshed. I'm asking you, what aren't you telling me? God damn it. He rakes a hand through his hair. I thought she'd have told you by now. Artyom, spit it the fuck out. He meets my eyes finally, and what I see there makes something cold settle in my chest.
Drew and Sutton have been in regular contact for months. The silence that follows his words is absolute, complete. It is the silence that falls in the eye of a hurricane when you know the worst is yet to come. I stare at Artyom for a few silent seconds. Then I burst into bitter laughter. 49. Oleg. The ocean calls to me. It would be so fucking easy to disappear into that endless blue horizon. Nothing but salt air and ghosts for company. No complications, no responsibilities, no betrayals. But I didn't build an empire by running from my problems. The uneven tap of expensive Italian leather on marble announces Boris's arrival before he appears. No doubt his bootlicking assistants warned him I was waiting in his office, probably pissing themselves as they delivered the news. I turn away from the window as he sweeps in with his trademark arrogance, a calculated smile stretched across his face. The sickly pallor from our last board meeting has been replaced by his usual ruddy complexion. He's looking far too pleased with himself. Boris? I keep my voice flat, controlled. He gives me a wide berth as he circles toward his desk. Nephew, what a nice surprise. Can I offer you anything? Coffee? Perhaps something stronger? Vodka? My lip curls. How about an explanation? He lets out an affected little laugh as he settles into the leather throne behind his big, antique desk. We both know it's just for show. The only thing Boris does at that desk is stroke his ego. Really, Oleg, ask the questions you actually want answers to. Stop wasting both our time with this passive-aggressive dance. One clean shot to that smug face would knock him out cold. A little extra force, and the sorry bastard might never get up again. The thought is far too tempting, especially with the rage still burning in my gut from this morning's conversation with Artyom. I force thoughts of Sutton away. Not now. You chose to betray the company, the family, your brother's legacy. All for what? For power? For what's rightfully mine, he hisses, dropping the fake smile. For what I built and maintained after your father's death. You built nothing. The words come out as a growl. You just took credit for his work. Boris waves his hand dismissively. I wouldn't expect you to understand. You've always been more brawn than brains. An arrogant child who feels entitled to Daddy's empire. I feel entitled to nothing, I spit. I worked for everything I have. That surveillance system is vanity. He cuts me off. Nothing but an ego trip. Did you really think I would sink millions into a venture concocted by the same reckless fool who got his sister killed? The same tragedy that drove your father to an early grave? You might as well have killed him yourself. Ice spreads through my veins, freezing the rage. The accusation has always lingered between us, unspoken. I thought I was ready for it. I was wrong. What happened on that boat was an accident. It was carelessness, Boris snarls. And it cost 2 young women their lives. I wasn't about to let you apply the same brand of carelessness to the company. So you decide to apply your own brand of idiocy instead? I stalk closer to his desk. Explain the logic. How is throwing good money at the Martinek's dead business any different from what you claim is a bad investment? The Martineks represent old money, boy. Real power. Their influence extends far beyond what we can touch. I may have lost Pavlov Industries' millions today, but I've ensured its survival tomorrow.
As the Martinex puppet? I lean forward, hands braced on his desk.
Or does that not matter as long as you get to pretend you're still relevant?
He shrugs, unbothered.
The Martinex offer more than money. They offer stability. Unlike you, they aren't vulnerable.
How exactly am I vulnerable? He emits a sharp, grating laugh.
Ha! Look no further than your own bed.
Is that a threat?
Merely an observation. You're the one who put yourself at risk the moment you decided to stick your cock in that whore.
One sweep of my arm sends his pretentious desk ornaments crashing to the floor. Boris shrinks back in his chair, knuckles white on the armrests. Good. Let him remember who he's dealing with. Choose your next words carefully, I say softly. Don't blame me for this, he mutters, eyes darting to the floor.
The Martinex used the oldest trick, a pretty face and a nice rack. Or did you think Drew Anton and Sutton Palmer stumbled into your life by accident? Did you really think those little boudoir photos went to the whole company by accident?
His confidence grows as he watches my reaction.
And you, a man who prides himself on reading people, fell for it completely. Hook, line, and sinker.
I'm silent. He senses it and pounces.
I had no choice but to make a deal with the Martinex to save us from embarrassment. If you want the full story, ask that pretty little fiancée of yours.
His lips curl.
While you're at it, have a chat with her boyfriend, too.
I study him, trying to gauge how far he'll push this lie to destabilize me. The fucker looks downright gleeful. You're lying. Boris's laugh grates like broken glass.
Ha ha ha! How touching. She's really done a number on you, hasn't she? Such a waste of potential.
You're not getting in my head, you old sack of shit. His eyes narrow.
You don't trust me. Understandable, given the circumstances.
He unlocks his iPad with a quick swipe.
But if you won't trust me, trust your own eyes.
He twists the tablet towards me just as it starts to play. The footage is crystal clear. Sutton in the grocery store, dressed in her usual oversized sweatshirt and jeans, blonde hair flowing down her back. She's standing in front of the freezer section, probably debating what flavor ice cream to bring home. A hooded figure appears behind her. Her body goes rigid, but she doesn't move away, doesn't try to escape. Instead, their hands lean together in intimate conversation. Acid burns up my throat. I trusted her. Boris pauses the video with a flourish, leaning forward.
Notice the timestamp in the bottom corner.
I've already clocked it. Just weeks ago, right before I took Sutton to Sardinia, where we spent days talking and nights fucking, where I let myself believe my feelings for her were real, where she encouraged me to lower my walls inch by careful inch, and I took her up on it. Was it all orchestrated? A calculated play to break me from the inside so the Martinex could finish what they started? Everything slots into place with sickening clarity.
If you need more proof,
Boris starts. My gaze snaps to him, and his mouth clamps shut. I don't need a fucking thing from you. I turn and stalk out of his office. The ocean calls again as I stride through the building, but I'm not running.
Not this time. This time, I'll remember exactly who I am. The Beast of Palm Beach didn't get his nickname by showing mercy.
50. Sutton. It's been a lonely few days in the apartment. Today is no exception. With Oleg working so much, most mornings start by myself. I'm trying this new thing where I don't check my fertility app like a madwoman 20 times a day. They say stress doesn't make for a conducive baby-making environment. Well, I am going to work to create one. Except that somehow, and I don't know how, my sense of calm has become intrinsically linked to Oleg's presence. Every time I'm around him, I just feel safe. When has that ever happened with a man? Hell, when has that ever happened, period? I can't stop myself from reaching out to touch the space where he should be. But the sheets are cool to the touch. His indent is fading. Little by little, this bed is losing its memory of him. I've just changed into yoga pants and a positive attitude, with vague plans of starting my morning with some sun salutations, when I hear the elevator doors beep open. My heartbeat rises instantly, a flush rushing to my cheeks. But when I race to the elevator to greet him, my smile dies. One look at his face tells me there will be no swoon-worthy good mornings today. There will be no blueberry scones or shared showers or tea on the balcony. Whatever he's bringing with him today is going to be painful, not poetic. "Oleg," I squeak, staring into those dark gold eyes that are fixed on me with a scowl that I haven't seen in a long time. What's wrong? He brushes past me without answering. My heartbeat rises again, but this time it's for a whole other reason. Feeling a bout of hyperventilation coming on, I take a deep breath and follow him into the living room. Oleg is standing by the window, staring out at the ocean beyond. "Oleg, please," I beg. "What's wrong? What's happening?" He doesn't face me.
Drew, Anton.
He rumbles emotionlessly.
Explain.
My blood drains south so fast, I sway on my feet, gripping the back of the couch to stay upright. The room spins slightly at the mention of my ex's name on Oleg's lips. Two worlds that should never collide, yet somehow have. I was a fool not to have told him ages ago, the same day that Artem had told me to tell him everything. But he had been so damn busy since then. When would I have done it? Excuses, excuses, a little voice in the back of my head sing-songs. It's not wrong. I take a half step towards him, but freeze again when he throws me a look that impales me where I stand. Well, I lick my lips, but that doesn't seem to make them any less dry. As you know, he's my ex. We moved to Palm Beach together after he stopped working for Paul Lipovsky. But then we broke up, and I'm not sure who he ended up working for, but recently he moved back to Las Vegas because Paul apparently hired him back. I think... Oleg spins to face me. It takes everything I have not to flinch away.
I don't give a damn about his fucking resume,
Oleg snarls as he stalks closer.
I want to know what he is to you. Have you been in contact with him? How often? For how long? Was it his idea to send those pictures to the whole damn company?
No! I gasp, horrified that he would even think such a thing. Although considering I didn't come clean about Drew from the beginning, I'm on weak footing. No, of course not. Those photos were never meant to be seen by anyone. He snorts.
Or so you claim.
Yes, I do claim because it's true. Those pictures getting sent to the whole company was a mistake, Oleg. I swear it.
And the rest of it? Have you been in contact with him the whole time we've been together?
This time I do flinch. His nostrils flare as though I've just given him confirmation. No! I yell, grabbing his arm before he can turn away from me.
No?
He challenges. I drop my hand. It's complicated. But even as I say it, I feel my words trailing off, because it's not entirely true, is it? I've been keeping secrets. I have been talking to him. That's as black and white as it gets.
You have 10 fucking seconds to tell me the truth.
Yes, I forced through my teeth. We have been in contact, but not for the whole time you and I have been together. The only reason I got back in contact with him at all is because he started working for Paul again, and he said he could keep tabs on my sister for me.
And you couldn't have just called your sister and asked how she was doing?
He snarls. Sydney's in an abusive relationship, Oleg. I sigh. She's not honest with me about what's going on in it. She knows how I feel about Paul, and she'd gone silent on me, which has always been a sure sign that something is going on between them, something bad. I wanted to tell you about it. I wanted to ask for your help.
Show me your phone.
His tone guts me.
The phone I know he gave you.
I have no idea how he knows all of this, but now is not the time to ask questions like that. I walk, shaking, into our room and start rummaging around in my underwear drawer. But my hands come up empty. No matter how hard I scrabble, I can't seem to find the stupid phone. Where are you? I hiss under my breath. Come on, come on.
Where is it?
He demands from behind me. He's not breathing down my neck or anything, but it feels like he is. His anger has choked out all the air in the room. I can't find it, I stutter. It was here, I'm sure. I kept it right here. Maybe it fell out or...
Keep looking,
he orders stonily.
I don't give a fuck for myself or for you and me. That no longer matters.
What is that piercing stab in my chest? Can that be what a breaking heart feels like? Struggling for breath, I race over to the big couch I use like a hamper and start riffling through pockets as though my life depends on it. It very well might. It isn't here, I cry. It should be here.
Are you lying to me again?
No, I exclaim, twisting around to face him. I swear, Oleg, the phone should be here. I don't know where it's gone. It must have fallen, or I don't know what could have happened. His granite jaw clicks.
What app did you use?
App? I repeat stupidly. All I can think of is the fertility app I check every morning like a prayer. Surely he can't be talking about that, right? With a grimace, he gestures for me to follow him. Feeling like a lamb to the slaughter, I trudge quietly behind him, trying to think where I might have misplaced that burner phone. If I can only show him what's on it, he'll realize that my communication with Drew was strictly about Sydney and nothing else. As soon as we're in his office, Oleg moves straight to his laptop. His hands move nimbly across the keyboard before he twists the screen towards me.
Use your password to log into the cloud. I want to see exactly what you told him.
Swallowing, I try what I think is my password. Incorrect password flashes across the screen. God, does this look bad?
Let me guess.
Oleg sneers.
You can't remember any of your passwords. Convenient.
It's not convenient. It's the truth.
Like accidentally sending out half-naked pictures of yourself to my whole damn company was the truth?
He scoffs.
Try again.
His scalding tone lights a fire under me. I rack my brain, and with a silently uttered prayer, I type in a password. Yes. I manage to access my WhatsApp account. But the moment I pull up my text thread with Drew, I realize something is wrong. No, I whisper. He looks over my shoulder and scowls.
The thread is empty.
It wasn't when I last checked, I swear to God. I'm shivering in his shadow. I'm not even looking right at him, but I can feel the fire in his eyes. I shake my head. It must have been Drew. He's done this to me before, hacked into my accounts, deleted text messages, erased whole conversations to try and gaslight me into believing whatever he wants me to believe. Oleg raises his eyebrows in disgust.
And you expect me to believe that this is the man you chose to go to for help with your sister?
I didn't go to him, Oleg. He came to me.
And you just couldn't turn him away, could you?
I should have, I cry. But I was so worried about Sydney. I did it for my sister. I would never do anything to hurt you, Oleg. Not you or your family or your company. Please, you have to believe.
I want you out,
he interrupts. He doesn't even have to raise his voice to bring me to my knees. You don't mean that.
I mean every word of it.
His lips curl upwards.
I want you out of this apartment by the time I return this evening. Pack your bags, leave not a trace of yourself behind. My attorneys will work to sever the contract that binds us. Consider it broken. Any contract you try to make with me, with my company, with anyone connected to me, will be considered harassment and will be punished accordingly.
Oleg,
don't!
He roars so venomously that my mouth snaps shut.
Don't you fucking speak my name. The contract was a mistake. You were a mistake. I'm merely cleaning up the mess.
Then he storms out of the office. I stand there, numb and in shock. How could weeks, months of connection have been destroyed so completely, so quickly? Was he the same man who had drawn me a bubble bath and washed my hair when I was sad about not being pregnant? Was he the same man who made love to me under the stars out on the open ocean? Was he the same man who talked to me about his love for the sister he lost, the one regret he will never get over? It seems impossible that a bond that felt so strong could be over so fast. Then again, if our bond had been that strong, he would never have believed this of me. He would know what I was capable of, and I could never be capable of hurting him. As the numbness leaves my body, my legs buckle. My knees hit the floor as I keel over, sobs racking my body one after the other. What have I done? I stay on the floor until my tears dry up. I can't see much through my puffy eyes, but I draw myself up anyway. I take a deep breath, and I start to pack. This is nothing I haven't done before. Sydney and I bounced from one foster home to the other. Some we chose to leave, others we were kicked out of. It didn't really matter in the end, because we were always prepared for it. None of those places were home. None of those places felt safe. But as I pack, for perhaps the 100th time in my life, I realize that as familiar as this is, it's different, too. My life has prepared me for this. That doesn't mean it hurts any less. 51. Sutton. I underestimated the Palmer women's curse. I genuinely thought I could kick it. I really thought there was a way to slink out of its hold once and for all. Turns out, all that hope was just the curse hard at work. It was the curse lulling me into a false sense of comfort before pulling the rug out from underneath me. Idiot. There's no such thing as curses. It's you. You're the problem. I blink back tears as I stow away the last of my sweats. I've left behind all the gifts that Oleg gave me over the last few months. The ring sits on top of the pile, glinting at me accusingly. There's no way I can justify taking it with me. Even if it means starving on the streets, I would rather do that than prove Oleg right by taking anything he's given me. As I walk through the apartment for the last time, my bag slung across one shoulder, I feel the weight of my mistakes hang over me. There is no Palmer woman curse. There are just Palmer women and the bad decisions they make. I've made enough to bury me. Like trusting Drew. Like not telling Oleg about everything straight away. Like signing that stupid contract in the first place. Probably my worst mistake of all, though, was falling for the man who warned me explicitly not to do that. What the hell was I thinking? hoping for something more from Oleg. Of course he doesn't love me. He can't. Of course he didn't actually want a family with me. He's incapable. The last few weeks were just a beautiful dream. And now I've been forced awake. I'm standing on the curb, avoiding the concierge's pitying eyes when my Uber pulls up. Pushing back tears, I stare down at the text message on my screen. My last lifeline. Mara, of course you can crash with me, for as long as you need, no questions asked. If I could, I'd cry at how good of a friend she is. A better friend than I deserve, honestly. But there aren't many more tears left for me to shed. I feel like I've started over in my life more times than a person should have to. Some might call it freeing. I call it depressing. I've been poring over plane tickets and job listings for the past 24 hours. Every time I blink, I see wanted ads and airline prices. My head is spinning with indecision. Should I go to Vegas and spend a few days with Sydney? It would be great to see her. But that would put me right in Drew's crosshairs. And thanks to the shit show he's made of my life, I'm less inclined than ever to be civil if we were to cross paths. Not to him, not to Paul, not to all the men in this world who think they can manipulate and lie and cheat to get what they want. The ironic part is that I don't include Oleg in that list. He may be as beastly as they say he is, but he's cut from a different cloth than Paul and Drew. My mistake was treating him like them. I should have been honest with him from the beginning. My fault, my fault, my fault. Are you still looking at the wanted ads? Mara asks as she walks into the apartment, her cheeks bright pink from the wind. I found something I'm suited for, I tell her with false cheer, pointing to my laptop screen. Busty blonde with poor judgment wanted as mannequin for storefront window. Perfect for me, wouldn't you say? Mara sighs. You're being hard on yourself. No, I'm not. I'm being fair. I am a busty blonde with poor judgment. Okay, this calls for some serious reinforcements, Mara declares, moving to the fridge. If you're looking for ice cream, I finished it all around 11 a.m. this morning. Raising her eyebrows, Mara closes the freezer door. You could have sent me a text. I would have stopped at the grocery store. I just shake my head in embarrassment. You're already doing enough for me without wasting your money on ice cream to satisfy my depression. First of all, spending money on ice cream is never wasted. And second of all, she plops onto the beanbag next to the coffee table. You need to get out of this funk and get proactive with your life. I point to my laptop. What do you think I'm trying to do here? She throws a skeptical look at the wanted ads on my screen. Found anything good? I open my mouth, but she cuts me off at the pass. And no more mannequin cracks either. I snort. Damn it. I had a couple more lined up. They were good, too. Don't care. I want to hear a legit plan from you. My plans haven't been very successful lately. I grimace, aware that I sound like a spoiled child. Maybe instead of Vegas, I should move somewhere completely new. A real fresh start. Move? Where would you even go, boo? Anywhere else, I sigh. There's nothing for me here anymore, Mara. The whole of Palm Beach will have seen my boudoir shoot by now. No one worth their salt is going to hire me. And if they do, I probably wouldn't want to work for them anyway. Las Vegas is full of ex-boyfriends and bad memories. I don't know what to do. Don't give up, Mara insists. That's what you should do. You're acting like it's all over for you. I don't mean to be dramatic. I say dramatically. But it is. Because you broke up with your boyfriend? Mara balks. To her credit, it's the first time she's really brought him up. She'd been true to her word about not prying. Come on, Sut, that's not you. I broke up with my fiancé, I correct. And also, He broke up with me. Surely there are some nuances to that story. None that matter. I shrug. It's just us Palmer women. Can't keep a good man, can't avoid the bad ones. I drop my face into my palms. I should have known better than to get involved with Drew. Drew! Mara cries. Your breakup has something to do with Drew? It's not exactly the truth, but it's the closest I can come to it without getting my ass sued. So I nod. It was stupid, I know, but hindsight is 20/20. At the time, I was worried about Sydney. So when he said he was back to working for Paul and he would keep an eye on Sydney for me... Oh, God. Mara cringes. He used her to get close to you. Then he fucked up your relationship with Oleg. That's classic. In a nutshell. Mara smacks her forehead with the palm of her hand. I don't mean to make you feel worse, but you should have known better. I nod into my hands. I know. Fuck, Mara mutters, sidling over to me and wrapping an arm around my shoulder. I'm sorry, hun. Don't be. I'm the one who made the mess in the first place. Like always. Mara is so quiet that I look up. She's chewing on her bottom lip, eyes far away. Mar? She glances at me nervously. I have something I should probably tell you. I spoke to Oleg a couple of weeks ago. A flurry of nerves force me upright. About? Well, you and Drew. What on earth for? She sighs. I take it he didn't tell you anything. Listen, I'm sorry if you feel I went behind your back, but I was genuinely concerned and I didn't want to worry you. You are worrying me. Why did you go to Oleg? Because I found a bug on your car, Sutton, and I was pretty sure that Drew was responsible for it. My jaw drops. Explain. I took the car in for a detail and my mechanic found it. He told me that he had it checked out and there was no doubt what it was. Someone was keeping tabs on you, and the only person I could think of was the douchebag extraordinaire. I lean back against the sofa. I don't get it. Why didn't Oleg tell me this? Maybe because he didn't want to worry you either, Mara suggests. Or because he didn't think it was Drew. But if it wasn't Drew, who could it have been? We exchange a look. One thing's for sure. There's some shady shit going on here. I groan. Of course there is, because nothing with my life is ever simple. I'm sorry, Sutton. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to Oleg at all. No, I understand why you did. I'm not mad at you, Mar. I'm mad at Drew. He's the only one psychotic enough to do something like this. Maybe you could talk to Oleg, Mara suggests. Make him see that Drew is just a low-life scam artist who's manipulating the situation. I shake my head. Oleg's livid face still fresh in my mind's eye. You didn't see him. He was so angry. I've never seen him like that before. Which only means that he cares about you, she rebuts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so mad or so hurt. I bite my lip, resisting the urge to rub my skin raw. No, it was a mistake to get involved with Oleg. But you love him. I spring backwards, the words whipping across my face, engulfing me in prickly heat. Love him, I murmur, shocked at how those two little words feel on my tongue. Sut, it's so obvious, Mara says gently. Yesterday when you showed up at my doorstep, I'd never seen you look so miserable. And when you broke down, That was a low point. It was raw, and it was real. She clasps my arm. It's no weakness to admit that you love him, you know. I pull my hand back, gulping back tears. It was just an emotional day, is all. I'm fine. Oleg made it clear that he never wants to hear from me again, and I'm going to respect that choice. I force a limp smile. Don't want to turn into Drew now, do I? Sut. I pull myself off the ground and walk over to the kitchen. Let's have dinner, I say abruptly. I made salmon and roast veggies as a thank you for letting me crash. You don't have to thank me. Actually, I do. I tell Mara, gripping her arm. You've been like a sister to me through all this. I can't tell you how much that means to me. We sit down at the table and Mara goes to town with the pasta. As for me, I sit there and pretend to eat. I have to fake as though every mouthful I take doesn't taste like cardboard. If these are the symptoms of a broken heart, I understand why people swear off love. It shouldn't hurt this bad to fall. I wake up the next morning to my fertility app in full bloom. Talk about a cruel wake-up call. Something about the app nags at the back of my head, but I push it away and force myself into the shower. After I get out and get dressed, I send Mara off to work with a hearty omelet, well aware that she's watching me like I'm a ticking time bomb. I'm okay, Mar. I insist. I'm not going to jump off the balcony the moment you walk out the door. She frowns. It's troubling how fast you came up with that. Snorting, I pull her plate out from underneath her. Just go to work, okay? I'm going to be fine. I have big plans for today. Which are? Going to the grocery store, cleaning out the fridge, and giving the whole apartment a good once-over. You're not my maid or my private chef. You don't have to do any of that. Nonsense. It's the least I can do for putting me up. We're friends, Sut. I'd have been happy to put you up even if you hung around in your underwear, ate all my food, and finished all my toilet paper. That reminds me, I need to put toilet paper on the grocery list. You're insane. Mara shakes her head. Very possible. Now go to work. I don't want to be accused of making you late. I'll text you later. Maybe we can go out for dinner or something. Sure. I nod. Distracted by the grocery list Mara has pasted on her refrigerator door. Milk, tampons, eggs, honey, trash bags. What was that? Mara calls from the front door. Nothing. Have a good day. The moment the door snaps shut, I race to the bathroom, realizing why my fertility app has been bugging me consistently since I woke up. My period is due. Was due, actually. A few days ago. I'd completely forgotten in the upheaval of everything that's happened. Grabbing one of the pregnancy tests I've had on hand since I signed the now broken contract, I tear off the packaging, my heart jumping into my throat. Could it be? Once I'm done peeing on the stick, I place it on the vanity and start pacing the 3 feet between the mirror and the door. Everything feels just a little bit claustrophobic after the airy spaciousness of Oleg's penthouse. But right now, the lack of air in my lungs has nothing to do with the lack of space. How long has it been? I count to 100, then I count to another 100 for good measure. By the time I finally give myself permission to look at the test, my hands are covered in goosebumps. Here goes nothing, I mutter, opening my eyes, even though deep down, I know exactly what I'm going to see. The sign is bright and clear. There's no denying it. I'm pregnant.
52. Oleg.
Blyat. This doesn't bode well for them, getting back together.
Artyom's low timbre tells me that he's worried, but not for me. I edge close to the door as their voices spill over. I can make out Artyom's bicep and Vlad's tattooed wrist. They're standing close together, exchanging information in my fucking office that they don't want me to know. This is what happens when you lose focus. This is what happens when you let your head get turned by a doe-eyed actress in a princess dress. Because it is clearer to me now than it has ever been. She is a fucking actress. No one can be that naive, that innocent. That simpering gaze, the shaky lower lips, all one big act. I pride myself on being a good judge of character. I pride myself on seeing through people. And yet here I am, eating my words, re-evaluating my intuition. I fell for it, just like Boris said. Hook, line, and sinker. I smashed through the door, sending both men grunting away from it. Oleg! Artyom's eyes are wide. I didn't think you'd be in so early. He's justified in thinking that. I haven't been coming to the office early very often, ever since a certain blonde seductress fell across my path. No, not fell. Placed. She was placed in my path. And instead of kicking her back out of it and striding onward like I should have done, I invited her into my bed. I'll bet she laughed about that with that scumbag boyfriend of hers.
Can you believe how easy it was to pull the wool over his eyes?
Drew fucking Anton. To think, I was within strangling distance of the man and I let him live. I should have finished him off when I had the chance. Now, I'm forced to fantasize about all the ways I would kill him just to get through the night. Gelding him is the front-running fantasy. Maybe I'll even make Sutton watch. Vlad? I spit, glaring daggers at the young lieutenant. Make yourself scarce. I need to have words with Artyom. Something wrong, brother? Artyom asks casually, recovering fast. Right now, I'm not your brother. I crack my knuckles. I am your pakan, your leader, the man you swore fealty to. Artyom nods curtly, all traces of familiarity disappearing from his face. Understood, sir. Good. If you don't hand over any and all information you have on Sutton, then I will fire your ass right fucking now. Artyom's eyebrow flickers upwards. His eyes narrow. He surveys me studiously, his fingers twitching at his side. Listen, you do have something on her? He sighs. Vlad just showed up with it. Then you should have informed me right away. It sounded more like you were trying to figure out how to conceal this information from me. Oleg, we both know Sutton. Are you fucking stupid? I growl. Are you so deeply under that witch's spell that you can't see her for what she really is, even now? He hesitates before he says, I think there's more to the story than meets the eye. Is this you talking? I demand. Or Faye? He bristles. I'm speaking for myself here, and no one else. Boris handed me proof of what she is. When I confronted her, she didn't deny it. She did, actually, Artyom insists. She told you why she was in contact with Anton. Isn't it possible that she might be telling the truth? Jesus Christ, Artyom. Do you still believe in Santa Claus, too? I'm trying to help you, brother. There's a small voice in the back of my head advising restraint. I need to put my anger aside and be a leader now. But there's another, larger part of me that wants to take a bite out of anyone who crosses my path. Unfortunately for Artyom, that's exactly where he's found himself. I don't need your help. I need your obedience, your loyalty. He sighs and scrubs a hand over his face. You have it, Oleg. But part of that deal comes with honesty. I don't believe Sutton is a spy. I think if she were, you'd have sussed her out long before now. Are you trying to rub my face in it? I'm trying to tell you that your hurt is clouding your judgment. I'm not hurt, I growl. I'm pissed off. Oleg. I cut him off with a raised hand. What do you know, Artyom? I won't ask again. He runs a hand through his hair, then pulls his phone out of his pocket. Vlad is running the team that's trailing Sutton, he explains. And this morning, she met with Drew Anton. The words wheeze out as though it's costing him a lot to tell me. My lip twists in a cruel sneer. And you're still claiming that she's innocent? You should watch the... He offers me his phone, but I slap it away so hard that it almost careens out of his hand. Oleg, there's more going on here than we know. Maybe you should... He blocks me before I can reach the door. Calm the fuck down and think straight for a second? And if you can't think straight, then at least listen to someone who can. There's more than one side to this story. I stop, but only so I can whip around and glare at him head on. Why? So you can plead Sutton's case for her? Sure, there may well be 18 fucking sides to this story, but I have neither the time nor the inclination to sort through them all. Boris is currently trying to run us into the ground. We might wake up tomorrow to a Martinek takeover, with a Martinek boss overseeing us. Is that what you want? Of course that's not. Then why the fuck are you still fighting me on this? Artyom has never looked so exhausted. Christ, Oleg, I'm not fighting you at all. We're on the same side, remember? He exhales again, miserable. But considering we're operating with very little intel, it makes sense to be cautious rather than reckless. You go in guns blazing, and it might feed right into the Martinek's hands. If you have a plan, say it. Otherwise, get the fuck out of my way. Bring Sutton in, he says with a gulp. Find out what she knows. Teeth grinding, I twist around so that Artyom can't see the vein I can feel trying to burst through my forehead. It's a fair suggestion. Reasonable. Cautious, like he said. But I can't imagine seeing Sutton just now, let alone talking to her. Even if she does talk, how can I believe a single word that comes out of her mouth? The only thing I am sure of is that it's over between us. The one small silver lining is that I found out about all this before I knocked her up with my air. At least now, I can break the contract clean. Maybe later, I agree, if only to placate Artyom for the time being. For now, I have more important matters to deal with. I push past him and stride toward my mother's office on the opposite side of the floor. Ever since we found out about Boris, she's been practically living on the premises. I walk in without knocking. She's standing between her lounge and her desk, clearly mid-pace. She's holding a French cigarette slanted elegantly between her fingers. Smoke whirls around her face in a delicate bloom. It's a bit early for a smoke, isn't it? Considering the shit your uncle has mired us in, I think not. She lifts one perfect eyebrow. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? It's over, I rumble, ripping off the Band-Aid in one go. Sutton and we're done. The contract is broken, and our arrangement is at an end. Oksana doesn't say a word. Not the reaction I was expecting. I thought you'd be happy, I remark. What makes you think I'm not? For one, I expected an "I told you so." She purses her lips and tosses her perfectly dyed mane of hair back over her shoulder. Do you think me so cold? Yes, and I happen to believe it's one of your best qualities." She narrows her eyes. "You're being sarcastic now. I take it that you're not happy about the state of affairs?" "On the contrary, I'm exceedingly happy not to have a conniving snake carrying my child." Oksana's jaw drops. "What?" I hold up my hand. "I'm not here for comfort or advice. I feel nothing about the contract breaking. I came here to tell you that you win." "I win?" "That's right. You win. You can find me a suitable girl. I will marry anyone you suggest. No questions asked." Her carefully composed mask wobbles. "Oleg, are you serious?" I meet her gaze, and for the first time, I see her coldness reflected back at me in the black pits of her eyes. "Yes, Maman, I am."
53. Sutton. I'm losing the baby. There's a tragic poetry to it, really. I've lost the father. Why not the baby, too? But despite my body and mind telling me that perhaps this is the universe's way of saying that Oleg and I were never meant to be, my heart and soul are telling me something else entirely. I want this baby. I can't lose it. Please don't let me lose it. I stare down at the text Mara sent me 15 minutes ago, complete with a smiley face and a bunch of heart emojis. Mara's not an emoji texter. The fact that I've gotten so many is a surefire sign that she's worried about me. She doesn't know about the pregnancy, though. She doesn't know about the bleeding that started sometime in the middle of last night. Just a few red spots to start with. I'd written it off as stress. But then this morning, there were more spots. Bright red, almost blinding. I'd scoured the internet, but it did nothing to calm me down. Breakthrough bleeding isn't always serious, but it can be. It can be. And that's enough to send me on a downward spiral. Mara. "Hey, hun, you doing okay?" Smiley face. "How about we grab lunch during my work break? I think you need an outing. Heart, heart." Maybe an outing can counteract my downward spiral. Maybe some fresh air and a walk is all I need to alleviate the burning in my chest. I probably should see a doctor, but for some reason, if it's bad, I don't want to know just yet. At least I can stay pregnant for a few more hours. Sutton. "How about the smoothie bar? I'm gonna head over there in a bit. Join me whenever you're on your break." I grab my bag and make the 10-minute walk to the smoothie bar. It's a balmy day, the breeze riffling through my hair like warm fingers. Every corner I turn, I feel as though someone is watching me. At least I know it's not Oleg. Every time I blink, I can see his face. The heartless way he looked away from me as he ordered me out of his home and his life. Was it ever a possibility that we would live in that gorgeous mansion by the water? Was raising a family there together ever real? It feels like some sort of cruel joke, a carrot the universe dangled in front of me before taking it back. Silly, stupid Sutton. That kind of life is not for grubby little orphan girls with no family and no future. You're a Palmer woman, remember? You don't get things that nice. I blink back tears as I make the last turn to the smoothie bar. My hand falls instinctively over my stomach. I can't be losing this baby. Not when I can feel him or her so deeply inside me. Surely that has to mean something. Surely it means that the universe, in all its viciousness, is offering me this one consolation prize. You will never have everything, but you will give everything to your child. My feet hit the pavement in a steady click-clack, click-clack, and with every step, I can hear it echoed in someone else's. I turn twice just to make sure I'm not being followed, but there's no one behind me except for a startled old lady who starts walking in the opposite direction the second time I glance behind my shoulder. Great, I'm scaring old ladies now. Feels like a fitting conclusion to my transformation from loser to total loser. When I get to the smoothie bar, I make straight for the counter, place my order, and shuffle off to find a table by the window. I haven't been seated 5 seconds before a tall, hooded figure slips into the seat opposite mine. The stench on him is sweat and Creed Aventus. I recoil instantly. Drew grabs my arm, nails digging into my wrist so that I'm forced to stay in my seat.
Don't be silly, baby. It's just me.
Let go of me. I enunciate every damn word. He just grins.
Come on now, don't be like that.
If you don't let go of me right this instant, I'm going to scream bloody murder. He looks amused.
Would you?
I steal a breath, ready to make good on my threat when he releases my hand as though it's just caught on fire.
Jesus Christ, don't scream.
He grumbles.
I just want to talk.
If only I had my smoothie, I would have thrown it full in his face. I just can't catch a break recently. I have nothing to say to you.
Actually, that suits me just fine, because I have shit I need to say to you.
Of course you do. I roll my eyes. You love the sound of your own voice. He leans forward, resting his elbows on the table.
I don't know where you get off being so snotty. I did you a fucking favor.
A favor? My screech earns me a few looks from the neighboring tables. Are you delusional or just plain stupid? You completely ruined... I break off. What do I say? I can't claim to have had a relationship with Oleg. It was fake right from the beginning. A cordial agreement, but an agreement nonetheless. So I settle for saying, everything! You ruined everything!
I saved your ass,
he retorts, the smile sliding off his face.
You were in over your head with that Russian fuck. I had to get you out.
By lying to me? Using me? Manipulating me?
Hate to break it to you, baby, but you understand that a lot better than you understand an honest conversation.
My cheeks heat. I need something in my hands. A weapon, sharp preferably. I could use a knife or fork to jab him in the eye. At this rate, I'll gouge him with my fingers if I have to. How dare!
Oleg Pavlov is a ruthless motherfucker, and he's got a shitstorm coming his way. I'm talking about the kind of shitstorm he can't get out of.
My fingers tense on the edge of my seat. What do you mean? He breezes right past my question.
Listen, I get it, okay? I understand why you would go for a guy like him. Mr. Moneybags probably pulled out all the stops. But throwing around money is easy for a man who's drowning in it.
That's not why.
He's going down, baby. And if you stayed engaged to him, you'd have gone down with him. I saved you, and I'm gonna keep saving you no matter what.
I can only shake my head. You're insane.
Don't you see how much I care about you, Sutton?
He croons, his hand twitching towards mine. I pull my arms out of reach.
I'm so much better for you than that egotistical asshole will ever be. We were so good together. The perfect team.
I want to tell him to go fuck himself, but my throat is tight and the world is wobbly at the edges. Even speaking feels like more effort than I can make. He sighs.
Listen, if it makes you feel any better, I forgive you.
My jaw drops. I swallow air. But at least I finally find my voice. Excuse me? He nods.
That's right. I forgive you for being with him. He gave you security, and I know how much you Palmer girls value security. But I can give you that too now. I'm coming up in the world, baby, and Oleg is going down.
If my stomach weren't empty, I'd be fighting back the urge to throw up. Drew?
Yes, baby.
He smiles as though he's certain of what I'm about to say. I speak slowly and calmly, hoping that will convey to him just how serious I am. What is it going to take to get you the fuck out of my life? His eyebrows flatline.
You don't really mean that.
You want money? I persist unblinkingly. You want me to shout it from the rooftops? You want me to put a grass skirt on and do a rain dance? You want me to call the cops and get a restraining order? Because whatever it is, I'll freaking do it. He lets out a grating hiss from the back of his throat.
Honestly, so fucking dramatic. As always. You and your sister have that in common.
You know nothing about me or my sister.
Need I remind you that I've spent a lot more time with her these past few weeks than you have?
His eyes narrow into furious slits.
Figures that you would get yourself a sugar daddy and forget the people who were around for you from the beginning.
I dig my nails into the cushion of my chair. He's trying to snake me into a conversation about Sydney, and I absolutely refuse to fall for the same ruse twice. You really need to leave, Drew.
I love you, Sutton,
he cries, slamming his fist down on the table.
And I know you love me, whether you admit it or not.
I burst out laughing. Are you for real?
You're just in denial. You'll see. You'll get it soon.
I had no intention of discussing my relationship with Oleg with you, Drew. But in this case, I'm willing to make an exception. My eyes zero in on him. Being with Oleg made me realize how pathetic, superficial, and unhealthy our relationship was. There was nothing between us, Drew. Not then, and definitely not now. You don't love me, and I don't love you. I never did. I never will. He gapes at me, his eyebrows knitting together at the bridge. Little does he know that the joke's on me, because apparently my fake relationship was more real and more meaningful to me than a real one. I'm expecting rage. I'm expecting him to make a scene the way he always used to. What I get instead is,
well, I'm not giving up on you.
I'm pretty sure my eyebrows disappear into my hairline. What? He nods, as though he's bestowing me with some great gift.
Yeah, you're confused now. You're pissed at me, but you need me, baby. And I've got a lot to offer. I'm going to be making real money soon. Enough to keep you like a princess.
My heart shudders at the mere mention of Oleg's nickname for me.
Sooner or later, you're going to realize how much you care about me, about our relationship. I just have to be patient. I can be patient.
I can only gawk at Drew, wondering if he was always this delusional or if this is a recent development. Although, maybe if he's desperate enough, I can use his delusion to my advantage. You like deals, I start, trying to find the right words to sweeten the proposition I'm about to make. I've got a deal for you.
Do tell.
Drew nods, leaning in. I have to freeze in place to keep my body from reacting to his proximity. I'll come back to you. His face breaks into a delighted smile before I add, on one condition. The smile falters slightly.
Which is what?
You have to speak to Oleg and tell him the truth. I want you to tell him what we've really been communicating about for the last few weeks. He needs to know that the only thing we ever discussed was Sydney. The moment the offer is out of my mouth, I know it'll never work. For one, there's no way Drew will believe that I'm serious about coming back to him. For another, the reason I want to clear things up with Oleg is glaringly obvious and plastered across my face for the world to see. Drew's grimace confirms it.
You really want that fucker back? Even after he kicked you out like yesterday's garbage?
His sneer morphs into a wicked smile.
You know what? No deal. I like things exactly the way they are. Even if you refuse to come back to me, I'm happy knowing that he thinks you're my whore.
You bastard! He just laughs, all the charm abandoning his face in one go. I'm a fool for sitting here as long as I have. Grabbing my purse, I rip out of my seat and make straight for the door, ignoring the clerk calling out my order. But Drew can't even let me have a clean exit. He follows me outside. Grabbing my arm, he drags me to the back of a nearby alley right next to the garbage cans. "What the hell?" I scream, trying to wrest free of his hold. "Let me go!"
"Jesus Christ!" Drew roars. "Why do you have to be so damn difficult all the time?"
He throws me against the wall. I cry out involuntarily at the sharp bloom of pain as my tailbone hits the rough brick. When I catch my breath, I look up at him through the hair fallen over my eyes. "You're a piece of shit, Drew Anton. What happened to loving me, huh? What happened to protecting me, to never laying a hand on me? What happened to never wanting to be like your dad?" He was drunk when he shared that little Drew Anton fun fact with me. Drunk and vulnerable and snotting into my skirt like a frightened schoolboy clinging to his mama. But it's clear from the flare in his eyes that he remembers. He just doesn't like being reminded of it.
"Don't talk about my father," he growls. "You know nothing about that."
"I know more than you think." I press on, aware of the risk I'm taking. "I know that your father was a bully. I know you were scared of him. I know that as much as you didn't want to be like him, that's exactly what you're becoming." He takes a step forward, forcing me against the brick wall. He's done this before. The physical intimidation, the cold sneer, the unspoken threat of violence.
"Why the fuck do you have to be like this? I'm only trying to make you happy."
"You can make me happy by leaving me alone, Drew. Please." His tongue darts over his lower lip. He glances over at the street. A couple of people are milling about. I have no idea what's going on in his head, and it freaks me the hell out.
"I know what's best for you,"
he decides confidently, grabbing my hand.
"Just come with, I'm pregnant."
I don't mean to say it. It just bursts out of me, a last-ditch attempt to get rid of this man once and for all. He pauses, clammy fingers still clamped around mine.
What?
I nod, studying the shocked lines of his face. "Yes, I'm pregnant. Oleg is the father. That's why we can't be together." His gaze drips down to my stomach. He shakes his head.
No, it can't be."
"I assure you it is. I'm pregnant with another man's child, Drew." He grinds his teeth together, twisting around for a brief moment so that all I can see is the steady rise and fall of his shoulders. When he turns back, he's pale. His eyes are glazed over as though he's far away. "Drew?"
"It doesn't matter."
He shakes his head and says it again.
"It doesn't matter. You're pregnant and alone. You need someone to take care of you and the baby. And since you clearly can't be trusted to make the right choices, I'll have to make them for you, whether you like it or—
"No, you fucking asshole! Get off of—" I catch only a glimmer of movement when I feel a sting so sharp that my vision goes dark. I try to shake it off, but the world has exploded in dark little stars. I sag against the dumpster, which is the only thing that keeps me from plummeting to the ground. He hit me. I can still only see vague, blurry outlines. Drew stands over me, huge, horrible, staring at his hand like it acted without his permission. Then, with a horrified, cowardly whimper, he turns his back to what he just did and runs. His outline blurs into the mouth of the alley and disappears. I taste blood. My face aches. Maybe this is how it was always meant to be. 54. Sutton. I wish I could say I went straight to the police. Aren't they supposed to protect women like me from men like him? But I saw my mom try that enough growing up. It never went well for her. Why would it go well for me? Even more embarrassing is that my second thought was to call Oleg. I can imagine how horribly that would turn out. Me, Oleg, I'm so sorry to call like this, but my psycho ex, the one that framed me and caused our breakup, yeah, that one, he cornered me again and slapped the shit out of me for refusing to pass your child off as his. Oleg, get the fuck away from me, liar. Me, please don't do this, I care about you. Oleg, your mistake. Our contract was never about feelings. I wanted your womb, not your heart. Me, but what about your baby? Oleg, how do I even know it's mine? For all I know, this is another ploy that you've cooked up with your boyfriend to try to steal from me. You're no princess. You're just a peasant playing pretend. Back at Mara's, I pace up and down, feeling as though the noose around my neck is tightening. I know with absolute certainty now that Drew isn't just going to let me go. If another man's baby wasn't enough to make him lose interest, I'm not sure what will. I jump a foot when my phone buzzes with an incoming message. Drew. Hey, that went really wrong. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. My heart clunks loudly against my rib cage. This must be a new record. He doesn't usually apologize until the next morning. I probably should leave well enough alone, ignore him, block him, delete the fucker from my phone and my life. But since that hasn't worked for me so far, I try a different approach. Sutton, you didn't mean to hit me? So your hand just slipped, is that it? Or maybe my face was just in the way. Drew, don't be a child. You were goading me. My anger got the better of me. It's classic Drew. An apology with a side of blame. Drew, the least you can do now is forgive me. Sutton, uh-huh. And while we're at it, what else would you like from me? He swerves around the sarcasm, his response coming as fast as his getaway back in the alley. Drew, I'm not a petty person, Sutton. I still want you back. But I've thought about it, and I have conditions. The man must genuinely have a few screws loose in the head. He seems to think, even after everything that's happened, that I'm the one in need of saving, that he's the knight in shining armor, ready to make sacrifices to save me. I sink to the sofa as the 3 little typing dots keep running in quick succession at the bottom of the thread. At this stage, I'm genuinely curious about what conditions he's going to ask for. My undying loyalty, perhaps? My life's blood? A massive tattoo of his face? Drew, it's really simple, baby, and it's in your best interests to comply. We can have everything. We can be happy. All you have to do is get rid of the baby. I go cold the instant I read those horrifying words. Drew, you can live with me in our townhouse. It's where you belong. We can finally have the life we always planned on having. I want you to move in there as soon as possible. Today, in fact. He's insane, is all I can think. But his messages are coming in fast now, sending shock after shock ripping down my spine. I can explain away his madness, call him insane, laugh in his face. But every single word of his texts resonates with seriousness. I may laugh, but he sure as hell isn't joking. Drew, I'll give you an hour to get your things together. Sutton. Or what? Drew. Or I will go straight to Pavlov Industries and demand to speak to that scarred beast you seem to care so much about. I will give him the sex tapes I made of us during our time together. Goosebumps riddle my body. He's lying. He has to be. There is no way he has sex tapes of the two of us. Sutton, you filmed us? Without my consent? Drew.
Don't worry, baby. Your performance is excellent.
Sutton, what is wrong with you? What is the point of this? Drew.
If he doesn't pay me off for those sex tapes, then I'll release them to the public and get the price I want anyway. But if you just listen to me now, no one has to see them. Except us, of course. Winky face.
My stomach roils with disgust. Somehow he's got me backed into a corner I might have cowered into if he hadn't just ordered me to get rid of my baby. I will not do that. Not for him, not for Oleg, not for anyone. Stumbling over to the kitchen sink, I run the tap as cold as it will go and splash water onto my face. It helps a bit, so I do it again and again. When I finally lift my gaze to the window, my eyes fall on a familiar Ford Mustang parked across the street. Flying upright, I realize that I'm staring right at Drew. He's leaning against the passenger door of the Mustang, staring right up at my window. We make eye contact. He smiles. Then he starts typing into his phone. Drew.
What's it gonna be, baby?
Drew.
I'll wait for your answer out here. Don't take too long.
I'm far away from the window, but it still feels like he can see me whatever I do. It doesn't seem to matter what I do or where I go. Drew Anton will follow me like a bad smell. But that doesn't mean I'm not gonna try. I have to, for my baby's sake. I sneak downstairs to the ground floor of Mara's apartment building. Then I take the back way out, painfully aware that this is the second time in a week that I've been forced to leave my refuge. Maybe that's my lot in life. Maybe I'm destined to spend it running.
55. Oleg. It was a mistake taking the boat out. Everywhere I look, there's a freshly minted memory of Sutton. The bow where we'd fucked for the first time, the railing I'd bent her over, the suites where we'd spent long nights sitting up and talking. The whole yacht even smells of her. I actually find a fine, blonde hair curled around the railing on the stern. Instead of doing the rational thing and throwing it into the ocean, I unwind it from the railing and keep it curled around my finger. I'd call it a new low. But when you watch the ocean swallow the lives of the two people you care about most in this world, nothing ever feels quite so low again. Their voices carry over to me in the wind. Elise and Oriana, whispering in my ear like they always do. But now, there's a third voice in the mix. Sutton's. It was a mistake to have brought her out on this yacht. I let her into a place she never should have intruded. I've gone and robbed myself of the one space I go to get some peace of mind. I check my phone again, but I haven't heard anything from anyone. Not Sutton, not Artyom, not even Oksana. I expected to have my phone inundated with messages from my mother, each offering up a different woman for me. It all stays silent, just the wind and the voices carried on it that I can't quite decipher. I spend another hour out on the water just to see if I can manage to shake off Sutton's presence. When it's clear that this is simply a more concentrated form of torture, I pilot the yacht around and make for land. I'm just mooring when I see a tall figure step onto the dock. Artyom. He's standing patiently, waiting for me as I jump down off the boat. I warn you, I tell him. Giving me bad news right now might mean a dip in the harbor. He gives me a tame, sorrowful grin. I'll risk it. There's something you should know. Gritting my teeth, I twist around and duck back into the vessel to make sure I've shut everything down. Artyom follows. Brother, I think this is serious. It usually is, I say. But if it has anything to do with Sutton, I'm not interested. Even if she's in danger? My muscles tense immediately. Nostrils flaring, I turn my back on Artyom so that he can't read my face. If she's in danger, it's because she asked for it. That's what you get when you throw your lot in with scum like Drew Anton. You can't honestly be that cold. I twist around, causing Artyom to run right into me. You were this close to getting an apology out of me, I grit. Don't ruin it now. I don't want an apology, Artyom insists. What I want is for you to listen to me. Sutton texted me a little while ago. She sounded panicked. I shouldn't ask. I don't want to, but I hear myself do it anyway. What did she say? She told me to check on Mara. He pushes his phone into my hand. Sutton.
Artyom, I know I shouldn't be contacting you, but I have no other choice.
Sutton.
I wouldn't ask unless it was really important. Can you please check on Mara for me? Mara Bettis. I have reason to believe she could be in danger.
Artyom. What's going on, Sutton? Where are you?
Sutton. It doesn't matter about me. I just need to make sure Mara is okay. I had to leave her place quickly, and I didn't have time to explain.
Artyom. An explanation sounds pretty good right about now. My gaze pivots to Artyom. She hasn't replied. No, she hasn't. Where is she now? Didn't you have men tailing her? I did. The last sighting was when she made her way over to Mara's place, hours ago now. It seems that Drew was tailing her the entire time. Artyom pulls up some images on his phone and shows them to me. It features Sutton walking down a street, her face turned to the side, displaying a fresh bruise that's turned her pale skin a vibrant shade of purple. What the fuck? I say, rage curling its way through my fingers until they tighten into fists. Apparently, she was accosted by Anton in a smoothie bar. He did that to her? Well, she didn't have that bruise when she walked in. Fuck! I explode. I twist around and punch my fist into the closest surface. My hand erupts in pain, but I welcome the sting. It's better than this helpless feeling churning in my gut. Hey, brother, save that for the people who really deserve it, Artyom counsels. Where is she? I demand. Artyom winces. Ilya sent a report 20 minutes ago. She disappeared into Mara's building ages ago, but it seemed she took a different exit out of there, possibly because Anton has been parked outside the building for hours. Meaning you've lost her. We'll find her, Artyom assures me. Why do those 3 little words fill me with comfort? I shouldn't care one way or the other. Hadn't I washed my hands of Sutton Palmer? She's Anton's problem now. And yet, the sight of that bruise on her face has me spiraling. How dare that fucker lay a finger on her? How dare he touch her? And then, in the furthest, darkest corner of my mind, a thought inches its way into the forefront. How dare he touch what's mine? I jump off the yacht and onto the dock. Where's Anton? Artyom follows. He was at Mora's building up until a half hour ago. Now we're not sure. The men were busy scrambling to locate Sutton. Anton's not on their assignment. God damn it, I say, rummaging around in my pockets for the keys to my car. "Give those to me," Artyom says the moment I find them. "Let me drive. In your state, you're going to run someone over. If it happens to be Drew, that would be fucking perfect," I growl. But I hand over the keys anyway. I'm in no fit state to drive, and I'm not so far gone that I don't recognize that. "Where to?" Artyom asks as he gets behind the wheel. "Mara's place. I want to speak to her." "Okay, but take a deep breath. Chill, brother. If you don't get those veins in your forehead under control, you're likely to scare the poor girl to death." White-knuckling the seat, I try to breathe through the anger. The only other time I felt this out of control was on a boat, a long time ago. I'd lost 2 people I loved dearly that night. Is this feeling telling me that history is about to repeat itself? I grit my teeth, eyes narrowing with determination. Not if I can help it.
56. Sutton. My passport, $50, and my phone. That's all I have to my name. And if I'm going to be smart about all this, I need to ditch the phone the first chance I get. I've turned off the tracker and deleted all the other apps, but considering Oleg works in surveillance and has the best and most efficient tools in the literal world at his disposal, I don't trust that I've done enough to cover my trail. Still, once I ditch this phone, I'm essentially off the grid. Isolated and alone, with nothing but $50 to get me... where? I can get as far as Miami, maybe. So why the hell did I blow $30 on a cab to the airport? It's not as though I can afford a plane ticket, and using Oleg's credit cards isn't an option. Which is how I find myself sitting on the floor outside a bathroom at Palm Beach International Airport, dialing in my sister's number. Please answer, please answer, please answer, please. Finally, on the 3rd ring, the call picks up. Sydney's voice comes through, but it's far off, distant. The connection isn't clear. "Sid?" "Ut?" I hear her cry. "Is that you? What's going... Are you..." Pressing my free ear down, I try to concentrate on my sister's voice. "Sid, can you hear me? This is important. I really need to talk to you. Call you back." The line goes dead. I pick myself up off the floor and try to find a quieter corner to hold myself up in. When Sydney calls back, the line is a whole lot clearer. "Okay," she breathes. "I'm in the bathroom, but fair warning, Paul is right outside, so I can't take too long." My stomach drops. "Sid, you can't mention me to him, okay? He can't know about this call." Somehow I figured. She sighs. "What's going on?" "Long story short, Oleg and I are over." God, does that hurt to admit? My throat is burning from the bitterness of those words. "I fucked up and I need help." "You need money." I wince. Yes, I need money. I'm so sorry to ask, but what happened between you two?" "Drew happened," I admit. "He's still in the picture and refusing to leave. That's why you can't tell Paul about me. Drew's working for him now, and I don't want information getting around. I need to get out of Palm Beach, Sid, but I don't want to come to Vegas." "No, you're right. Vegas is not an option. But it would be easier for me to get you money." I bite my lip, waiting for her to come up with a solution. My brain feels like it's slowly turning to mush. "Okay, I'll figure something out," she decides. "But it might take some time. You'll need to keep in touch with me so that I can let you know what I've come up with." "I will." "What are you going to do in the meantime?" That's a great question. But before I can pull an answer out of my ass, I hear banging on Sydney's side of the call. I hear the deep grate of a man's voice, but it's too muffled for me to distinguish the words. "Coming, darling," Sydney chirps, her voice going all high and girlish. "Just washing up." I hear the sound of running water. Then Sydney's voice again, except this time it's low, barely a whisper. "Gotta go. Keep in touch. Stay safe. Click. My heart hammers hard against my chest as I stare down at the black screen, contemplating Sydney's last question. Where do I lie low in the meantime? I don't have the money for a motel. I can't go back to Mara's. The whole city is unsafe with Drew on the prowl. And if he makes good on his threat and releases our alleged sex tapes, then the last traces of my anonymity are going to fly out the window faster than my pride already has. Where can I go that's safe? The question unlocks something. A recent memory. Oleg and I sprawled out across the deck of one of his yachts, staring up at the stars, as Oleg explained his surveillance systems to me.
My surveillance system has made my yachts the safest places to be on Earth,
he tells me proudly.
They can't be tracked, not by satellite, radar, or sonar. You want to disappear? Hide out on one of my boats. It's the closest thing to vanishing a person can pull in this day and age where everything and everyone can be tracked.
His voice echoes in my ear, as soft and as comforting as a lullaby. Maybe that's where I need to go. The Pavlov boatyard. The very idea is laughable, but the more I think about it, the better it seems. Hide in plain sight, you know? Maybe I can stow away on one of his unused boats until Sydney can find a way to get me some money. Then I can buy myself a plane ticket out of this city and away from all my skeletons. As my resolve hardens, I start moving towards the airport's exit. I'm standing right in front of the big departures sign when it strikes me. I can leave some breadcrumbs for Drew. Hopefully, they'll lead him in the wrong direction and buy me a little extra time. I take my phone out and flip the camera around. Then I make sure to center myself under the departures board. I take a quick picture and send it to Drew, along with one final word that I hope will be my last contact with him. Bye.
57. Oleg. Mara is frantic when we walk into her tiny studio apartment. She shoves a box full of Sutton's things right into my arms.
"It's not like her to have left without an explanation," Mara cries. "She was supposed to meet me at the smoothie bar. The barista said that she walked out half an hour before I arrived without her smoothie."
Did he say anything else? Mara's not really looking at me. Her eyes keep darting to the little box that I am rummaging through.
"It was her favorite, too. Chocolate avocado. She loves it. She wouldn't have left it behind unless it was an emergency."
Artyom casts me a look. I'm pretty sure if the situation weren't so serious, he'd be fighting back laughter. It's a testament to how much he cares for Sutton that he manages to keep his expression suitably uneasy.
"The barista said that some guy came over and sat with her. It was Drew. I just know it was. That bastard's been hounding her for months."
She twists around, her eyes landing on me as though she's just realized she's not alone.
"She was only in contact with him because of her sister, you know. There was nothing else going on between Sutton and Drew. She hated the bastard."
"You would say that," I murmur, gazing at the odd collection of things Sutton left behind. Among the junk are the keys to the car I'd gifted her.
"I'm saying it because it's true," snaps Mara. "Sutton doesn't have a deceptive bone in her body."
Then why wouldn't she tell me that she was still in contact with Drew?
Maybe because she knew you would freak out, which you did."
Artyom clears his throat and steps forward. "That's neither here nor there at the moment, Mara. We need to find out where Sutton went. Do you have any idea where to find her?"
"Hello? Were you not listening?" she yells. "Smoothie bar? Stalker ex-boyfriend? No explanations. I have no idea where Sutton might—"
She trails off.
"Except, maybe, her sister."
Her eyes focus on me.
"She might have contacted her sister." I get to my feet. Her passport is gone. It's the only thing of value she's taken.
So she might be in Vegas then?
Mara wonders out loud. You sound unsure, Artyom points out.
Only because Drew started working for Sydney's boyfriend again. I doubt she'd go to Vegas knowing that Drew is back on Paul's payroll.
But maybe she's going there to ask for help, I surmise. I need to talk to her sister. I assume you have her number? Mara squints at me in suspicion.
What do you plan on doing when you find Sutton?
I pull out my phone. Sutton and I may be over, but that doesn't mean I want her at the mercy of that dumb fuck ex of hers. He may be an idiot, but he's a dangerous idiot, and there's nothing quite as deadly. Mara's bottom lip quivers.
Why the hell didn't she tell me where she was going? I could have helped. I could have lent her some money.
As far as I can tell, she didn't want to involve you any more than she already had, Artyom offers. But she did want me to check on you, make sure you were all right.
She's got the kindest heart of anyone I've ever met.
Mara's eyes water for a moment before her jaw hardens.
But for all that, she also has the lowest self-esteem, thanks to all the ungrateful schmucks she ends up choosing.
She meets me square in the eye. No points for subtlety. I grind my teeth. Sydney's number? Mara nods, the quiver back in her lips.
Fine, I'll give it to you, but only if you use your powers for good and not evil.
She doesn't wait for me to agree before she pulls up Sydney's number and thrusts her phone at me. I jot it down quickly and give Mara a nod as I make for the door. I'll let you know if we manage to find her. She grasps my arm before I can walk out.
Please,
she begs, imploring me with her wide eyes.
Find her.
I will. Whatever she sees in my eyes seems to calm her, because she takes a deep breath, her shoulders relaxing as she lets go of me. As Artyom and I head back down to the Escalade, I decide to call Sydney immediately. Now? Artyom balks. Why not? We don't have time to waste. You really think she's going to talk to you? We're running out of options, and I'm certain Sutton will have contacted her sister. They were always there for each other as kids. There's no reason to believe anything has changed. I dial, and Sydney picks up just as I slide into the passenger's seat.
Hello?
Her voice is eerily like Sutton's. The familiarity sends an ache coursing through me that I'm not prepared for. Like something has settled under my skin, and I can't fucking rip it out. Sydney?
Speaking.
She replies formally, her voice becoming instantly reserved.
Who are you?
I'm Oleg Pavlov. There's a beat of silence.
No fucking way. What do you want?
I toss Artyom a glance. I'm guessing Sutton contacted you already?
If she did, it's none of your business. Not anymore, anyway.
She might be in trouble, Sydney.
Of course she's in trouble, you gigantic douchebag!
She yells so loudly that I have to hold the receiver away from my ear.
You broke up with her and kicked her out of the house.
There were extenuating circumstances.
Give me one good reason why I shouldn't hang up on you right now.
Because, believe it or not, I want to make sure your sister is okay.
Don't worry about Sutton. She's a survivor. Us Palmer women have had to be, especially since we have a habit of attracting assholes. I thought Sutton had avoided the curse, but apparently not.
Where is she? I ask.
She's leaving Florida, thanks to you.
Sydney replies snottily. What? Artyom spasms in his seat, and the Escalade wobbles on the road for a second. Where is she going?
I have no idea, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Now,
Kindly fuck off and never call me again." The call ends. I stare at the receiver as though it just tried to take a bite out of me.
Jesus, that sister of hers is a live wire,
Artyom muses.
Guess it runs in the family.
Blat, I say. Looks like we're going to have to find her on our own.
That is, if she's still in the state.
She is. Artyom throws me a skeptical glance.
How can you be sure?
The truth is, I have no clue why I'm so sure. It's more a feeling. The certainty that Sutton is still in Palm Beach, closer than I think. She doesn't have enough money to get out of the state. There's no way Sydney was able to get her the money that fast either, which means she's going to be lying low somewhere in the city. We just have to figure out where.
Did she mention any place sentimental?
Artyom asks.
A park she's fond of? For what it's worth, maybe we should check out the airport.
My phone cuts Artyom off with a sharp ring. I can't believe my eyes when I see the caller ID. Drew Anton. My God. Artyom's jaw drops. Fucker's got a pair of balls on him. He'll be parted from them soon enough. I promise as I transfer the call to speakerphone and answer it. Hello?
I'm guessing this is the great and mighty Oleg Pavlov?
And I'm guessing this is the pathetic and moronic Drew Anton? He laughs bitterly.
If you know who I am, then you know what I am to Sutton.
I'm willing to bet that the only reason he's so free with her name is because he's far, far away from me. The cancer she can't get rid of?
She was playing a role, man.
She may have talked shit about me, but I am her person. She confides in me, trusts me, loves me.
You were just a fucking job. However she was with you was fake.
Trust me, I growl, low and menacing. There are some things no women can fake. His breath catches. Then I hear a furious groan from his end of the line. Before he can rebut, I keep talking. Why the hell are you calling me?
We've got something very valuable that you're gonna want.
There's nothing you have that I want.
If that's all... No!
He yells, the catch in his throat betraying his desperation.
Trust me, this is something you're definitely going to want.
You're full of shit, Anton. I'm about to end this waste of time call when he shouts,
She's pregnant!
I freeze. Artyom does too. His eyes snap to me, but I'm focused on the call. The voice on the other line that's giving me news she should have given me herself. What? He lets out a cackle of laughter.
She didn't tell you, did she? Well, she told me. The kid's yours, and, for a price, I can tell you exactly where she is.
For a price, huh? I snarl, fist-pressed knuckles down into the seat.
That's right.
One thing before you name your price.
Yeah?
Fuck you. I hang up. Artyom is giving me a look. He just called to gold you, he says. I'm aware, which is why I didn't rise to the bait. Fucker can crawl all up his own ass and die before I give him so much as the lint from my fucking pocket.
Right, but do you think that the thing he said about Sutton is true?
Artyom asks tentatively. My heart is thudding unevenly, telling me that maybe this one piece of information I can trust. Or maybe I'm just hoping I can trust it. No, it'll be easier for everyone if it's not true. That's what I should be hoping for.
Make a call to Vegas, I growl. If Anton thinks he can fuck with me without any consequences, he's got another thing coming. Holy shit, Artyom exclaims, ignoring me in favor of his phone. What now? Artyom lifts his eyes to mine. Ilya texted. He just picked up some pings from Sutton's phone. He shakes his head in disbelief. She's at the boatyard.
58. Sutton. Houston, we have a problem. All I've been thinking is that I'll be safe once I'm stowed away on one of Oleg's yachts. I haven't thought about how I'm actually going to get inside them. If the 7-foot-high fences walling the yard off aren't enough, there are also floodlights every few yards, cameras in between, and an army's worth of security patrolling the area on foot. You'd think I was trying to get into the White House. More like the morally gray house, if we're being honest. Still, I've come too far to give up now. I might as well exhaust all possibilities before I call this quits and find a shelter to hunker down in for the night. Just the thought of going to a shelter again after all this time makes me feel sick to my stomach. That can't be how my child's life begins. I'd rather find a quiet bridge and a dry spot under it to take refuge. I walk around the boatyard, hugging the chain-link fence and keeping my eyes open. I notice a flurry of activity around one of the bigger yachts. Men coming and going, security, carts being driven to and from the storage facility. Some are small, but others are almost person-sized. The question is, are they large enough that with a little luck and a lot of intuition, I might be able to sneak my ass onto one? More importantly, can I do it without being seen? Only one way to find out. I start to creep toward the end of the cart caravan. They're loading from back to front, so most of the men are occupied with piling boxes on the ones up toward the head of the procession. If I stay low, if I stay quiet, if I slip through the canvas flaps without being seen... God, I hope this works. A hysterical bubble of laughter jumps to my throat. I just about manage to swallow it down. I inch closer. The floodlights keep beaming. The guards keep roving. It's going to be close. Not yet. Not yet. Now. I lunge toward the cart during the slim window of opportunity. I duck through the flaps and scurry all the way to the back. In the darkness, though, I trip and fall. The upside? Nothing moves. The downside? My ass and elbow explode with pain. Honestly, they really should pay action stars more. I'm blinking back tears and massaging my elbow, trying my best not to whimper. Suddenly, the cart jerks forward. I gasp, but thankfully my gasp is drowned out by the groaning wheels and rattling metal boxes stacked around me. I can feel the upward tilt of the cart as it's pushed onto the yacht. Hopefully no one opens the tarp to check on the goods inside. I keep my fingers and toes crossed until the cart becomes stationary once more. Footsteps recede, and silence takes over. I count to 100. When nothing and no one comes to interrupt me, I slowly creep back out. I'm somewhere in the underbelly of the ship. It's dark, cool, and quiet. But only for a second. As soon as I emerge, the sound of approaching footsteps sends my heart plummeting into my stomach. I take the first door I see and slip inside a bathroom with tiny little portholes. Through them, the ocean is a flat plain of black and blue, not a single white cap to break it up. The night is still. This will do for now. First, I lock the door. Then I slip down onto the porthole and hug my knees to my chest. I don't dare turn a light on in case someone waltzes by and notices. I just wait. Breathe. Wait. Breathe. And pray. I spend the next hour quaking in my boots. Metaphorically speaking, of course. My boots are back in Mara's apartment, along with the rest of my life. At one point, I hear voices just outside the bathroom door. I sidle a little closer and hold my breath, hoping to catch a snippet of conversation that might help me understand where we're going. The crew members are speaking Russian. It might as well be Klingon for all I understand. But the moment I'm about to crawl back into my little corner of the bathroom, I hear a word, a name, that sends shivers down my spine. Boris. No, it can't be. I must have heard that wrong. But then I hear his name again, and this time, there's no disputing it. Feeling sick to my stomach, I end up with my cheek on the bathroom floor, staring at the patterned tiles, searching for answers in them. My body is aching. My head is spinning. My eyes are getting heavier and heavier. I'll just rest them for a quick minute. It couldn't possibly hurt, right? I'm woken by a painful gurgling. It feels like all the ache in my body has been concentrated in my stomach. I can't decide if I want to throw up or eat something. Is this morning sickness? The irony is that it looks like it's the dead of the night. To make sure, I peer out the porthole. The waves are animated now, all streaming in one direction, almost to the point that it looks like we're moving? Wait! I clutch the edges of the porthole when I realize that I can no longer see the glittering lights of the harbor, which means we're no longer docked. Yes, now that I'm fully present, I can hear the steady thrum of the yacht's engine. We must have been sailing for hours now, and I slept through it all. My queasy stomach doesn't allow much room for thinking. I end up crawling to the toilet, lifting up the lid and going all Jackson Pollock in the bowl. Blech. Once I'm dry-heaving empty air, I flush and crawl over to the vanity. Not even a splash of cold water on my face makes me feel better. What the hell am I supposed to do now? I don't even know where this stupid yacht is headed. And just like that, like an answered prayer, I hear voices. Crew members moving about the lower deck. There's no mention of Boris, but I do hear someone utter Nassau. Nassau? That's in the Bahamas, isn't it? Well, I suppose there are worse places to be unwittingly dragged to. I can figure out something from there. Maybe convince Sydney to wire me some money so that I can figure out next steps. I should be more concerned about being trapped in a foreign land with no money and only a passport to my name. But the fact that I might be on this yacht with Boris is taking up all the worrying space in my head. I end up back on my cozy little spot on the floor underneath the porthole. Another choppy bout of sleep later, and I wake up, ravenous. I feel empty, literally and figuratively. I need to get food inside me fast, and at the moment I don't care if I have to wrestle Boris himself for it. Sure, he might call the Coast Guard, have me arrested, maybe even throw me overboard as shark chum. But in the face of my hunger, that all seems worth it. So, marshaling up all my strength, I rise shakily to my feet and approach the door. I unfasten the lock and clasp the door handle. I have no idea what's waiting for me on the other side of this door, but fuck it. Time to act. I pull the door open and walk straight into a hard, warm wall. Stars prickle the edge of my vision. Then, I collapse. This concludes Dirty Damage by Naomi West. Narrated by Kasha Kensington and Ash Beverly. Copyright 2025 by Naomi West. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Naomi West and was produced in the year 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.